basis. I am familiar. You can't move me. The music is mad. It's a con job, but it's grand. I'm blessed with a great hand amongst many that stank. And yeah, it took some hard work, but blind luck play a huge role. If they say that it don't, then they're feeding you fool's gold. And if I know one thing, the truth's home. Even if it's a tough thing to swallow, an even harder thing to hold and truly know without a doubt while on the globe. And even though that seems inherent, it ain't always so apparent. Dangle carrot, you ain't always gonna get it. But don't worry, it's a pretty February in a year with more to carry, and more days is yet to come under the sun, taking the ferry to the city where the moment's extra pretty, like the people, like the idea that I keep inside my brain that isn't equal to the real world. All that stress ain't saving me fear though. I swear to God I'm trying. Look, they pushing their demons down my esophagus, screaming the easy life, what I want always. Praise made up holidays, tell me that love is the answer just to boost this economy. Mine more sell now, but I ain't following. I ain't a hollow man, I'm full of them fall winds. Take it all with a tall grin, and if you feel it, do it with me, and just sing what the song says. Take it all for what it is. It ain't all so big. So big, so big, so big. Take it all for what it is. What it is, what it is, what it is, what it is. It ain't all so big. It ain't all so big.
Hello, hello, hello. Hey, y'all. It's me, Security Boss, and this is Unsolicited. And y'all know what day it is. It's Friday. So it's Good Friday. I love Good Friday. Fridays have been so good, and I hope you all have been enjoying it also. This is another Good Friday, and I got a show for you all. And y'all have seen the title of the show. It simply says, if she came with stipulations, you might want to leave her at the restaurant. I hope y'all been thinking about that, because we're going to play with it a little bit and see if it makes sense. And I hope it helps someone. But ladies, we're just trying to get y'all ready, because y'all know I want y'all to be wifed up, married, happy, ever after.
Dearly beloved.
So listen, before we get into all that, we're going to have some announcements that we definitely have to go over. I hope everybody's doing good today. Make sure when you come into the live, you're giving me the thumbs up. Thank you, Mr. Steele. Thank you. Y'all haven't seen me in red much. I don't wear red too much, but I thought I'd try something. It's Good Friday. See how good we can end it, But make sure you're giving me the thumbs up when you're coming into the live, and I definitely appreciate that. Another thing is, we already know that J.R. Wisdom is our new bachelor for the second half of the first season of I Choose You. And I got a video I want y'all to take a look at. So let's just start right there for a moment. Just give me a moment. Let's put this video out. We're gonna show everybody who J.R. Wisdom is, just in case you didn't know it. But here it is.
How many years difference between you two?
26 years.
So my question is, how have you made it?
All right, guys, that is J.R. Wisdom. Y'all got to go check him out, though. Oh, something's wrong with my audio. Can you hear me now? Y'all let me know if y'all can hear me okay. Hopefully y'all heard that. But JR actually is no audio. The sound is gone. 1 second. Just a second. All right, can you hear me now? So anyway, guys, JR Wisdom is a content creator. He does a lot of. Okay, that's fine. We'll get to it again. We'll do it again. But anyway, he's a content creator. And he does a lot of recapping of a lot of different videos. Hey, black man, how are you? But right now we're gonna get to. But remember, y'all, JR Wisdom, go check out his content. Excellent. It's funny. He even has a dating show also. Y'all got to go check it out. He's funny. He's good. He's going to be very good. So listen, let me say hello to a few of you all, those who are in the chat. And I want to also go over a couple things because I don't want to miss anybody or make anybody think that I'm looking over them, because I never would do that. But hey, Talk Hair, how you doing? Stephen Day, it's so good to see you. Lady Novella. Am I saying that right? You're going to cam up one day and you're going to help me out with that. Let me know if I'm saying that right now. But I'm so glad to see you. And thank you so much for being here. Black Man Unfiltered, I already said hello. King Thomas, hello. How are you? Brittany B, how are you doing? I know you're at work. I ain't going to ask. Miss C, how you doing? Hopefully you can cam up today because you're that woman. You want to come up with me. And I appreciate you so much for being that person. Gabrielle, thank you so much for being here. Thank you, guys. This is a good Friday, and we're going to have fun with it. I want to have your input, Miss Walker, riding the 6. Listen, I'm so glad. I am getting ladies. I'm getting ladies in the chat. This is absolutely outstanding. Mr. Steele, I've already said hello to you, and thank you so much for your compliment. If it's someone that I miss, forgive me. I will. Mark Chapman. Hey, how are you? No sound. Hopefully you can hear me now. But thank you for that. If it's someone that I missed, listen, forgive me. We will try to throughout the live. Daryl Long, how you doing today? It's good to see you. Heather Woods, good to see you also. I am so glad that you all decided to come and join me on this Good Friday. But I want to go over a couple of things just to make sure that we're all on the same page. Ika, it's good to see you also. To make sure, Gregory Scotland, Mr. Scotland, it's always good to see you. Thank you for being here. To make sure that we're all on the same page about some things, because the more people that come in the chat, which I appreciate it so much, the way that you all handle your chat and how you all go back and forth with each other is absolutely outstanding. The questions that you ask, the comments you make, I love them. But of course, I can't read them all, right? So of course, when we have a super chat, I definitely will read the super chat. I don't care how much super chat is. I will read your super chat. At $9.99 and above, you and your super chat will get a Moneyline song, right?
Moneyline, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline. Moneyline, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline. Yeah, yeah.
The Moneyline song goes like that. And of course, $9.99 and up gets your comment read and answered, hopefully. And of course, the Moneyline song. I enjoy the Moneyline song because sometimes it comes at the perfect time. We're at a debate. We're going back and forth. Nobody's listening. Everybody's talking over each other, and we have an opportunity to breathe. So I appreciate it. Hey, how you doing today? I want to check it out. Listen, I want to know how you doing. I got to tell you something. But anyway, that'll be much later. But thank you so much for that. But again, if I miss some of your super chats, please forgive me. We will get to it. The busier we are, the more interactions that we have, the more comments I will not be able to read, just regular comments. But if you do super chat, I will definitely read your super chat. I promise you I will. And if I don't, you give me a little message over here, I'll go back to find your super chat because I'm not interested in not reading them. I want to read them all. If we could all just sit and talk all day, we could do that too. But y'all know that's not how it works. So just wanted to let y'all know that. Now, going forward, also, if you have not visited my channel yet, I need y'all to go over and visit, check out the SB Nation gear. I need you to do that. And those of you all who have placed your order, thank you so much. We are 5 stars, and you will be wearing 5 stars on your chest. And listen, if somebody asks, let them know where they can find me. Tell them where they can find this woman at, and everybody can be a part of SB Nation. Thank you so much for that. But that's it. My channel, Security Boss Unsolicited. Go to the SB Nation. once you're on there, you will see the gear. So just click on that. And I appreciate you all for being a part of that. And what else is there? I got to tell you, I told you about the I Choose You. Oh, don't let me forget. On Sunday. Now I'm gonna have to tell y'all about this one. Normally I try to keep the topics on the down, kind of quiet, but on Sunday, this is a hot button topic, so I'm gonna have to tell you about it. On Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern, we have the standard, right? And before I get into that, Black Man is gonna kick us off, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and give him the Moneyline song. And thank you so much, Black Man, for your super chat. And he says, let's set the party off right.
Moneyline, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline. Moneyline, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline. Yeah, yeah.
All right, Black Man, you know how to set the party off. I appreciate that so much. But what I was saying is this: on Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern, we have our third show of the Standard. Miss Cam will be the young lady that is the co-host of the Standard on Sunday. And the hot button topic is submission. Submission as a woman, submission as a wife, submission as a mother. So I hope y'all ready for that. So all you ladies that don't think that in this world we need to be submitting, we're going to share some things with you all on Sunday. And we're just going to teach you how to have a better life. I'm just have a better life. That's all I want you to do. Have a better life. So make sure on Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern time, you are here with me, Security Boss, right? On Unsolicited. And we're talking about submission. And Mr. Steele said it, submission is not the enemy. It is not. You know what, y'all? It's actually power. But I want y'all to be here on Sunday. Cam is the young lady that will speak on submission on Sunday. The woman, the mother, and the wife, right? Because it looks different. Y'all know it looks different, but we're going to bring it all. We're bringing it all on Sunday. Do not forget that. Make sure if someone is becoming a wife soon, going into a relationship, or just ready to move towards that second phase of their life, they're not a kid anymore, and they want to think about being married or what have you, have them come to the show. We're going to talk about some things. We're going to cover some things. So, and we're just setting a standard. We're setting a standard. Chorus Blossom, how are you doing today? It is. I hopefully be here. Be that you are. I can't tell you that, but thank you so much for your support, and you are here. So make sure y'all let the ladies know. Men, y'all, I want y'all present too, because a lot of y'all sometimes tell me, I had my girlfriend look at your video. So instead of have her look at it, y'all come live. And just in case somebody has some questions in the meantime, it helps the show go along. Those shows on Sunday, the Standard, we're only about an hour and 15 minutes. We don't make them long shows because we want it to be something that you can go back and refer to. If you have a question or if you have a comment or anything from me or Cam, then you can go back to it and say, hey, look, you said this, you said that. And you don't have to be a 4-hour live, right? So that's why we did that. It's an hour and 15-minute show, but it's just for everyone to ask questions. You can put it in a bottle and be like, hey, I found it, what have you. So make sure you tune in on Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern to the Standard. All right. Now, if there was something else that I forgot, I may remember throughout the show. And don't listen, if I stop us and say, let's go back, sound is fuzzy. All right, let me work that out. Canadian born, how are you? My sound is fuzzy right now. Let me just make sure. We good now? All right. Thank you for that. But anyway, let's keep going. Today, the topic is, if she came with stipulations, leave her at the restaurant. Now, do y'all know what I mean by stipulations? Has anybody ever thought about that, the stipulations? Because nowadays, things are like really different, right? When I was being courted or dating or what have you is what we call dating back then. I know that's something that you all don't do now. But when I was dating, we actually went on dates. And I said, I think last week, if I dated a guy and I didn't like him, we might have went on 1 or 2 dates. I didn't like him. It was good. No big deal. I didn't try to fix him. It was just, he wasn't the one. And I'm almost sure a lot of men that dated me or have gone on dates with women, this was back then, that's when we dated. That's when we carried the date. They met a woman, and if she wasn't what they wanted her to be, they might have went on 1 or 2 dates and They just said she wasn't the one. They moved on. And it was good. It was okay. She wasn't the one for you. There was no need to try to change them. It was no need to try to put them in a box. It was just what it was. And everybody understood that. Yes, that is exactly what I'm talking about right in the 60s. These unrealistic list of requirements, stipulations. So some of you all are going to recall this, but when you were little, and it all depends on how you were raised, though. I did have conditions. That's another word for it. Right. But we're going to get there. We're going to get there. But y'all remember women. Now, this didn't happen to me, but my husband did bring this to my attention. He's, because he dated women and was married prior to me. But, when you were a child, lady, girls, you always hear about how we dreamed about our wedding, that white dress, how we dreamed about our husbands. They're going to come in here and knock us off our feet and marry us. And we're going to have a family. We're going to have 2 kids, a dog with a house with a white picket fence. Y'all recall that dream? Y'all remember hearing about that? It was going to be happily ever after. It was how it was going to live, right? And most women had that dream, right? A lot of women had that dream. It might not have been just like that, but that's what we dream about. And that's where women become so emotional and love and things like that. We have these visions of how things are supposed to be. I just happen to be one of those ones that didn't have that. And I guess because, I don't know, I didn't. I guess because I didn't want no house with no white picket fence and definitely didn't want the dog. Could have been the case. But either way, I hope y'all understand what I'm saying. But now, let's read this. You know what, SB? Our church congregation still courts in the traditional manner. It still works. Listen, everything we did back then works. It's not you. The young people are trying to change marriage and courting and dating and getting ours messed up. This is my thoughts. What we did worked and it's going to work. And that's why I'm sharing. It's going to work because that's what works. If you want a marriage that is for long term. Now, if you just want to date your girlfriend and then marry her and then see how it goes, then hey, you do what you do. But if you want a marriage relationship, the one that God spoke about, or the one that Jesus did with the church when he said he's going to take care of his people and this is the way we should go, the order that he gave them. Now, if that's what you want, then I can definitely advise on that and make it long term. And it's good, guys. It's good. It's good. Now, does it come with stipulations? No, but it comes with standards.
Dearly beloved,
there are standards, but we're going to talk about the stipulations first, because y'all already know where I'm going with this. This unrealistic list and these expectations of this big house. Wait a minute. I didn't even, half the time back then, we didn't even say big house. We just said house with a white picket fence. Y'all already know white picket fence don't work no more. Y'all know we have aluminum fencing. It's for life. We don't even do that stuff no more. So some things would need to be improved upon, right? So anyway, that brings me to this. That's just how we dreamed as kids. We didn't know what to dream for. We just had an idea and we were going to fight it per se. And how many of y'all know anybody? And if y'all do, I need to hear the story. Please get the story together. When I drop that link, I need y'all to come in here and tell me about the story of anybody that had that dream or had a list and the man that they ended up with was that list and that dream. I need to know. Hink, how are you? I need to know about this, right? I need to know. Somebody help me out, because I can only tell y'all of the 3 relationships of men, 3 men. I shouldn't say that because y'all gonna think that I date women. I never did that before in my life. So let me say it right. The 3 relationships, the real relationships that I had in my life, all 3 of the men were totally different. Totally different. If I can say anything, the only thing that was anywhere near similar in 2 of the men, that they were only children. Right. I have my husband and the other man that I was in a relationship with. He was an only child too. But the other one, no. All different colors, all different sizes, all different careers and ambitions, all different. All of them were different. There was no list. Now, was I attracted to all of them? Absolutely. I thought all of them were handsome. But there was no list. But now we have this 6-figure, 6-pack, and 6 feet. Ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. And I say this all the time, and I'm going to use myself for an example, but I would love to hear you all also to come up when it's time and let me know what you think, because I didn't have a list, But I'm, those of you all, I've also heard that somebody was in, I don't remember who it was. Somebody was in the chat though. And they said they had a list, but it was just a guide. And I can understand needing a guide, but I want y'all to tweak your list a little bit. Instead of putting on there what you want, put on there what you don't want. Because I think that would be more beneficial because it'll make you identify with these things that you don't want. Because when you're talking about what you want, gosh, y'all, or when you're talking about what you need when it comes to a marriage, it just doesn't look like that list. Gosh, I'm sorry to tell you. It didn't for me. So anybody who has a story where it does look like the list and you got exactly what was on your list, listen, I need to hear from you. And in the meantime, y'all give me the thumbs up as you're coming into the live. I would appreciate it. I need to hear it. Because I need that story. But let's go back a little bit. Let's talk about stipulations. Stipulations is a condition or a requirement. Did y'all hear me? It's a requirement that is specified or demanded as part of an agreement. So in other words, this woman is saying, I need this before we do this. And I'm going to go back to the title of the show. If your woman came with stipulations, you might want to leave her at the restaurant. I'm going to keep it there. Because remember, y'all, stipulations are conditions that are required. And if y'all are having trouble of thinking, what could I be talking about? How about this? I want the wedding. I want the destination wedding. I need to have about 200 people. Can I guess about 200 guests? I need to have this. How about that? Oh, my wedding gown needs to be at least $3,000. Oh, my ring. Oh, it's got to be at least 3 months of your salary. All those stipulations. Now, men, I know y'all love your women, especially the ones that you have asked to marry you. Especially the ones. And I know women, y'all getting so mad at me. I know y'all probably are right now because you like what you like. And I do have this big ring on my finger. I do. And I will explain all of that. I'll explain it. I will. Just give me a moment. But you also have to be about that one that says this. I want to marry you today. Let's go to the courthouse. What's your answer? What's your answer? Her answer should be yes, guys. Let's go. Even though she says she wanted that destination wedding. What about the coat? The coat? What's the coat? What about the coat? Oh. I don't know. I got to hear about this. These are stipulations before you got married. What? Listen, guys, I need y'all to pay attention because I want y'all to have love ever after. Women, I want y'all asking for the right thing, but it should be the standard, not a stipulation. These destination weddings. Listen. When you're becoming a wife, right? There's some things you need to do. There's some things we need to do, right? We need to, first of all, we need to become a little bit more logical because remember, we've been emotional our whole life. Remember, we had the dream of the picket fence, the White House, and the dog. So we need to understand now I'm becoming a wife and I want to become a wife. I want to clothe myself in wifey. So how does that look? I want to become a little bit more modest in my dress. Oh, but my mind, I need to fix it. I've been thinking about that 6 foot, 6-figure, 6-pack of a man my whole life. But the one that I'm looking at right now, he makes me feel good. But he's only 5'9". Do I really care? No, I don't. But he's 5'9". It's okay. Because when you become a wife, you become sacrificial. You know what I'm saying? All that surface stuff that we think about all through our life, you need to just throw it out the window because it's not about that, ladies. I hate to say it, but listen, it can be good though, because I'm not going to lie to you. All the men that I dated, husband here now for 26, 27 years, I was attracted to every last one of them. But did any one of them fit into a list? No, I had no list, but there was an attraction to everyone. And I'm not telling you to give up your attraction because you got to be married. You got to be married. You got to like what you're looking at. You got to like the man that's laying behind you or in front of you that's touching you. You got to love it. And he has to love it too. So that's a giving. But let me go to Black Men Unfiltered. He has a comment here. Leave her in the parking lot of the rest. Black men, we want our men to be gentlemen. You don't have to leave her in the parking lot. You can even take her inside. You can even order the food. But if after the end of that conversation, she ain't talking right, you might want to leave in the restaurant. But thank you so much for your $5 super chat. So listen, ladies, when we're becoming women, wives, there's a certain thing that we need to do. There's a certain thing we need to do. We need to change our mindset. We've been emotional our whole life. Now it's time to become a little bit more logical, where some might think, oh, that's masculine. No, it really isn't. That's smart. And in that, we have to think about things that are going to propel the relationship that you have with the man that asked to marry you or the man that you want. You have to think about life. Would you like to have children? Would you like to have a home? Would you like to go on vacation sometime in life? All those things. And then you have to sit down and really think about it and be like, you know what, that is going to require money. It will. So when you're creating that list, you have to think about all those things, not necessarily the exterior things, which is good. The external is good, but make sure you're attracted to them. I'm just saying, don't get caught up in the way that you think he should look, because that may be the wrong man for you. I'm saying definitely be attracted. You got to. I'm not letting it go. He got to be fine in some way, right? He does. But yourself, you have to not have these crazy stipulations that you're putting on a man that wants to be married to you, though. You can't do that. Some things are just not required to be married. If your man that you're attracted to, that he's a provider, when I say, change your stipulation list, to your standard list, I'm serious about that. Your standard would be what? That provider, that protector, the man that's willing to pray over you. That's the man that you want to be with. That's the man. You need to write that down. Unless you need to write that down. Those things need to be added to your list. Provider, protector, the man that is the example, the leader. Those are what your Mike Dub, how you doing? I hadn't seen you in so long. I hope you're doing well. Listen, I'm going to read your $5 super chat. It says, just because you are a good person don't mean you have a marriage mindset. Absolutely not. Thank you so much for your $5 super chat. It means nothing. I hope everybody's good in some way. I know that there's not, though. I know that there are evil people. I understand it. There's good and evil. It does not. When you move in your mindset and becoming a woman, when she's moving from a single woman to a wife, when she's becoming that, her mindset has to change. She has to clothe herself in being a wife. And what I mean by that is it's from her head down to her toes. It's from the way she dressed, from the words that she uses. It's from her conversation. It's who she hangs out with. All these things have to be changed, right? It's the way she thinks, period. And I'm telling men, if she's coming with stipulations, a stipulation, my ring has to be 3 carat. No, they don't even say that. I've heard women say my ring needs to be at least 3 times the monthly salary, your man's monthly salary. Am I right about that? Y'all, I could have it wrong, but it's something crazy like that. And these people in these jewelry stores are selling it to you. They selling it to you. You go in there, you be like, so what should it be? Oh, they say, who is they? They say it should be 3 times your salary, your monthly salary. So the men, you know what y'all doing? Y'all trying to make it happen. 3 times the monthly salary. What? 40K? Leave her at the restaurant. Chorus Blossom, I'm hoping that's not you. Because I'm sorry, girl, you just got left. Talk to your fiance. I'm telling him, me and him gonna have a powwow. I'm just kidding, but this is not right, y'all. This cannot be a stipulation. It cannot be. 6 feet, 6 figures, and a 6-pack cannot be a stipulation, guys. It can't be. It can be a desire, but y'all need to recognize attraction and what you actually need to get from day 1 of a marriage to day 20 to year 25. Because that's actually what you want. That's what you want. You want that longevity. You don't want it to be like when that man gets, when you get to the 10th year, he don't look the same. His 6-pack is no longer, his 6-pack is a keg now. He did have a full head of hair. Now it's receding. He don't like to do nothing now. And y'all might have to go to the doctor because he might be having some other issues. Now what? You gonna leave him? Is he no longer good enough to be your husband? See what I'm saying? See, marriage is so much deeper than that. It's so much deeper than a list of stipulations in on a piece of paper. That's what I'm trying to get men and women ready for. But men, see, I'm not so much about what you're doing because you're picking her. The women are the ones I'm trying to free because y'all don't need to put these stipulations on these men and then ruin your relationship. Because if a ring needs to be $40,000, let me go back though. There was a comment, excuse me, there was a super chat I think I missed. Let me go back. Once we find it, we'll see. M Banks, how are you? Thank you so much for your $5 super chat. It says, Real Fam Champion recommended you. Hey, as a man, I like what I'm hearing. I know you do. Thank you so much for being here. But listen, I'm gonna go on and tell you these stipulations are coming. Ladies, I'm telling you, I'm talking to you ladies, and I'm coming from a woman that's been married a very long time. I'm not saying you can't have those things. I'm not, because guess what? And it may be not even fair for me to be sitting here with this ring on my finger in my life, but I've been married for 27 years this year, and I have put in my time, right? And I have gone through the trials, and that's why I'm here telling you. Now, did I come into my marriage with all those stipulations? I did not, because I didn't dream, though. I wasn't the dreamer. I'm more of the logical kind. I guess y'all can call me a little bit, I got a little masculine. I got both, and I know how to use both of them, right? I'm smart like that, and I'm trying to, help my ladies be that way also. But anyway, going back, if a woman comes to you with that $40,000, that 3 months of his salary, come on, y'all, men, I need y'all to put your foot down. And I need y'all to start talking what some women be saying crazy. Like, so do you want to be married with me, or do you want a ring? Because this is how it's going to go. I'm going to pick the ring and I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to ask for your hand, and that's going to be it. Whether you say yes or no, hey, it's on you. I need y'all just to cut it off, and enjoy yourself. If your man comes to you and asks you, listen, I'm ready to be married today. I'm just got up this morning feeling this way. I feel good. I just got up this morning. I feel this way. Come on, let's go to the courthouse. Let's grab these two old people right down the street. They can be our witness. Let's go. Spare the moment. Let's go. And your man says that to you, and you be like, no, I don't have the dress. Why today? Why? Men, sit her down, have a talk real quick. Do you want to marry me, or do you just want the wedding? Let me know real quick. And ladies, I hope you have the right answer. And you going down to that courthouse on the Wednesday and marry that man, because you can have the wedding anytime. But reality, I'd rather have the house than the wedding, because you ain't doing nothing but feeding a whole lot of people that may not even like you. So this is what I'm saying. And that's a stipulation. I've heard so many women, I got to have this wedding. I even heard a young lady who I definitely admire, and I'm sure they got the money, but she said the location where she wanted to have her wedding was $80,000. $80,000. 80. Now, listen, I'm just talking to regular people here. I'm talking to average people, because from my understanding, 10% of all the people in the world make 6 figures plus over and over and over, and they consider themselves millionaires and billionaires. I'm not talking to them. They can do exactly what they want. They're not my friends. Although I would love to have some, but they're not. I'm talking to regular people that may make 6 figures or more, who knows? But I want to be smart about mine. The young lady said the cost of where she wanted to have the wedding was $80,000. And guess what? If it rained on that day, she had to move the wedding inside. So the whole idea of having this wedding, this $80,000 destination, not necessarily, no, it was not a destination, this $80,000 attraction, right? It only worked well if we got to have it outside. But if outside rained, then what? You could have had it at my house, because I was going to see with some walls, right? But guess what happened, y'all? They got that attraction. They had the wedding, and it rained. It rained, y'all. It rained. It did. Mike Dove says, thank you so much, Mike, for your $5 super chat. I've been in the woods playing soldier. Listen, thank you so much for your service. I appreciate the fact that you could do that. But listen, guys, it rained. They had to delay the wedding a couple of hours, and they did, and it worked out. But $80,000, y'all. So I'm just telling you, men, ladies, I want y'all to cut it out with the stipulations. I want y'all to have a nice man who knows how to provide. Yes. 80,000. I could tell you more, but I don't want to call nobody out. I could tell you more. I'm just going to leave it right there. Yes. It was. And I'm sure they had the money because they did what they had to do. They did it. But do y'all know how much I could do with $80,000? And it was already her man. You know what I'm saying? He was already her man. They were already together. Come on, $80,000. And that was just the attraction or the location for the wedding. That wasn't the wedding itself, right? But anyway, I'm just saying these stipulations like that, you need to find a woman, men, that is willing to marry you on a Wednesday for $50. I don't know how much it costs to get married anymore. For $50. Even if you, I got something. Is this too sneaky? Men, if y'all interested in marrying someone you with right now, I want y'all to go up to them tonight or sometime at the end of this weekend. Be like, let's get married. And they say, when? It's like tomorrow. And they see what they say. If they don't answer that question right, I need y'all to sit down and I need y'all to draw out some plans. Y'all need to talk to them. Y'all need to give them the vision. Now, if that's your vision as a man, hey, I have nothing else to say to you all. I wish you the most. But typically men don't think that way. They don't. But ladies, if a woman comes to you with these stipulations and this is not what you have for her, you definitely need to have a conversation. And if the conversation, once you give her your vision of this marriage and how it should be, if that doesn't change her mind, she is not the one for you. I hate to say that, but she's not. She might be a beautiful woman, gorgeous face, body and everything, but she's not the wife. She's not the one you should marry. And you will have a hard time throughout. I promise you. And if she gives you too much rebellion, she's already showed you who she is. No submission. She's not going to be submitted to the program because it's coming in wrong. This is what stipulations do. That's what happens. Now, going back to the standards, if this man provides and he protects you and he can show you these things later, I need you to have that on your list. Not because he makes six figures, because he is who he is. Because he is who he is. Definitely. He is who he is. So I want y'all to do that. Chicago Rilla, how are you? I think I saw you in the chat a little bit ago. I was talking. I was in the middle of something, but it's good to see you. Oh, recently married man. Listen, and I think you got married on a Thursday. Listen, you got a good woman. You got a good one. But again, guys, these stipulations, look out for them. Look out for the stipulations. Women, I need your list to consist of the standards and what the standard looks like. Men, I need you to hear the conversation. I need you to check the stipulations before you get married. Check them before you get married to find out if this is someone that you can go your life with. Because remember, my marriage and marriage period for me is for life. You don't want to get married and realize that you've just married a woman that is very rebellious and has don't even want to ever be on your plan because you never gave it a vision. So I am holding men. I'm holding y'all accountable for it. I want y'all to draw your vision out. Make sure she understands the vision. But if she come up with a whole bunch of stipulations and they're not some things that you are in agreement with, or it's not things that you want for your wedding or for your wife, I need you to definitely leave her at the restaurant. Now, meet altar in your white dress. No, we ain't going that far. We got to make sure that the stipulations, everything is made clear and we're on the same plan. So again, if she comes with stipulations, the stipulations would be things like a destination wedding. It would be things like the white dress that needs the wedding dress that costs $3,000 plus. It needs to be the wedding ring or the engagement ring that needs to be 3 months of your salary. Oh my God, y'all have heard these. 6 figures, 6-pack. How about that? Come on. Good man. Look out for the good man. Now, he needs to be attractive. Don't get me wrong. He got to be attractive. Somebody said, didn't Kayla say that she wanted a man 30K? Yeah, and I don't think Kayla's married, is she? Oh, did she talk about a fiance? So guess what? Listen to pay attention to who you're getting your advice from. That's all I can say. Now, young lady Kay, she's married, and I bet Kay is very modest, and she's come from a 2-parent household, and I think her dad has definitely showed her some different things. So I'm all for her. She's married. I have nothing to say about that young lady. I think she has definitely, changed over the time, and I'm really rooting for her. You know I am. So with that being said, I'm going to open up the lines. And I want to hear what you all got to say. There are a lot more stipulations that I've heard of. And I know someone told me, like I said last week, they talk about the list. I'm just telling you, ladies, be free to love. Don't make it about stipulations. Be free to love the man that loves you. And it doesn't have to be about the ring. You going to listen, like I said, I'm 25, 26 years later. Actually, it's 27 this year. And I do have the ring, right? But I got the ring after all these years. I put in the time. I made sure the marriage worked. So we didn't need to. I got married on a Wednesday at 5:00. I did. I have not yet still had that wedding. So many people have these huge weddings and they only last for about 2 years. You can't outlast your wedding, the bill of your wedding. Come on, y'all. So these stipulations I'm talking about, I need y'all to understand, women, make sure he can provide, make sure he can protect, make sure he's a leader. And if he's not there yet, then you actually want to be able to feed into him to find out if he's that man. He doesn't need to be burdened down with, I need a wedding and it needs to be in Mexico and we need to invite 250 people and I need a ring. Oh, I need a house. I realize, y'all, we've been dreaming of these things as ladies since we were kids. I realize that. I realize we have a vision of the way our life should go. But real life is just what it is. It's not like that. It's not like that. You need to invest time. You need to invest time in your man and in your marriage. And women, we need to change our mindsets. I know we said we wanted a white picket fence and we wanted a dog and we wanted a child and all that, and it was perfect. It's not that way. These are things you have to build upon. Now, it can be and it will be, but it can't be stipulated as, if you don't do this, then I can't do you. So we're going to stop right there for just a moment because Mr. Steele just gave me a $10 super chat and it says, all that money spent for that big, beautiful fairy tale style wedding. You enjoyed the beautiful, but once the ceremony is over, welcome to the married life. Welcome to reality. You get the money line.
Money line, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline. Money line, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline. Yeah, yeah.
You showing off your skills up there today. I knew you had it in you. I knew it.
What's going on?
You keep doing it. You're going to get you a woman over here at SB Nation. I promise you.
Say what?
I said, you keep doing that, moving them shoulders, showing them you got them dance moves. You're going to get you a woman right here at SB Nation.
That'd be nice, but I might just die alone. I'm undecided. Or import, one of the two.
Well, that's true because I think we all go that way. Alone, there is. Before you get started, though, Neil Moses has definitely just given us a $4.99 super chat, and he says, "Can you speak on the stigmatization of divorcees?"
Huh?
Yes, we can. Who's been stigmatizing you though? Hold on, because I married one. We will talk about that, Neil Moses. We will talk about it. Okay, DP, how you doing today?
I'm all right. I'm kind of neutral on the topic.
Really? Oh, you like women with stipulations?
Here's my opinion. Now, I believe within reason. Stipulations within reason. Here the thing is.
Wait a minute now. A stipulation is, remember what it is though. It's like it's a demand.
Yeah. I'm
okay.
Cool with that.
Let's go ahead and hit that. Go ahead. Let's hear it.
Demands within reason. Let's just say there's this woman who she's 25 years old. She's got abs. She ran track at University of Arkansas. She's absolute beautiful and she's sought after by many. And she's a virgin or whatever. This woman is a solid 10 and her character and everything matches 10. And she's ready to be a housewife right now.
Okay.
And you present to her this guy who's making $50K. And she says, yeah, that's cool and all. But she's like, I used to wake up 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning to run track. I put in years and, I held this thing tight for all this time. 50K is cool and all. Thank you for your service. But $50K a month would be a little bit better. and she's able to attract that 500K. Is something wrong with that?
Well, I would say yes, but if that's what men will accept, then that's what they accept, because there's no longevity in that, because that 50K is just as solid as that 500K if the economy goes bad. Because it's not about money. I'm talking about, this is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a long-term marriage relationship where where they say, there's been for better or worse. Now, see, there's a reason why you say that. These are vows. These are things you say to the other one. And there's reasons why. Because if there wasn't reasons, no one would say them. But for better or worse, for sicker or poor, those things are said for a reason. It means the reason is these things might happen. I'm not talking about a fling. I'm not talking about 5 years. Let me see how you do. I'm talking about life. So in life, she's this Arkansas marathon, the runner, what have you. Mm-hmm. But she may be crazy. Mm-hmm. Might be a little loose. You don't know. And then I'm talking to him, the $500,000 guy. I don't know how he got his money. It may be legal. It may be illegal. But guess what? He may not have it for life.
Well, I was talking about more of not just 500K sitting in a briefcase. I'm more talking about the woman who did the work to make herself separate herself from the average woman and goes in the top category.
Right.
Then there's a man who's done the work. She wants the man who's also done that work to separate himself and put him in that category. Right. I'm talking character, I'm talking value, influence, all those things. He built himself to be that person. And I'm using people being solid 10s just for the point.
Okay.
Yes, we're aware that there are extenuating circumstances. People can get hit by a truck. Stuff can happen.
Life.
But is anything wrong with, just like if you raised your daughter or son and they done everything and they're at the top of their game, would you send them over there to just get the woman just over there? Or would you tell them, hey man, you need to go get you one of these princesses out here and y'all need to build a castle?
Oh, I wouldn't dare I would advise my son never to get a princess. Never. A princess ain't gonna do you no good. I would definitely tell him that. I would tell him to get a woman that's a God-fearing woman that knows her role as a wife. A princess may not know her role as a wife. That's all I'm saying. But a man,
I would count that in part of being a princess.
Huh?
Not just princess on the outside. I'm talking about total deal. Like princess and her father was a king. She knows how to be a part of that kingdom type.
She knows how to be a wife.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
That's a total package.
If the character's bad, it don't matter. If the character bad, it don't matter what you're dealing with. Just like a dude making a 500K. If his character bad, you're gonna be locked up anyway.
Okay, well then then there's no question. Then we're really not having a conversation, because if a man is good and he's a protector and a provider and he is a good man and he has all those other things and he's a follower of Christ and he has a principle and he has a vision and he's already given you that vision and he just happened to be a rich man, that's awesome. I didn't have to write anything down on paper. He got it all. That's great. And
I won't say it just happened that people get rich.
No, I'm just saying, I don't know how you made this money, but I'm saying it just happened, meaning that was the attraction. I didn't need to write that down. We're talking about women that have stipulations or men that what have you. I'm saying to you, just because a man is rich don't mean he get to have me.
Right, it's choice.
It doesn't mean, but see, the way things are moving now, we go for the men who are just rich get the woman just because they are rich.
Well, that's the okay.
And they ain't got no character at all.
No, that's the YouTube thing, where if I say the dude is rich, they're automatically, what about his character? Like, just like if you say a man ain't making 50K, they ought to assume that his character is great. Because you can have a dude with a bad character at 50K a month or 50K a year.
Exactly. That's why I said
what I'm saying, he's saying a dude who's rich and done the work.
75
I'm saying a man who's done the work at all angles. Just like men like women who are beautiful.
Right.
Just because she's pretty doesn't mean, well, she could be on Instagram. Meaning there's no false narrative coming behind it.
So this is what I'm hearing you say. I'm hearing you say that two people who are marriage material have met and they're good. They both want to be married and they are on the same plane. He just happens to be a guy that is 6 figures, and she just happens to be a woman who's a 10. I have no problem with that.
Okay, no, I'm just saying it's not just a happening thing. I'm saying
Just happen.
person puts in the work and they say, look, I don't want this over, I want to shop over here and I want this over here. And they're able to go and get that. That's all I'm saying. Is there anything wrong for them saying, look, this is what I want?
For the woman or the man?
Either or.
Again, it all depends. If it's external things, I do think there's something wrong with it. If it's all external, I definitely think there's something wrong with it.
Because security boss. This talks to a bigger issue, security boss. You know how many people claim they want something, but then they get that and they can't handle it?
Well, that goes to, well, not even know. See, that's what I'm trying to say to DP. DP, this is what I'm saying. I would think it'd be best for a woman to say what they don't want versus them saying what they do want, and it all be external. It all is external. I mean, because a man with money doesn't mean that he's going to treat you good. Actually, I would rather be with a man that I can build with than a man that's already that established. This is me talking though, right? I'm already married, but I would actually want a man that I could build with. So in other words, if there was a man that 500,000, whatever, versus a man that I could build with, I may be the one to go with the man I could build with. It all depends on my age and, where I'm at though, because, that's just me. That's just me. But let me do the super chat. It says here, Linus, how are you doing today? It says, thank you so much for your $10 super chat. And it says, hubby and I had 30 people in our wedding, including bridal party. We used the extra money to buy a 4-family building. That's what I'm talking about. See, I can't say she's a prime example, but this is what I'm saying as an example. DP, I think you're saying these people have the world, everything has come to them. They have everything. They've done all the work. There's nothing left for them to do. Then they can be together. There's no questioning that though.
No, I guess what I'm saying is there's a person who wants something and they want it.
Right.
And they're able to get it, or either it just is a deal breaker because that's what they want and something just doesn't work for them. There's something wrong with that. Now, some people are just out of reach, just insane.
Okay. Now let me ask.
Unfair, meaning a one-sided deal.
Is the thing that you want external, and is it a standard, or is the thing you want external and it's a stipulation?
Let's be real. There's stuff that people want that are standards, and there's stuff that people want that are stipulations. That's how people are.
I know. Which one is it? Which one's the deal breaker? Which one are you?
Let's be real. Men want pretty women.
Huh?
That's what they want. There's men who want pretty women.
I want everybody to have a pretty woman. I said attraction is a given. You got to be attracted to the person that you're with. That's a given. But that attraction may not be 6 foot, 6 figure, 6-pack though. That attraction could also be 5'10", 5'9", good looking face, beautiful skin, beautiful teeth. Man.
Attraction is subjective.
Exactly. True. So did I answer your question? It doesn't have to be. What I'm saying to you is when women or men say she got to be 6 feet, 6 figure and all of that, I'm saying it could come in a 5'9" or 5'10" package and be just as attractive and be everything that I want. But if I was so hung on the exterior, I may miss it.
No, well, we got to
talking about fair value to the market, fair market value. Like,
but we also got to admit, though, attraction is very important.
Go ahead, my dad.
Hold on for a minute. Let's do the money line song for Linus. Thank you so much for your super chat.
Money line, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline. Money line, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline. Yeah, yeah.
DP, I'm gonna say this part right here, and I'm gonna let you think about it, I guess. But what I'm saying is, attraction is a given. You got to be attracted to your mate, point blank. So, I mean, you just got to be. That's not. We're not letting that go. But I need to ask you a question. Mm-hmm. Do you think? Let me think of somebody that's real. Do you remember? Faith Evans and Biggie Smalls? Do you think Faith Evans was attracted to Biggie Smalls?
That was her decision.
No, answer the question, sir. Do you think Faith Evans? Can you answer honestly? Do you think Faith Evans was attracted?
Probably not.
Okay, all right. That's one example. Kevin Hart's wife, the current wife. Do you think Kevin Hart's wife was attracted to him?
I don't know. But you're talking about women and looks, and men value looks like 5 times as much as women do.
Yeah, I mean, you say that. I don't know about that though. No, see, women go for your pockets. They go for your money. They may not be the wife that you need, or they may not be the mother of your kids that you need, or even want. They may not even be good to you at all, but they will take your money. Is that what you're saying? Is that why attraction's not 5 times? No, I'm just saying women value money. Women will go for a person with money. That was the example that you say he's got $500,000, right? And that make a difference.
I'm saying the more simple way is there's a man over there. He says he wants what he wants. I want the prettiest woman I can go get. There's a woman over here saying she might like, I want the dude with the best connection he can get me. It might be emotional intelligence for her. It might be looks for her, or it might be cash. Whatever it is that she wants. She got a price, whatever it is.
That might be that could possibly be, but guess what? If that's not good for men. If that's the case, that's not the wife. We're talking about getting people married, being married forever, for a long life. I'm not talking about.
But we can't.
I'm just saying it does matter.
But we can't downgrade attraction like it's nothing, because it's like if you can't be willing to wake up to the person next to you every morning, that's going to be a problem later on.
Right. No, attraction is very important. Why would we downgrade it? What do you mean?
That's all I was saying.
No, not you. I wasn't talking to you, DP.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm saying. Go ahead, Mike Doug. You're saying kind of what I'm saying.
No, what he's trying to say is that it takes a bigger priority for men than it does for women.
I can agree. I do agree with that, but it's very important for both. It's very important. But I'm saying to you, as a man, your attraction is very important. But is she the wife? Is she a wife? Is she a wife? Is she gonna be the mother of your kids that you need? That's all I'm saying.
Yes, and I completely agree with you. But at the same time, if she's all that and you ain't attracted to her, it ain't gonna work.
Right. You don't see a wife.
No. You said you're seeing you have an attraction, right? The attraction just made you talk to her, correct?
Oh, you're talking about a woman you are attracted to.
No, yeah. Oh, listen, we can't get rid of attraction. That's a given. We have.
Okay.
I thought you was talking about someone who has all these attributes, but you ain't attracted to. I'm about to say that's never gonna work.
Oh, no.
Never gonna work.
Everybody needs somebody that they're attracted to. Everybody needs that. That makes
we're
a lot
good.
easier. But I do know women will get with a man that they're not physically attracted to because he has money. Now, does that wife? Does that woman mother your children the way that she's supposed to? Is that the woman you should pick? That was one of my questions.
I would not pick that, because there are some women who put money as such a priority that they consider that as an attraction. Like if they didn't have that money, they would not be talking to that dude. Let's keep it a buck right now. If he did not have that money right now, she would not be talking to him. But because she does, she gonna talk to him, and she gonna entertain the fact. Now, is that gonna last long? That's neither here nor there. But eventually, something gonna happen.
Is it fair to say though, if it's the character behind the person of why he's making the money, that it's fair to want the man making the money? Do you get what I'm saying? Do you believe that that's fair for a woman to ask for?
Yeah, because I mean, if you're asking for like someone who has a 9-to-5 working their ass off versus a scammer, I mean, there's a complete difference.
No, or meaning a guy making $300,000 a year, there's probably a reason why he's making $300,000 a year. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, because he's putting a whole bunch of time in.
You're trying to equate character to money.
I'm talking work ethic, some character, right. I'm talking about the right 300. A dude who done it the right way. I'm just saying, I'm not discrediting it.
Listen,
Scan, that's where I have to disagree with you. Is that just because you have a good job, you got good work ethic, don't mean you got good relationship skills.
It doesn't mean everything. I'm just saying that thing by itself. It can be a dude making $10 an hour with bad relationship skills.
Aaron said he with imaginary money. Listen, listen to this. This is real simple for me. Listen, you can have them. All I'm saying to you, women, men, you pick the woman, right? And I'm saying to you, make sure you're attracted to her, but make sure that her stipulations list is not one that gets rid of you or that supersedes who you are or that is that has nothing to do with the marriage, being with you. Or, we live in this fairy tale world where, like I said, we want a $40,000 ring, possibly. Even if you are a man and you can afford a $40,000 ring, does that woman want that $40,000 ring or does she want DP? That's what I'm trying to say.
All right. One last question, then I'm done, I promise. Okay. We're trying to make it a little easier. This one guy, he's 30 years old, and he says, look, he walks and looks the woman in the eye and say, look, I make 20 grand a month. I'm going to make sure the kids are homeschooled. I got this whole vision. This is what I've been doing for the last 5 years, just everything. You kind of get what I'm saying? There's that guy, and then there's Sam. They both got good character. They sit next to each other in church. But one of them saying, I got a full vision for the family, the kids, and everything. I got this put aside, this put aside. The second, third, fourth house are being built right now. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Those two different people?
What's your question?
Does it?
Those sounds like to me those are two good guys. They just haven't met the woman yet. You never said that they met the woman, but both of them seem. Not Sam, the other one that has the plan, the vision. He's a leader. He just needs a woman to fall into place. That's all. He's gonna find him a wife. All
I'm saying is those are two different people.
Right.
I'll leave it alone.
Everybody are two different people, but what you're so focused on is so many people are focused on the journey than the outcome.
All right. So Canadian born, how are you? And he
I'm doing good. How are you doing, my elder?
Go ahead, Canadian.
I would say that when I'm listening to this conversation, there's one thing that stood out and we're not talking about is the value system. Today's society is all about what kind of transaction can I make based on what you got. When you give an example of Kevin Hart and his wife, that was transactional because one, she's attracted to the money he's making and the lifestyle he's like, because that's what he wanted. Now, do I see them being together long enough? Not really, compared to LeBron James and his wife, who started from before he made his money from the very beginning. Look where we are right now. The guy is a billionaire. And guess who's loving it all? His wife. I think the problem we have today's society now, I can't even call it community among our people. We choose a corrupt value thing and hoping that we'll find the right one, which we're not going to find the right one regardless. While other people with other ethnic groups are starting early to build from ground up, to build something bigger than what we have right now. Our people think, okay, I can just cut the line, find someone who just made it everything through. He makes 6 figures, he got his own house, okay, I can just jump in. Now, if I was that brother, first thing you need to do is check her value system. What kind of value does she really have? She can fake it and lie to you, but you need to vet her properly well. Because if her value system not allowing your value system, drop her like a bad habit. That's number one. Number two, just because you make that money, you become a target for many false wifey materials. I'll say it again. Just because you make that kind of money, you get what they call a bunch of faulty wifey material. Because the reason why I'm saying this right now, because I observe, even though I'm married for 12 years, and I know there's something I've been going on for a while. It's just that we have not really trained the younger generation to look at things differently. We're all looking at, oh, he's chasing the bag, he got a great education, he got a car, he got a house. But yet, anyone can get that. But when it comes to an interpersonal skill, what kind of value system do they have that will keep that one going? Security board, you're the perfect example of a woman who had a strong value system on point with allowing your husband. That's why you have a long-lasting marriage. Many of the people cannot accomplish that because they're trying to cut corners to get there. It's not going to be possible. You can get everything you want physically speaking, financially speaking, but that main system that you're not checking, everything else will collapse.
Very good.
Canadian, I'm gonna use a basketball analogy so everybody understands. It's like I can't dunk, but I can't shoot, but I still want an NBA contract.
Oh God, very good. So listen, guys, I want to read, And we're going to talk about it in a minute, but I want to go to Hink, and then I want to go to Mr. Thanos over here. And Mike, did you want to say something before? Because you actually were here first, but you've been talking with us. Did you want to say something first before I read this comment?
Yeah, I just want to say that we live in an age where people are too materialistic. They care too much about resources.
True.
Like, I've seen some people who would be in the worst relationship, but hey, they got the money. And so I will sit there and deal with that. And then you got other people who would, I don't know, we just live in a weird time.
Well, some women would say they would rather be unhappy sleeping in a Mercedes than on the street.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, you're still unhappy no matter where you live.
Well, you know what, you can fake it if you sleep in a Mercedes. But listen, I want to read this comment. I want y'all to think about it, and we're gonna talk about it in a moment. But Panderson, this goes kind of to you. Miss Stormy Fairley says, does the dude that plans everything consider that the woman may have an opinion? I like that, Stormy. We're gonna talk about that in just a moment. But Hank, you're next, sir.
How you doing, security boss?
I'm good. You looking mighty fly up there right now.
Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you, ma'am. I wish I could look as sexy as you in the red, though.
You can't do that. It's just, this is me.
Dearly beloved.
Oh, that's right. Flex then, baby. Flex.
What's going on?
Flex like the champ that you are.
Thank you. What's going on?
Ain't that happening. I'm just enjoying the moment. Come up here and support you. I enjoy your show.
Thank you.
I'm waiting on my order, but I ain't seen it yet.
Oh, you did? You listen. Send me. Yeah, look, I got you. So
it's coming. It's coming soon. Don't worry. I'm just giving you a little grief. That's it.
All right. Thank you.
But I see my man Scam like up here, man. I'm trying to get my man hooked up, man. I'm trying to get him man. I'm trying to get him wifed up.
Uh-oh. Is he ready? I think he's ready.
I think he is, man. We just gotta keep him focused. That's it. I'm on the show on Sundays. They got some beautiful single ladies who are eligible and looking for a good husband. So you might want to link up, get in them DMs.
Didn't we tell him about that one time already?
Security boss, I'm gonna work him till I can't work him anymore. I'm gonna wear him down like low tires.
Yeah, break him down. There you go.
Security boss, whenever you're ready, I'll answer that question for you offline now.
All right. So King
I'm sorry, what you say, security boss?
I'm sorry. I was just speaking to King Thanos. I asked him how was he.
Oh, finding yourself, man.
Doing well.
Appreciate
good.
you letting me on the panel.
No problem. What you got to add to this? I saw you in the chat though. I did. Tell me about this coat thing.
Oh no, that was the way my grandmother and say courthouse.
Oh,
because she definitely was a woman who, her and my mom kind of cut from the same cloth. So, a lot of that money going towards, big rings and weddings. I'd rather spend, like 15 grand for, the honeymoon and get it over with. And the only reason I'm saying that now is because I'm 41. So if I was marrying younger, the whole stipulation list probably could be different and adjusted. But, if I'm marrying someone up in age 35 and up, like we got to be real now, because a lot of us got stuff already established. So does it really make sense that you want to be a quote unquote modern woman, but still hold that traditional value? It doesn't make sense.
But you know what? I got married when I was young. I was only 25, but my husband sold me the vision. And still with you now, you're older, so you can definitely write the vision. So that's what we're saying to these younger men. Have your vision on how you expect your life to be. It ain't got to be perfect, of course, but if you envision $80,000 for an attraction for your wedding spot because you're a six-figure guy, then okay. But is that really what your vision was? Is that real? No. Men don't think I don't think men think that way, but whatever it is.
Security boss, we could really care less about the wedding. We care more. We care more about the woman than the wedding. The wedding is more for the woman. Let's keep it a buck. We could care less about the wedding.
But I do care about the honeymoon, though.
Yeah. Well,
So
that's
that's why I said the one.
You know.
Yeah, we care more about the honeymoon and all the stuff that takes afterwards after the wedding.
Yeah.
The wedding is really for her, so she can show off to her friends, look what I got, and she can throw the bouquet and to say, "Oh, look at this. Who's the next person married?"
and I
We
get
don't care.
that's some
We
form
just looking forward to like, let's wait till we get back to this room. That's all we concerned about.
I agree. I hear what you're saying, and I agree with it. And I get that you may want a wedding, but I guess the whole thing is this: when you're dealing with a woman that is becoming your wife, you want to know that her mindset is becoming one that is a marriage mindset and not one of a selfish mindset. So even if you're willing to have a wedding, you still want to check the temperature to see if she's willing to go to that courthouse to get married. And I don't know how you do it besides just presenting it. Because if you wake up on a Monday and be like, dang, I feel like I can get married today, and you go through with it and you're planning on marrying her anyway, what would be wrong with that? You just want to know if she's this type of woman, or if she's the one, be like, no, that's not what my thoughts are. You know, me, if I got a good man, which I had, I'm like, okay, let's do it. All right, you know, and you know, if it was a bluff, it'll be on him, right?
But also, there is a lot of, I hate to say this, but there are a lot of women out there who are attention seeking. They gotta have the spotlight for at least a moment.
Well, listen, this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get men and women who want to be married from day 1 to year 25. So you want to know all that in the beginning, so you can sit down and have these conversations about where you are, who you are, because life is only going to reveal those things more and more and more. If she's a attention seeker and y'all out in public and something happened and then she go the wrong route, now you got this attention again. So you want to make sure that because what is that about? What is attention seeking? That's a selfish person. You want to nip that, or you want to get some kind of handle on it or something, or, you know, let's talk about it. Why are you acting this way? You know, you want to do something about that in order to get to the next step. I'm not saying don't marry her, because she could be a great woman, because we're not all perfect. And sometimes you have to grow socially. You know, you got to become mature in who you are before you can be that perfect woman. But she's got to be willing. And if you calling it out and you be like, hey, that was a real selfish move right there. And she be like, no, what I do? And you can sit down and talk to her about it and be like, yeah, you're right. I'm gonna have to check myself. That's what you want. That's the woman you want. That's your wife. That's the kid's mother. That's the one.
I would agree with you full-heartedly, but a lot of times these people do not have these deep-hearted conversations like they should.
Well, guess what? To do so.
And that is one of the biggest problems. There's some people who've been with each other with someone who's been with someone for 9 months, and they barely even know them.
That's crazy. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know how old most of these guys up on the panel. We're too old not to be able to have a deep conversation. We're not kids. We're not in our 20s. You got
It's
to have a conversation.
because it makes them uncomfortable.
I don't give a shit how uncomfortable she is, and you need to get over it as a man. I mean, that's just point blank period. The conversation got to have. Y'all talk about I don't give a shit about a big honeymoon. The hell with the honeymoon. Man, we go to Gatlinburg for all I give a shit.
Some men actually think that some of their women's behavior, well, let me say it this way, they overlook some of their women's behavior because they're teens or because they are a total package per se. They'll overlook the woman's behavior, or they'll say, oh, I'm sure she'll grow out of it. Some even say, oh, it may be her surroundings. You know, if you have a woman that, you know, not all women or men have proper etiquette. You know, most of us know when you walk into an environment, you smile and you greet everyone, right? We all know that. But there are some that think that we can walk into environments and not say anything. And if she looks good enough, and if she's a 10, the man might be like, oh, she just bougie. She just this. And they think it's cute. They never know that bouginess and that cuteness is going to come back on them. Like, especially when it comes to, babe, you going to fix my plate? Oh, no, I'm already in the bed.
I think it's a false narrative that when we say that a woman is pretty or she's a 10, all of a sudden now she's lacking something in 5 different areas.
You think it is? You think that's false?
No, what I'm saying is this. There can be a solid woman who's a 10. She's lacking etiquette, or she can be a 3 and still lacking etiquette, it's the same thing. Meaning,
no, what I'm trying to make it is you will overlook it.
You are overlooking, then
Yeah, they're just gonna have a problem.
Right.
But
Are we
if
actually? But here's the thing: are we actually overlooking it, or are we just keeping quiet because we know that's the best thing to do? Because as soon as we open our mouth, there goes the household.
Look at now, that's not gonna work. I'm not gonna sit there and be quiet if I'm investing my time, energy, and my life into this woman. I mean, it's like the stock, man. I'm gonna investigate the stock. I'm gonna research the stock before I make an investment. Before I put my money down, I'm gonna do a woman the same way. She's an investment. You're investing your time, money, and energy in her. You better research. You better have a hard conversation. I don't care how uneasy. I don't care how uncomfortable it makes her. It needs to happen. And if you're not, and if she can't, then leave her ass at the restaurant and be gone.
And that's exactly what will happen. Those type of simple women who are too worried about being uncomfortable, they will leave.
DP.
That's the sad reality. And I completely agree with you, bro. I'm on the same page with you, but I'm just speaking from a devil's advocate point of view.
Then you're doing me a favor.
DP.
You're both doing each other both a favor at that point.
DP, the reason why I said that is because I've heard men tell me right here on this platform that they will let a 10 get away with more stuff.
Oh, they got a problem there.
No, you've heard it too. Well, you should have. If you look at me a lot, they've been here and they said it. 10s get away with more stuff. That's what they say. Men say this now. Men say this, not women. Men say that.
I'm gonna start buying some more stock, and I'll be.
The only reason why teens get away with more stuff is because they're more concerned about the beauty of what they could happen. What could happen doesn't mean it's going to happen.
I don't know.
And that's what that whole pretty privilege comes into play.
Let's do this super chat from Freezy. Freezy, thank you so much for your $10 super chat. And he says, SB is speaking facts. So, Mr. King Thanos, let me share something with you. I think all the rest of them know. When you come over here to SB Nation and we do the money line song, we move our shoulders and we enjoy ourselves and we just let stuff go for a moment. Now, you look like the type of guy that might know how to move his shoulders. I'm assuming that you are. So when you hear this money line song, it's just going to get into you and you're going to just want to move your shoulders a little bit. I'm not saying act out, but enjoy the money line song. And here it is.
Money line, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline. Money line, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline.
Yeah, yeah. Aaron O says attractive people get away with more stuff in general. He just said everybody. Anybody have to get away with.
That's correct. That's correct. Yeah, that's when money doesn't matter. To start a relationship, I'm not saying it's going to carry the whole thing, but you know, when it comes to some of the top looking men or women, yeah, that's definitely guaranteed. So that list get put on pause when it comes to someone, you know what I'm saying, with them green, brown, you know, hazels and all that good stuff. Yeah. Yeah, that is definitely true.
But you're also a double threat if you got money and you're attractive.
Exactly.
That's a double whammy right there.
But here's the thing, with virtual deletion.
Exactly. But only time you could get away with unattractiveness is if you got money, because usually the unattractiveness is pretty much overlooked with that in that aspect.
Well, the money don't. See, I don't like that narrative either because. A lot of that stuff. People automatically assume just because you got the money too that every woman is just going to fall in line, and they can be attracted to you.
No, what I'm saying is that it's going to be short term. Every experience you're going to have is going to be short term because more than likely you're going to have women who are going to use you at that point.
So already,
they only can use you if you let them.
Have marriage.
Yeah, you can't just use anybody. Like my man said, you only use you if you let them. Don't be a doormat.
Mm-hmm.
So Scam Likely, what were you saying? Just a man with money. What were you saying? Say it again.
No, I'm saying it's the narrative as if because somebody has more, all of a sudden something is wrong. That's all I'm saying. Because
something no, not necessarily something wrong.
Triggering is something must be wrong.
And no, not at all.
Can't be pretty and have good character. Why dude can't have money and have the good character to go with it? Why
he can. Why would that be an assumption?
No,
why are you
in the spaces as we mentioned it when you say, well, there's a woman and she's super beautiful. Well, she could have this bad character. She could be I'm like, why they can't just be pretty and have good character? There's people who do have good characters, people who don't.
It's simple, DP. It's very simple because people live with a mindset when they speak negatively. No, they always go to negative first, no matter what.
That's what I'm saying.
No, she can have character. That's what we're talking about, Scam. We're talking about she's met all your original standards. But does she have a stipulation list? This is when it comes into play. This is when you start questioning yourself about, is this your wife? Is this the mother of your kids? If she comes out with a stipulation list that exceeds the marriage, she is not a good match. She is not a good wife. She is not a good mother of your children. That's what I'm trying to say. She may be a 10, beautiful. He may be a millionaire, beautiful, and they may meet up. But then if she comes with a stipulation list that exceeds the marriage, then that's what I'm talking about. And you know what I mean by exceeds the marriage?
Yeah, well, that's when you just look at the woman and say, no, we're not going to do this. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do this. This is what we can do.
Okay, why wouldn't you just walk away?
Ain't nothing wrong with asking.
But that's what I'm saying. That's how we begin. That's where I actually begin, right there. I'm saying if her stipulation list exceeds the marriage, meaning if you don't do this, I'm not going to do this. That is not the woman.
You're talking demand. I thought you were talking about requesting. Demand is a different story.
Stipulations. Remember, stipulations are those things that are demanded.
SB, are you talking about ultimatums pretty much? If you don't do this for me, then I'm not going to do X, Y, Z.
I don't want to call them ultimatums because you may do them as a husband. You may do them because you feel like, okay, you just said a moment ago, men don't care anything about a wedding. You said that, right? But you're willing to put out $40,000 for one. Why? Right? Or the example that I gave about the woman, she wanted they actually chose an attraction that was $80,000 to have their wedding there. Now, if he's a man, he really didn't care about it. He made it happen, or he contributed to the point that it happened. So why did he do it? So it's not like it's to me, that would be like it's a bit excessive. Now, do you want me or do you want this attraction? He went for it and everything is good. They seem to be doing very well. But I'm just saying to you, not everyone they are 6-figure plus, I'm sure, or making plenty money or what have you. I'm just talking to the average people who may be 6 figures or who may be entrepreneurs who, do the ebbs and the flows or what have you. Why would you go along with it if it's not something that you want to do? Or if you do want to do it, then you make sure it fits your plan. So like DP just said, I'm going to talk to her about it. So when he's talking to her about it, I'm assuming he's pulling her back and saying, listen, okay, I want you to have a wedding. I want to have a wedding, but it needs to look like this. Can we, if she's saying I want that, then what you going to do? You need to let her go.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but there's also some people out there, and this goes for men and women, who do not like confrontation.
Sorry about that, y'all. Who knows what happened? All right. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
All right. I have no idea. But before we get started, the patriarchy. Hello. How are you, sir?
I'm all right. How are you?
Doing well. Glad to have you here. Mike Dub, you want to try to complete what you were getting ready to say, and then I'm going to go up to this.
But yeah, I also want to say is like, what you were trying to say is like, why don't you say something, like, and all that? It's like some people will never say nothing at all. And I'm to speak a devil's advocate. There are some people out there who hate confrontation so much that they would rather go through the pain and never say anything at all.
Okay, and that may be true, but what that means is that if that is a successful marriage, it's going to be one where the man is probably very unhappy. And there may not be longevity in that. Because as a man, you have to say something. You have to have a plan. As a leader, I should say, as a leader of your household, not just a husband, as a leader, you have to have a plan and some sort of order to how this thing should go. And if you're sitting back and your wife is running everything and you're not delegating her to do so, then you are unhappy because you're out of order. If that makes sense to you.
I wasn't talking about for one particular party. I was talking about from both ends, no matter who does it.
Well, it's a man's job to lead in a marriage.
Right.
I would think he would be the most unhappy. And then if a woman would want to tell her husband what to do, I suppose she would be quite out of order too. And I'm thinking that would cause a lot of chaos later on.
Right.
It would, because let's be honest, there are some women who actually grew up in this and they become addicted with control. They have to be in control of every aspect. They don't know how to delegate.
I don't know, that sounds. But I saw a super chat here that I definitely need to say. Girl, I need to read it and make sure. I think it was Gia. Gia, where are you? Yes, Gia, how are you? She says, never underestimate how look driven modern men are. How look driven. Okay, I got you. They will not risk rocking the boat with a 10, but by not meeting their whims. Okay. That's why gold diggers and superficial men have a symbolic relationship.
That is true.
Very good, Gia. I like that. Thank you so much for your $9.99 super chat, and you get the money line.
Money line, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline. Money line, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna step out here on the ledge. I think everybody. Okay, so Canadian Born is married and Mike Dub is married. All the rest of you are single. I'm gonna tell y'all something about women, right? Women love men that can dance. I just thought I'd let y'all know. All right, keep that in mind.
It's true.
Did that a long time ago.
So,
the dancing.
how are you, sir? What you got to add to this?
Who? Me?
The patriarch, yes. Would you like me to call you that, or you got something?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I was listening for a little bit. I saw a couple other people I knew up here. I agree with some of the stuff that the people said about maybe letting women get away with more because they're attractive. I do think being attractive is the most important thing a woman can do. Anything else outside of that is kind of irrelevant. Women are actually getting more unattractive today due to like being educated and making more money and stuff like all the stuff that they think men like. That's what's making them more unattractive. So they're gaining in weight. They're more of them are not even liking men. They're liking other women. It's just like So money and education just aren't a good mix. So I think that. Being attractive for a woman is the single most important thing that she can do. Like I always say this: women, tire irons and football kickers all are the same. They all have one job that they're supposed to do.
Okay, what's that job?
For women or for the football kicker? Or for the
okay, I thought you. However you want to explain it.
Oh yeah, women's main job is to support a man.
Okay.
Yeah.
The tire iron is to change a tire?
Yeah. If a tire iron said, hey, I think I want to go to college and get a PhD, I don't know about that. So.
But you want to know where that comes from, though? Is that the more we live in a society now, the more educated you are, the less agreeable you seem to be.
The less agreeable?
Yes.
Okay. But you know what? The patriarchy is one thing I didn't hear you say that men usually never forget. Beautiful and beauty and attraction is very good, but most men want the cooperation or i.e. submission from women more so than anything. And I didn't hear you do that.
Well, the thing about it is this: the education and the money, as Mike said, makes them, you know what I mean? Makes them not want to focus on their job. I think that they go hand in hand. As women gain more education, as women gain more status in the world, they tend to get less attractive. Like, so for example, if you go to places where women have harder this is anybody. If you go to places where women have harder conditions, they're way more attractive than American women. If you go to the third world, the women there are way more attractive. American women, for the most part, are not saying you per se, but they're getting fatter. They're getting more into other women, but they're also getting more educated. You know what I mean? So it's like, and more money, and they're making more money. They're chasing the bag. They're chasing the bag and a bag of Doritos at the same time.
And you know what's even more funny about that is that they're going to get the advice about men from other women
Yeah.
instead of men.
So this woman down here, Amari Sweet, says, so we're supposed to depend on a man. Hey, Amari, how about the next time your house sets on fire, we send female firefighters, and then we can see how that works out for you.
You gonna wish your house catch on fire?
No, I'm just saying this person's like, oh, so we're supposed to depend on men. That's already what you're doing indirectly.
Yeah, we do. Miss Sweet, we do depend on men. And you know what? If you want to come up and give more context to that, we would definitely love to hear that. But I love the fact of depending on a man. I like the fact that you all are responsible. My husband is a prime example. I say to him all the time, you did it. It's your fault.
Men depend on other men. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, we depend on, yeah.
I agree.
Like I said, if my house burns down, I don't want female firefighters trying to get me out of here.
I agree with that. Listen, if the dog gets loose, I want to make sure there's a man around. All of that. I don't think a woman would protect me from a dog. You're exactly right. I agree with that.
But what I don't get is the level of ego it takes to sit there and say, I don't mean a man for nothing.
Well, it's
like, just the level of ego behind that statement. It's just atrocious to me.
Those are them golden girl chicks. So they're gonna all move in together in Florida somewhere, or down in Tampa with Scam Likely, and they're gonna enjoy the rest of their life together. The hell with them. Move on to the next one. Hey, fellas, to be sitting there with climbing and begging and please these tack-head chicks. We don't have to. And my man, like you said, looks. I need more than just looks.
Yeah,
I need a whole conversation. I need for you to know how to do what you need to do in the kitchen. I need for you to know how to use a vacuum cleaner, a broom, and a mop. I need more than just look. You can look good, but your attitude shitty. I don't want your ass.
Well, you can't clean efficiently if you're overweight as a woman. So you know what I mean? It's like you can't do that. I know there's standardized things that men want women to do, such as like cooking and cleaning. And then think about women with children, right? So you're going to run around with children all day when you're 70 pounds overweight. You're going to have children when you're 70 pounds overweight. Like, come on now.
I don't know nothing about that because, man.
But I'm just saying that goes into the attractiveness.
Well, listen.
Ain't no more kids coming out of this pipeline, big brother.
Women do have their issues, and we all know that. But going back to what Mike Dub said, Mike, I think a lot of that is talking points, because women do need men. If there's a rat in the house, we're calling an exterminator, who's probably a man, or your husband's if you have one. So I just think that's something that women say, I think, just to maybe get the goat of a man. I really don't know. I don't even think it's much you have to address with that, because there's no that. We actually need each other. We actually need each other.
I think it's more to just to make you feel better, because how many times of us have had a bad day at work and say, F this, I don't need this job no more. We do that just to make ourselves feel better.
Yeah, to make yourself feel better. I got you. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't put too much into it because I need men. I like the fact that you all are here. I like the fact of how you present yourself, most of you. Now, there are some bad men in the world, so we all know that. So, I don't know. Is it Mary? I think she should definitely come up and explain, her point. But we definitely need men, and we need women too. And we need women to be in the best health that they can be. So that's a given. But I don't think y'all should argue those points. I think traditional men who know who they are, don't worry about those type things. I think you probably should be more dismissive to that than anything. It's just that they are maybe at a crossroad in their life or maybe had some trauma, maybe had a bad experience with a man or what have you, and maybe doesn't have an example of a good man or haven't seen it happen before. But I'm the example, been married 27 years. So ladies, it could be a good situation. Don't group them all together. Not all men are bad, and not all ladies are bad either.
Just curious, where'd you meet your husband?
Where did I get him?
Where'd you meet him?
Oh, actually, I met him in a nightclub.
Interesting.
I know, because right now you all can't go to nightclubs. It's ridiculous.
We can't. It's women twerking on other women.
No, see
hey, like people in the chat don't know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about. Let me tell you something else different too. In my day, when my husband and I got married, and before we actually dated each other. Men and women dated, which I'm understanding now for this generation and on. Dating is having sex. So I think we all need to get some order back to our lives so we can clearly see what we're doing and see who we're dealing with. And I think that's a big problem also,
Hey, security boss, can I speak to that? So the thing with dating is it's almost like that's more important then asking those important questions.
What
Like,
happened?
no, like the whole dating part. Like,
Yeah.
like if I come out with my plan of what I want to do, and I'll do that on the first date, second date, but the focus would be, oh well, I'd rather date first. I'd rather date and see if I feel comfortable around you. And that's the part I don't understand, because me at 40, I need to know day one if you want to have kids and I don't, or the other way around.
Oh, you're saying you're just trying to have conversation and they're evading the conversation?
Right. That, like, they'll rather focus on dating itself, like that's the actual way in to a relationship. Because
Well,
my thing is, like, my goal is to get married. So why do I need to focus on dating per se when it comes to going to this restaurant, going to this beach, going to here?
No.
Just to show you, because most of the time, if you even bring up money, they don't really believe I make the money I make, and that's another thing that's crazy. It's like they get ready to if I am who I say I am and they're really not ready, it's like it's making that mirror point back to their face. So I usually see self-sabotage come up. So it's
right. So
I'm trying to understand that.
Okay, I got one for you. So let me say this. I need you to always show up the man that you are.
Right.
You're the man that opens doors, car doors, doors to the restaurant or whatever. Do who you are. Be who you are. If you're the man that doesn't like a whole lot of dating, because the reason why I'm saying that is because my husband and I dated a little, but we were married within 6 months. Mm-hmm. Okay, so it doesn't require all of that. We spent most of our time in conversation. Most of it. So almost like a week of us talking and having conversation was almost like 3 months, if that makes sense.
No, that makes perfect sense.
Constant conversation, getting to know who you are, what you think, how you move, your belief system, if it's even comparable to mine, even different scenarios on how you respond, what's your family like, all within a short period of time. So that was what's more important, not the dates at Roof Crisp, not how much money I make, right. That he was a man. He had a plan. Whether he was clothed in it at that time doesn't really matter. He had a plan and I believed it. He showed me his plan. I believed in him, so I trusted him. So that's where we're faltering. But you are a grown man. So I would say get a younger woman. I hate to say this, but I would get a younger woman. Someone that you can share your vision with and that won't question who you are as a man. Because you're being questioned as a man because you're dealing with women probably that have lived a lot of life. And when we live a lot of life, a lot of traumas and a lot of bad relationships and all that stuff comes with us. And if we haven't had someone tell us this or gotten help for it, it's just going to be brought up on you. We're going to be subjecting you to all of those things.
Yeah, it's like it's like taking tests,
right?
Every day, trying to show you what I'm not.
Right.
And it's ridiculous.
Now the other thing too is, I'm my husband's second wife. Now, were you the person that mentioned that? Were you the one that mentioned? Someone mentioned being what was it? Divorcee. Was that you? That was not you, obviously.
Well, I was divorced with and I had the wife that was competing or controlling.
Someone said something about being a divorcee today. How come?
Today? No, that wasn't me.
How come it's I guess it was looked down upon, and I was just wanting to let them know, listen, I'm my husband's second wife. I don't think, actually, if I talked to my husband about it, he would tell me he was glad that he went through the first one.
I agree.
Right. So I forgot who that was. I'm sorry that I lost it. He was actually glad that he went through the first one to realize now, okay, I see now what I need. Now I'm going to tell y'all something. The first one possibly was a 10.
That's interesting. But here's the thing.
Overlooked a whole lot of things, but she was in his mind at a younger age, all of that. Right. Now, me, of course, I think I'm a 10 too, because I'm a delusional woman. Right. And I have it all together. But I was a single mother, had already come from a relationship somewhat the same as he, but we still made it work, is what I'm saying. So I wasn't in a package and neither was he, but it really didn't matter because the attraction was there, but I didn't have the list and neither did he. He knew what he didn't want it and he knew who he was. So that's,
you don't know what you need till you get it.
Exactly. He knew what he was, and that was what's the most important. So I just need men. It's
The
not.
security boss. The
It's just
security
really.
boss.
Go ahead.
I'm
Sorry.
a big believer. Some people are put in your lives to learn from.
I can do that. Yes, that could be true. Definitely.
Like he probably wasn't really mean to marry. His first wife was meant to learn from, so he could be with you.
Well, I mean, it showed them a lot. You know how sometimes, they say you got your girlfriend here and you thinks it automatically evolves into a marriage. That's what it was. It was his girlfriend long term. She's everything that I probably maybe put on paper, but knew nothing about being married. But you don't know that until you get married. And once you get married, you see all these in the play, and then you realize, oh, she wasn't that. She was just a pretty face. And then, she wants you to be everything and more and more and more. And you're like, but what are you going to be? You can't even help me achieve this at all. She can't even be that helpmate that is the role of the woman. So now what?
Hey, I had a question.
Okay.
When you got married, did you feel like you were stepping out on faith? Or did you feel like everything was aligned and this is the person and this is exactly where I'm supposed to be and the person I'm supposed to be with?
It didn't. I'm going to be very honest with you.
I'll tell you why in a minute. Go ahead.
Okay. I did not, being married didn't even get real, didn't even become real to me until I was saying my vows.
I don't understand.
I don't either, but that's true. When I was repeating my vows,
First time, right?
It was my first time, yes.
So that's why. Right.
When I actually repeated my vows and was sincere about what the justice of the peace was saying, it all became real at that moment. And that was because I was building a relationship with the Father, right? Now understand that. So when it all started becoming real, then it began to line up. Then I began to hear the requirements of myself. My knees began to shake. Honestly, this is honest. But I said to myself in that moment, I can do this. This is what I want. And I was not going to disappoint my husband nor the Father. So I don't know if I answered your question or not, because I knew I didn't have everything. We weren't rich. We didn't have everything we needed. I was 25 years old. My husband was 30. So life wasn't done for us. We needed to grow, but I knew that I was going to make it happen, or that we were going to make it happen. We weren't going to give up on it. So I knew that. So was it a dream?
You were willing to take the risk.
Yes. But I don't even see it as a risk because I know who got my back.
I think you're being vulnerable. And when I say being vulnerable, you're allowing things to happen because so many people operate in fear these days. And you just ruin so much stuff trying to control it.
Right. You're exactly right. I was being very vulnerable. And I believed in it, though. I believed in what I was saying. And I
think it's also that you really, really respect marriage. Like, you know what I'm saying? Some women go into marriage not respecting it. It just, it's mostly bragging rights nowadays. Look, girl, I was married now, that type of shit. But
Freezy, I didn't do that until that moment, though. I mean, I thought I was doing it. You know what I'm saying? I thought I was, but not until that moment that I actually heard and felt those vows that I really realized what it meant. See, you know what I mean by that? We could say this all day for better or worse. We could say it 20 million times a day and it doesn't affect us at all. But actually because what is better and what is your worst? I mean,
security. I'm glad you spoke on that because I've been watching your show for a while, and you always speak truth to power and truth to Black love and truth to the position of submission. I believe that you find yourself to be a submissive woman, right? But let me speak to this because I was watching your show the other day. You were speaking about Monique, and you were speaking about her mental state after the trauma she had been through, right? Mm-hmm. Would you say that when you start dating again and then you actually got married to your husband, would you say that it's not only because you was beautiful, because you are beautiful?
Thank you.
But was it about your mental stability and your emotional stability as well? Because in my experiences dating, especially as of recently, we have a lot of Moniques out here. Some of them beautiful, some of them fat like her. But one of the things that people don't focus on enough, and the young light-skinned brother beneath you, he was focused on a woman actually playing her role and actually staying in shape. But it doesn't matter if she's in shape or not, if she's mentally and emotionally fragile, and also completely, if she's emotionally fragile, just like if a man is emotionally fragile, that might damage the relationship, just like Monique has damaged hers, right? What can you say to that, to women, to be more emotionally stable? And two, I know you had a child before you got married. Did you suffer from any postpartum depression, if you don't mind sharing?
Second question answered first. No, I did not. I didn't suffer from any postpartum. I had an outstanding support system. I was very young. I was a fiance. I was supposed to be a military wife like Mike Dub and going into that was supposed to be my life. That didn't happen. Listen, I'm going to say this. I praise God that it didn't happen, because that was not what I was supposed to be doing. It was not. So that was not the man. So understand that. But to answer the first question first, let me say this about marriage. And I don't know if people know this. The love, the true love that comes within a marriage reveals trauma. Okay. So sometimes we don't know that we're as broken or as dysfunctional as we are until we get into the marriage. So when you're saying that these women are mentally ill or what have you, and they've had these things happen to them, sometimes they have not even dealt with them at all, or even took the time to think of it twice. You know how you can go through something, know it happened, but put it so far back behind you that you don't even think about it until that sore is touched. And when your husband or the person that you're that sore, then it all of a sudden becomes real again. It comes to surface. And now what? Now you have
and now, it's not just the woman, it's the men too.
Oh yeah, but wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let's don't go that direction yet, because men have a problem with having trauma. They don't want to ever tell anybody that they have trauma. So hold on to that. The women, once this trauma then is revealed, we haven't told anyone, or if we did tell someone, that's another part of our trauma, because that person we told didn't do anything about it. Okay, so now as a husband, as a spouse, as the person that we're becoming one with, it is time for you to do something. Now, instead of attacking that in the physical, like Monique's husband has, we need to get some help, because you brought it out of me. Now, it was already there. I'm not saying it wasn't there. It was there, but I never dealt with it. And nobody ever, have you ever experienced something where you've gone through something, but nobody believed you went through it? So obviously you begin to think it's not true. It's not true, right? It never happened, because nobody believes you. So it didn't happen. So now it's way back there. And then now you're with your husband, and your husband is believing you, and you're crying on his shoulder, and he's asking you what happened, and he's caring, and you're vulnerable with him. And it's all of a sudden real again. Now you need some help, because believe it or not, even though you pushed it way back, it still shaped you. It shaped every being of your body. It's why you respond the way that you do, but you had no idea. So Daryl, when you find that woman, she's not going to be perfect. You pray for a whole woman, but she may be broken. If it's a willing woman, that's the woman that you want to make your wife. Once and if you come across anything that needs to be healed, then that's what you're there for, because there shouldn't be anything that God put together in marriage that should be too heavy for the both of you or each other, one of you. That's how it should be. And you should go take her, or you all both should enter into some type of therapy where she can talk about this and walk it completely out, so she can be the best version of herself. Now, of course, if she knows about this and she refuses to do anything going into that relationship, then you wouldn't do it. You wouldn't bring it on, because marriage is not easy. Marriage brings its own different trials. You would just be adding to already a broken person. And that makes no sense to me. That's not win, that's lose. So I would, not necessarily walk away, but try to get the person the help that they need. If again, she's willing, and a person that you can invest that kind of emotion, time into, but you have to do all this work prior. Don't add to it. Don't give her no baby. Don't. It's just plan your life. Be very, well, gosh, I just lost my word. Be very, what's the word, y'all?
Intentional.
Be
Intentional.
very intentional with everything you do. Don't be
Always. Correct.
nothing up on this woman or men, vice versa. Don't do that. But it can work out. But it'll be for forever, though. I'm talking forever marriage. I ain't talking about 5 years now. I'm tired of him or I'm tired of her. I'm not talking about that. I mean, even if she get fat, I'm talking about taking her to the track, to the fat doctor, to the bariatric clinic, whatever you got to do. Because believe it or not, men, women feel better when they look better.
Thank you. I was going to say, hold on a second. So he said something about what I said about women looking attractive. An attractive woman is a better person. These women who are letting themselves get out of shape, they're not good people. Okay. And if you can't maintain your weight, you can't maintain a household. All right. So I understand. And that is their sole job is to maintain a household. And so I get what you were trying to say, Daryl, about how I said something about the way the women look. People who look better, they had a lot of times they had to earn that. They had to maintain that. They took a certain level of discipline.
It does.
Right. And
Yeah.
so maintaining your looks, putting money into your looks, I think that those people are just better people. I mean, just to be honest with you, I'm not saying like I'm the top dog, but I do think Arnold Schwarzenegger is better. Like these people are just better than the rest of everyone else. I'm sorry.
Security boss, can I speak to you? You got to say something.
Let me address him just for a little bit though, but to say something, Daryl, he's somewhat right because women who are overweight or who don't have good health, women and men, but I'm talking to women right now. They do tend to be women who are mean, very angry all the time, very chaotic. They do. I'm not saying a thin woman can't be, but they sometimes that does happen, and it's only because they don't feel good. They don't feel good. Sometimes they may have diabetes or high blood pressure, whatever the situation is, and it makes you not feel good as a person. You know, internally you don't feel well, and when you don't feel well, you don't respond well. But that's all things that can be corrected, and the patriarch is correct about that. It may not be something that can't be corrected, but it is something that we need to know that is a seer. They can be better people. We all can be the best version of ourselves. And that's what you need to always keep in mind. And you can't do that being 70 pounds, 50 pounds overweight. You really can't. And that's an honesty. That's a hard honesty, but it's true. But hold on for a minute, Panderson. Go ahead, Freezy.
Before I cammed up, I heard a conversation about special. They didn't say this per se, but I took it as like special privileges that good-looking women have, women with money. I think Mike Dub said plenty guys are less likely to speak up or have confrontation with women like that.
Yeah, he said there are some men that will not.
Yeah, so basically, I wanted to speak to that. Basically, what you're doing is you're giving women like that power to make you simp. And right. What we have to understand is that this is why society is becoming weak right now. And I know patriarchy speaks to this a lot too, as far as how women are taking over. They're taking over because of these type of things. Women smell blood. They know that, you want to say something, but you're not because, you're afraid of losing them or you're afraid of not getting the poom poom for about 2 weeks. Women use this as leverage. Hink, the tenacity and the attitude that Hink had, he was right on point. Leave her at the restaurant. This is why Mike Tyson got treated the way he did by Robin Givens. This is why we just heard Michael B. Jordan, get publicly rejected, and all of the women are praising Lori B. Harvey when he should have just put his foot down and showed the type of leadership that he was supposed to show from the beginning. Okay, so and let's not get misconstrued. Part of being a leader as a man is leaving women when you're supposed to. Sometimes you have to leave women and show them you haven't met the quota. You aren't right now. You aren't right for me, for a good man. And when you do leave, I always tell guys this: it's nothing wrong with leaving women. Okay, women do it all the time. Okay, but you got to grab your nutsack and do it too. Just because a woman looks good Just because a woman has has a Mercedes Benz or a BMW or a Range Rover truck doesn't mean you still can't be the man who you are. Recognize your worth as a man. Always remember, at the end of the day, you are the man.
Yeah, I always say that to men: don't allow women to keep you from being men. Don't let them
Yeah,
change, because I
You
hear
giving them power to make you simp. That's
well,
basically what you're
that's
doing.
some bullshit.
what I hear a lot is men say, these
Facts.
people won't allow you to lead them. I hear that a lot. And I'm not sure about what they're saying. But before we get started, Alan Q, hey Q, how you doing? She says, hey SB and a panel of gentlemen. Absolutely, thank you Q. But listen, the somebody had a comment in there about the men. Listen, no one is how can I say this, as effective as they need to be if we are 50 and 70 pounds overweight. That's a woman and a man. So it's not that we're not talking about men right now, because we're not. We're talking about women, but it doesn't exclude them. Okay, I'm not using the men for examples. I'm talking to the women. So hopefully y'all can hear that. But it was something else we were saying right before that.
I think Hank was about to say something.
Who was it?
I think Hank was about to say something.
Wait a minute. No. I remember. Daryl, did I answer your question totally?
No, yes, you absolutely did answer my question completely, because I do believe that there's women who are beautiful, in shape, make money, all these different things, but they're not mentally able to come into a man's life, and emotionally definitely not ready to come into a man's life. And a lot of reasons, sorry, and a lot of situations, they lead that man astray, or they usually lead him to a better woman. That's why I more want to talk about the mental side of things, because I believe there's women out here like, listen, our community talk about Lori Harvey's, Kim Kardashian's, all these different women. They call them crazy, say that they A, B, C, and D, but these women are beautiful and they are in shape. But yet, some of our community wouldn't suggest these women to their own sons, their own brothers, nephews, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, because of the way that they think and the way that they move and behave emotionally. That's more what I was focused on, is the mental health and the mindset behind the woman. And I agree with Freezy that men should be able to move on. If you can pull one baddie, you can pull 5 or 10 more baddies. That shouldn't be a problem unless the man is insecure. That's how I feel.
So listen, let me read this comment. Just Jay says, Security Boss, we talking about the women like we always do. And she laughed out loud. Just Jay, you are exactly right. And let me tell you why I'm talking about the women. I'm talking about the women to men because I want the women to win. I want the women to know exactly where they need to be and exactly what they need to know to be in a successful marriage, covered by men who are successful men and are on their purpose and doing what they're supposed to do. And if this is the way we have to get the message out, I got to be the one. So what we're doing is we're putting it all out, and the men are helping me lay it all out. So women, all y'all got to do is be in the background, take notes.
Can I add to what you said about what Just Jay asked? She asked what's the mental state of men, right? She wants to know that part. Well, I was just speaking to that. Don't simp. That's the mental state of men nowadays. We got too many simps. We got too many guys pandering to women just because they look good, just because they got money. This is the mental state of men. But the problem is, once a real man gravitates to real leadership, the woman is not ready for that. She's not ready for that type of leadership.
So listen to this. Listen to Just Jay and all the other women here in the chat who are not married and who want to be. And Just Jay, I'm not saying that that's who you are, but I'm just saying you're a woman in chat. Look and see what's going on around you. We have how many men? 2, 5, 8 men here, right? And each one of them has added to the conversation what it is a woman needs to have or a woman needs to do. The patriarchy, he said, a woman needs to be, in order for her to be healthy, to be the best woman and wife she needs to be, her health needs to be in place. She can't be overweight. She needs to know how to manage a house. He said that. So a women, I need y'all writing that down. Darren Long has said, I really don't know about these women bringing this trauma here. I don't know what can be done. So he just said, women, make sure you got some good mental health. And if you got a child, make sure you're not suffering from postpartum. They said it. Did you hear it? I don't know if y'all heard it or not. Canadian Born down here says, listen, I need for y'all to stop putting all this material things in front of me being a real man. He said it. He said it. Now, Hank just said, if you act up, I'm just going to leave your ass at the restaurant. He already said it. So you know you got to come to him correct. King Thanos has said the same thing. He wants a traditional woman. But why do I have to always suffer for all this past trauma that you've been through? Accept me for me. He said, he's just told y'all, women, when men, don't treat all men the same because we're not all the same. He just said it. And Panderson, I'm still trying to find out what Panderson is saying. But I think what he's saying is he wants a good woman and he wants to be able to pick her and she needs to be in shape.
Dearly beloved.
So did I miss anybody? Oh, Freezy. Freezy just summed it up. He wants y'all. Freezy summed it up. He's also about the mental. And he just wants you all to understand that men are men. And he wants y'all to hear what they're saying. Y'all, I just gave y'all the clue. It is right here. So instead of me being a woman telling you all what men want, and how to achieve it, the men just did it. So what are we going to do with it? So Just Jay, you know what? We did all this without bashing women. There was no bashing here and there's no war. We were just having conversation. So I got another super chat here. It's the Doberman. Raising 80% of the kids alone, but want to blame men. Well, I don't know where this fit into the conversation, but let's just see where raising 80% of the kids alone, wanting blame men. So this person, Doberman, is saying that the ladies are raising 80% of the kids alone, but they want to blame the men. So guess what? I have an answer for that too. So all those 80% of the women, and we know we won't get 80%. So I'm going to start with 50%. So 50% of the women of the 80 that are raising these kids alone, if you know who the father of those children are, I want you to reach out to that dad. And I want you to do nothing but try to build a relationship amongst the child and the dad. Not with you. He ain't got no car. He ain't got no job. He ain't got nothing. I hear everything you're saying. No car, no job, no money, no nothing. He got nothing, but you still had a baby with him. You did it. It was good too, girl. I know it was good because you had a baby. So nobody decided to stop. There was no pullout game. There was no birth control. There was no plan B. There was nothing. We was just out there screwing.
Dearly beloved.
Screwing, having a good time, girl. I know I did it too. I did it. But guess what? 50% of y'all, I want you to go find that man, whoever he is, wherever he is, all his no job having, all of that, Pookie, Ray, whoever he is, I don't even care who he is. I want y'all to go find him and I want y'all to make him, I'm gonna say make him. It ain't really making. Encourage him to build a relationship with that child that you are parenting alone. And I would say to you within 90 days, 6 months, that relationship will look totally different. You will no longer be alone in raising that child. That man will be up beating himself on the chest, talking about how much of a daddy he is to be included in his child's life. I promise you he will. And all you got to do is maybe get in your car that you have because you made it. You had your support system. You got some money. You got a good job. You got all of that. So I want you to get in your car with your child and I want you to take him to the dad. And I want you to make sure they have a relationship. You teach them what's good. You teach them what's bad. You stay there until you feel comfortable enough leaving your child alone with them. But I want a relationship. I want you to want a relationship between you, that child, and her dad, or that child and his whatever, whatever the dynamic is. And if you do that, you will see a difference. You will see a difference. It won't look the same. But before we go on, let's do this super chat. Mr. Steele says, before anybody gets into a relationship, you must be mentally ready. You must deal with your issues, especially if you are a man, since you plan to lead, protect, and provide. Thank you so much for your $10 super chat, and you get the money line.
Money line, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline. Money line, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline.
Yeah, yeah. So to finish.
Security boss.
Wait a minute. Let me get done with my solution.
Okay, my bad.
I'm trying to nip that 80% because I hate the fact that a woman has to raise a child on her own, because it's not the balance that we had the child in. You know, there was 50% man and 50% woman when we was making it. So we need to get back to that. Now, I understand that there may be some misfortunes. I may have picked the wrong man to have this baby with, whatever the situation may be, but it's here now. This child needs both. And if the parent is there, the dad is there, the mom is there, let's make it happen. And if it means and requires that it's going to take a little bit more from the woman because she's living, you know, she has the support system, she's on top of it. It may take a little bit more from her, but I promise you it only take more for a short period of time, because all men need is encouragement and little successes. You know, if they successfully have that relationship and they see things around, they'll do more. They have some more success, then they'll do more. They have some more success and they'll do more. And then pretty soon, that man that was the baby of the dad, he gonna be a whole father by the end of the year. I promise you he will. He'll be a whole daddy. But we gotta invest that time. So someone would say, okay, yes, Canadian born. Go ahead, sir.
I'm going to say something to the ladies out there. First and foremost, stop trying to look for the guy who have everything. Look for someone you can build with. When I met my wife, I didn't have everything. I was going through some situation. When we got married, everything, I let her know I will put myself to the ground and make sure I work my way up to where I am right now. Because I think we forget that instead of looking for someone who's fully made, look for someone you can build a foundation, build a great future with, not jump in after you don't accomplish everything. You're not going to look in the same eye thinking that, okay, you will share this work with you. You'll look at you like, you know what, let me see what you're going to do in the next couple of years. If she's trustworthy or not, to be honest with you. Because when Jeremiah said he went to like 3 weddings among his 8 peers, that says something.
I see it all the time. But listen, guys, live, make sure you're giving us.
My sister.
Hey, Q out in the car. So listen.
Hey, what's up,
Q? Q, no trouble now.
What's up, beautiful?
Doberman, I said a lot. And I really want to know, I mean, I'm really putting solutions out there because I do hate to see a single woman raising a child. So I want to know, I want to hear what you say. I want to hear Gia, whoever, Just Jay. I want to hear what you all say. I really do. Because we need to have the men should be involved in their kids' life, no matter how, no, wait a minute. Let me say this right. We don't want no serial killer. We don't want no abusive man.
Facts.
Now, come on, y'all. I'm not saying that. I'm talking about someone that can be a father, someone that can be a dad, but just hasn't matured yet to that level. But your child needs a dad or a mom, whatever the situation is. They need that. So I want to hear what you all have to say, because I'm just taking all the excuses away, because this is where the accountability came from. I told you all, I did the same thing. I slept and enjoyed my time with a man that was not ready to be my child's father at the time, but then he got ready. Then he was no type of man to me. So I had to let that go. But did y'all just hear me say I did that? I need y'all to say that y'all did that, because now after it all happened, I had to take responsibility of the child. And that's where you are now. And I never once in my entire life have said to my child's father, you can't see her or you can't have a relationship. Never. And my child's grown now, y'all know that. But it's totally up to him once you've given him the open door. And I promise you, if you help him build it, he will be there, and it will turn out. It might not be perfect, but it will turn out better than it is, because I don't want to hear you all being alone like this. And Doberman says, why are Black women having babies with these kinds of men? Hey, I don't know. It's normal to name serial killers. No job. Oh, wait a minute. I can't see it anymore. Oh, no job. It says, when speaking on fathers, your community. That's crazy. Listen, I don't know why we pick them. You know, he didn't look like that then. Sometimes they don't get that way until they find out the baby's on the way. I don't know. But the fact of the matter, we did it. It was done. We made a mistake. The baby's a joy, but the choice in partner was a mistake. He may say the same thing about me. It doesn't matter. The child is here now. What we gonna do? What are we gonna do? See, I'm talking about getting rid of child support court and all of that. See, this is how great it can be. But it's going to take forth some effort. Because you know what? Everybody was pulling up. Everybody was pulling up before the baby got here. Everybody was pulling up. They were pulling up. They ain't had no condoms, no plain weed, no nothing. They were pulling up. So I want y'all to continue to pull up with the child in the car seat or the kids in the back seat. And I want y'all to play. I want you to get the dad to come on outside and say, look, this is yours. We got to make this right. Not we, me and you, because I done went on, but I need you to be the daddy for these children. What do we have to do? Let's have a conversation, you know. Now, if his ass crazy, you might have to leave him in the restaurant. I understand. It ain't going to work. It was 80% that didn't have it together. I only chose 50% to work on it. Only 50% to work on it. So that means it ain't going to apply to everybody. Sometimes we pick real bad. Sometimes we be drunk. Sometimes we be high or whatever the situation is. It just doesn't come out right. I get that, but we still got to deal with what we've done. And that's all I'm saying. Let's deal with it and stop talking about it. Yes, Canadian born.
Based on your last statement, I have to use we ain't signing comment he said before. Like in Japan and China, they have a law system whereby they don't help single moms who go out there and when they needed to get pregnant without no purpose. Because where I look at it about it right now in today's society, in this country, compared to other civilized nations, I think we're allowing people to be willing to blindly, like they know who they're having sex with, they know who they're having kids with. They don't care about the repercussion because they know the system will protect them. Japan and China have a system whereby you go ahead, you can do it. You take care of your damn self. You are going out to have sex, and you're going out to get pregnant, then you're going out to take care of the baby. Unless you want to get married, then it's up to you. I think we need to have something like that to replace the shenanigans we have today, to be honest with you. Because to be like, we need to shoot it, don't care what will happen, you need to put the responsibility back in the people's hands. Accountability and responsibility. I stand for that big time.
I agree with you, but listen, someone just said in the comments, so instead of us being better men, we're promoting better men. This is how you become a better man. But sometimes people don't know even how, sometimes men don't know how to make the first step. What do? Just leave them? They're still your child's father. They still the baby daddy. You chose him. I'm sorry. We chose him. We made a bad. It's right there. It was a comment. Do we make so instead of being better men? So guess what? We're supposed right now, the stats say show that we have better men. Men are being better, are becoming better right now, or they don't have kids. A lot of them don't have kids. We're talking about the ones who've already had kids, who have not fulfilled their duties. We have to make them better people. Now, let me ask another question before I go up to the queue. Since when did we decide to start dropping off each other and not caring about each other? We're all a part of not a community, not a culture. Could we give Black Americans? Could we go for that? We all a part of that, right?
Just people.
Just people. Okay, we just people. Why we can't look out for just people then? Why we can't look out for each other? How about that?
It's survival of the fittest out here in these streets.
Is what?
It's survival of the fittest out here in these streets.
Guess what? These single moms are not surviving. They're not. They're finding it very tough and very hard. And what I'm saying, if your last ditch effort is to find a baby daddy and include him in their lives, I think it's worth a drive around the corner or wherever he's at. Now, everybody got a different situation, and it may not be the solution for everyone. But I cannot see myself complaining for the next 10 years about how deadbeat the baby daddy is, and I laid down with him. Because that means I was falling off I was off too that day. So, Key, what you got?
I fully hope you guys can hear me. I'm gonna pull over real quick.
Yeah,
I fully agree. Okay, so I fully agree on that aspect, and I don't have kids, but I can speak on a toxic relationship I was in 12 years ago, right? So us as women, we have to take accountability that if we stick around after the red flags or the one incident, it is our fault, right? So we have to take accountability in the people that we're choosing, and we have to take accountability of the stuff that we're ignoring. Because in relationships, I hear a lot of times people want to blame the other person, but men and women, you stuck around, right? You stuck around after that woman called you the B word, or he cheated on you, or he wanted to cuss you out, or stuff like that. So I think as women in today's society, it's like they want to say F baby daddies, but sweetheart, or You chose him. Y'all was raw dogging. Like, so
Join
that
it.
shows.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, it's just like y'all chose men and women when y'all want to talk about y'all baby mamas and baby daddies. Y'all chose them, unless y'all the condom broke or something, which is probably slim. But y'all chose that person, and I feel like in today's society, not everybody should be parents, right? And I say that because I work in a center with abused and neglected children, and I see how some of those parents was raising kids. So I don't believe everybody should be parents, right? And I feel like in today's society, if you bring a child in a toxic environment, that is selfish. That is so selfish, right? And being in schools and seeing these kids how they're being raised, it's really sad, right? And I'm so grateful that I was raised in a two-parent household, that my dad was very strict, and they're still together today. I'm so grateful, and it makes me even more grateful because when I came on YouTube and hear all this, what I'm not privy to and what other people are going through and everything else, like, I'm so grateful because I'm just shocked at some of the stuff that I hear. But we have to take accountability for who we're choosing, who we're laying up to, who are we making a father or a mother, right? Because at the end of the day, you got to think about your child, right? You got to make sure you're vetting these people carefully to where, mentally, is that man good enough to be a dad, right? So is that, or is he, or are you just thinking, oh, is he good enough to be a boyfriend? No. So when I go into relationships, I'm thinking in the aspect like, okay, he's not emotionally all there, but yeah, I see some stuff, but will he be a good dad? Because that's all I care about more. I'm putting that above being a better husband, I think, for me. So I think we just have to, and people say, oh, you're 31, you're not married, but shoot, I'd rather be 31, 5 kids and three baby daddies. So I'm perfectly okay with that. So I think as men and women, we have to take accountability in who we're choosing and what we're doing in life, and stop blaming other people or pointing fingers. Because when you point a finger, 3 fingers are pointing back at you, right? So I think that's what we just need to, in this society today, just stop pointing fingers and doing the blame game. I'm hearing men blaming women. Women are this, women are that. Okay, what can I do better to better myself for the next person? Am I whole mentally? Of course I'm not in shape, I ain't skinny, but am I worthy to be a wife? Am I worthy for the next man? So I think we just need to just take a step back, especially with the stuff that's going on with society. Life can be short, right? So you want to make sure you're living the life you're supposed to live and be happy.
But
That's
not
all I
not
gotta
only
say.
that, not only that though, Q, right? I always say, listen, and I know it's not realistic, but I always preach, you try to keep your legs closed until you find the guy that you really feel like you want to marry, right? But okay, but we know people they're gonna screw. We know that. Okay, so but my thing is this: when it comes down to women, they really have little to no excuses because because they have so many preventative measures, right? We talking about from contraceptives to BCUs to IUDs to vaginal rings. You know when you're when you're ovulating. You know all of this stuff. I don't. I mean, all the way down to you know making this man wear a condom. Women have so many preventative measures that can cut down pregnancy, and
I
and I
mean,
get so
I'm
much
sorry.
pushback when I say women control sex. You can
Freezy, I'm not gonna let you do that.
Okay, go
Please,
ahead, go ahead.
Man never, the man never had to come over to the house. He never had to put it in. No, I'm not gonna let you do that. He never had. He
But
never.
but the
It
but
takes
the
Raw
men
two.
bunnies out here floating
but
around.
but SB, the men have less preventative measures though. This is what I'm speaking to.
No, he got an absolute measure because now the baby's here because he didn't have to make the baby. So I can't give you that. We both was having it now.
Freezy, let me say something.
You give up your power when you actually have that orgasm in this woman. You just gave up your power then. But you didn't have to go to her house. If you did not want a child and you meant that, you never had to have the sex. You did not. Now I'm gonna make accountability.
Let me speak to what. Hold on, CBN. Let me speak to that. This is what I chalk it up to. If I can give an analogy, right?
Oh, I know what you're saying. I've been
woman, a woman is like a security guard at a club, right?
Yeah.
She's not going to let some fool in who she knows is heavily armed or got a bomb strapped to his back. She's going to let the person in who she feels like, meets the qualifications. You don't have to let this dude in your club. You don't have to let this dude come in your club. You don't got to let this dude in your house. You have the power. You own the house.
Freezy.
You own the house.
He drove.
But just because I drove to the club don't mean I'm gonna get in.
No, but you drove to the club, and you drove to the club. You drove over there. Listen, how about this? Oh, I got one real good. Using your own example. Listen to what I'm getting ready to say. If you knew that if you drove to the club when you got there, you was gonna be deleted, you wouldn't have went.
Or at least we're.
But SB, you know how many guys?
I got an example. Let me
No. Wait a minute though. Let my example sit with him, because I said you drove to the club, and if somebody told you on the way to the club, man, don't go to that club, I feel like something's telling me you're gonna get deleted tonight. Now, if you sit there and tell that man, nah, you crazy, that ain't happening to me, and you went on to that club. Or you decided, you know what, this brother done spoke some life into me, I'm gonna turn around and go on back home. You gonna make a decision.
Okay, SB, I got one for you, SB. I got one for you.
How often does that happen, though, SB? When we see a pretty woman, men don't get warnings like that. We don't get warnings like that. But women own the club. They own the club.
I want to give an example. SB, I got one counter answer to you and everything. I get what you're saying, but you got to understand what Freezy's saying also too and everything. Okay, the woman's the club, right? She's the VIP. VIP says and choose who they allow in her. Either she gonna choose the guy that's gonna come over with the ring and say, "Baby, I love you. I want you to be your wife, and then we have a family." Or she chooses the guy that ain't gonna have put a ring on her finger and just want to smash and dash, and that's it. Most of the time, she chooses the guy that smashes and dashes and look over the guy that want to put a ring on it and stuff.
But listen,
and then most of the time, the guy that want to put a ring on it, why them have to even be the cleanup guy? Because she'll go back to those type of guys, the shame them and to take care of her.
None of that matters, because I already told him he might get deleted if he go to that club. You might not make it to as soon as you step your foot out of the car onto the ground, you might get deleted. See, the thing is, you don't take a risk.
Okay, I get that part. But what about the guy she should have married and everything also too? Now that guy went over, got deleted, but she come into the guy that would have married her and crying at him, and he probably wondered, okay, why did you choose a guy that's going to get deleted? You should have chose me. I was more responsible.
But that's not what we're talking about. But I agree with you. I'm not. Listen, I'm saying both parties are just as responsible. But what I'm saying though, I'm not going to let Freezy put it on the women and their contraceptions and their ability not to allow it to happen.
And this is why I'm trying to get that pushed back.
When he's in the car, because I'm kidding. We're just giving these crazy scenarios, but let's just get one better. I use deletion. But what if it was actual deletion, meaning you didn't protect yourself, you didn't have the baby, but the HIV came next. Mm-hmm. So we're just playing around and just giving these crazy scenarios because people don't take life serious. A baby we can deal with because we can blame each other about that and we'll make it through it and it'll get easier. But I'm talking about deletion as in, okay, yeah, we're at the nightclub. You could get shot, but you could also dip your foot, put your foot on the ground. And then you know what I'm talking about. And then here come HIV or something else that's worse, or a crazy boyfriend that was hanging out around the corner. Who knows Good.
Security
No,
boss.
I
All I'm
definitely agree
saying,
with.
I'm not taking the
My bad,
onus.
Freezy. I about to say I definitely agree with SB. Most of these issues is not like most of these issues we talking about right now, and I'm listening. I'm probably the youngest one here, but they fall all at the feet of men. All of these issues, they all fall at the feet of men. Absentee fathers, 70% of all black children being raised in single mother households. Most of these issues, if not all of them, fall at the feet of men. That's a fact.
Okay, listen.
But I'm let the older gentleman continue.
But let's just be honest.
Useless argument, bro.
Let's be honest. Wait, because
Everybody wrong.
I feel like
Really?
hold on, scam. Let's be honest. Most of the men up here, okay, I'm married, right? But if I wasn't, most of the men up here, okay, you're going to have sexual activity with women. That's the makeup of men. We got to stop playing like men are monks out here. Okay, men, their nature is to have sex with women. But what I'm saying is this. I'm not taking the onus off of men. Yes, men have a responsibility. All I'm saying, I'm just stating a fact that women have more preventative measures when it comes to, preventing a child from coming into this world.
Wait,
Women
how are you
have
having
more
sex?
preventative measures.
How are you having
And
sex? That's what I'm saying.
and,
Are you
and,
protecting
Shut up,
yourself
raw
or not?
dog.
You
and,
still have sex, but are
But
you
bro,
not?
listen, even if I protect myself, the condom can break. You know how many people I know still conceived after the condom broke? Condoms aren't 100%. It's not a 100% protection thing. Okay, what
No,
I'm saying
but
is,
you it's still preventive measures past that,
it
and it's
is,
That's
not
it
making
only
is,
excuses.
it is. But
I'm,
that's
I'm,
just
I'm,
one.
speak, I'm speaking for a certain type of men that are responsible and everything. That got to be play cleanup guys. How many men out there that had their woman had an affair on them, cheated on them, and the baby was conceived, and that man won't find out until something happens to that baby, and then he had to do a blood transfusion. Then they find out DNA. He's not the actual father.
What are
We
y'all
don't know
trying to
about
beat
stories
into
like
our
that.
Yeah,
over?
a
But wait
That's
a
just
minute.
one of them.
Let me make this point. Freezy, you're exactly right. And I'm not telling men not to have sex. What I'm only trying to say is when you have sex, you should be having sex within a relationship. So you won't care if that woman, you impregnated that woman or she got married, had a baby. We wouldn't be here with this 80% of the women being single mothers. I'm not telling you not to have sex, but it is for you to be disciplined in having sex.
But
But
SB, how many times have men gotten rejected? Men get rejected every day. Women have the power of rejection.
and why
Women have the listen. Women control sex. You don't have to have sex with this dude if you don't want to. Like
I,
unless you're getting raped,
no,
unless you're getting raped.
listen, I'm not taking, I agree with whatever you're saying, but I'm telling you, when we get to results or when we get to consequence, I need you all to understand that the man contributed and the woman contributed. So knowing all of this, and you say you don't have examples, the world is your examples. There are 80% of women now who are single mothers or what have you. So there are all examples that we can glean from and say, okay, I don't want to do this. I mean, just
But
talking about
But they be there's percentage of men that are looking at it like I don't want to go through that. I'm trying to do a responsible way. They
but
still get looked over, and we know that. Like we said, 80% of women single mothers, about 20% of the men. What about the 80% of men that actually want to be fathers responsible? Most percent, especially use black men as an example. Most percent of black men won't be first time fathers to children that are not theirs. They'll be first time stepfathers into fatherhood.
well, you know what,
Most of
Mel?
these days now, most men's not even signing up to be that anymore. Period, because they know the headache on that.
But Mel, I hear what you're saying, but I just don't think we're talking about that right now.
Yeah.
As I'm,
But that's the problem. We trying to put every man in the monolith. No, there's different situations for that. He's really speaking for the guys that I'm speaking for. We're not speaking for the guys that we know, the pump and dump guys. Yeah, those are guys we're not speaking up for and stuff. So we
no,
get that what you're saying, 50-50 and stuff. We're speaking for the guys that actually want to build families the responsible way. Even in a relationship, they get looked over consistently.
no, I think that Freezy was just generalizing and saying that women control sex, and there are a lot of different ways of contraception. I think that was just it. I don't think he was speaking to a
Yeah.
particular man.
But that is part of it. Yes, they do control sex and
Right.
everything. Most men, yes. Some men will be straight up with their intentions with sex. But most percentage of men, they want sex in the confines of a relationship and stuff.
Okay,
They
but that's okay. So now we're on the same page because I agree. I think that's how it should be done. But what we're talking about is when he initially said it, we were talking about 80% of single women being single mothers. So that's when I brought in the fact that I'm not going to let you just blame the woman because of that what came right before it is what we were talking about.
But that's how it came out that I was. It came out like I was blaming the woman. I'm not blaming the woman.
Right.
What I'm saying is that when it comes down to preventive, I'm trying to choose my words precisely. When it comes down to preventative measures,
defending him. Yeah.
when it comes down to preventative measures, women have a plethora of them.
I agree.
Okay. So what I'm saying is women have less excuse. Like, okay, back in the day, back in ancient times.
We start differing right here. This is where the problem is. Because now you're putting, even though I got 32 or 38 choices or whatever, now you're saying it's my responsibility. That's what comes next. And I'm telling
No, I'm not saying that it's your responsibility after she gets pregnant. No, I'm not saying that.
But you're still saying it's at least 30. Okay, so if say you got 2, you could have a vasectomy, you could use condoms, you could use a pull-out game. So you might have three different ways to prevent a baby. Okay, so if you got 3 and there's 38 ways out there, so there's 35 ways that I could have prevented having a baby out there. That means you're saying you got more chances of not having a baby than I do. And you also didn't have to let me have sex with you. And I could say, yeah, I agree with that. But then you have to ask yourself, or then you have to tell yourself, in any way, you're more responsible than I am. That's what you're saying.
Okay, hold on. Let me ask.
Freeze, before you respond, let me say one thing. Okay, because I have children too, right? Like,
you say you're supposed to have more sense than I do because you got 35 other chances. I ain't got but 3. You got 35. Come on now.
I think ultimately security boss, because
Oh, you are. But you don't mean to.
I get what Freezy trying to say, but ultimately, this is what I'm gonna say as a man to hold myself accountable, and maybe we can get more of it, right? But at the end of the day, when I chose to lay down with those women, no matter who they chose to have sex with, when I chose to lay down with them, not put on a condom, stroke them raw, like she said, orgasm inside of them, and then my children were made from that, that's all on me. No matter, like, when I choose to leave the house and I choose to get dressed.
That's not true all the time.
That
because
is
I'm gonna tell
true.
No, it's not. It's not true all the time. Hold on, wait. I'm gonna tell you why.
My bad, Freeze.
You will have babies all over.
Wait.
Nah, that's half.
I'm gonna tell you why.
And on the woman. That's all on both parties.
I'm gonna tell you why that's not true all the time. Because there are a lot of men who had sexual activity with a woman under the pretenses that he thought she was on some birth control. He thought she was on birth control, but guess what? She wasn't. She lied to him. Now she has conceived. So you should. What I'm saying. Hold. I'm gonna let you. Oh, I'm sorry, Q, but I'm just saying I want to get this off. I'm just telling. Daryl made a statement saying that that's his fault, and it's not always the man's fault because sometimes this dude is having sex because he trusts that this woman. He trusts this woman's word that she actually protected herself and she had a contraceptive or she was on birth control.
No,
but she didn't. You know how many women lie and say that?
Hand.
I agree.
That's your life in a woman's hands, and as a man, we can't necessarily move that way.
Major.
Now that I agree with Thanos. I agree with Thanos on that.
Right,
part.
but
I understand Freezy. Yes, she deceived you, but you also got to take responsibility that you slept with the woman. Period.
Right,
now,
but Mel, what I'm speaking to is the single parent, the epidemic of single mothers and fatherless homes. This is what I'm speaking to.
Oh, I see that you got to stop. We can't fix it. Like that part's already done.
You can't fix it.
Go ahead and start.
No, what I'm trying to reduce it going into the future. What I'm trying to say going into the future, reducing that, I'm trying to get women to understand.
It can start from us. It can start from us. We already know what happened. But for now on,
I need to speak on this.
We got to controlling that.
Freezy. Now I get what Thanos is saying. Yeah, now on that part with this, that's something we can't stop. One thing we can do as men, focus on the men what they do in their part. The females want to be outrageous like right everything. We train the men to do what they're supposed to do so they could watch out for those type of females. We focus on the men to be marriage minded and that is it. If they don't want to marry us and get babies, leave them females alone. And period. That's
Raise
it.
your
And
hand.
Freezy, I think
I've
we
been
should have
trying to hold.
better standards too, because women, like security bars, I'm pretty sure now you could tell a woman don't have sex unless you're ready to have a child and be married. But
Yeah.
men gotta have those same standards too. We're not gonna give you none of our good D, none of our good pipe until we know that you mentally, emotionally ready to be a wife. If
Yeah.
you're not ready for that, then you're not getting no good pipe, not from me.
Absolutely.
That's
Have
what
a
we gotta do.
But see,
And
Bill.
let
that's
the
what I'm
women handle
saying.
the women.
Freezy,
We focus on the men.
Freezy,
hold on,
let
Freezy,
Claiborne go next.
hold on. I try to speak on this. I try to get your logic, but your logic is not on solid ground. When you're trying to say women are responsible based on the multiple preventive measures, it does not negate the fact at the end of the day, majority of women coming from single parent home without the father would lay on the man's feet. That's one. Two, yes, men do have sex, but when we make that decision, mind you, it's called free will. Both men and women have free will. It takes both men and women to come together to have sex. It takes both men and women to come together and produce a child. So you can't lay all the bulk or the responsibility on the woman when the man makes the decision at work to engage in it. It's not as if that he did trip and fall into it, but that's not the case. It's not like she jumped over by accident, she landed and that was the case, but the problem is it goes on both ends.
Oh wait, hold.
It
Let me
fall on
ask.
the it fall on the man as well it
Freezy,
fall on the woman. It takes two
why?
to create a
But
child.
we got
So
to
when
stop
we
the cap though. Let's stop
Why?
the cap. Okay,
even though
let me
even though
ask
you say
Island Girl
hold
Q.
on, hold on, hold on. Y'all like to
I'm
speak
trying to
about
understand
I'm
why
giving
all
my
these
piece.
dudes don't
Even though
have five
even though
babies
even
all
when you
over the
say
place
that,
I'm
if
trying to
it's
let
that
understand what
the
the
hard
cat
conversation's going on so
let
long.
me
to
will.
protect
All
yourself.
right, wait a minute. Okay, y'all, this is a good time to breathe and get your questions together because I want to read something that is funny. And we're going to do the super chat. And we got the money line song, and it's from Stephen Day. Stephen Day, thank you so very much. You in there. You're so smart. He says Freezy is correct in what women have more preventative measures. He is absolutely correct. Freezy, you are. Men have 2 condoms and no sex. Once the sex happens, it is 2
Exactly.
players with game to the end, and both are should be accountable. He's exactly right. He's exactly right. Let's do the money line song.
Money line, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline. Money line, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline.
Yeah, yeah. So listen,
Stephen Day.
Stephen Day, I love your comment. You were exactly right. But me and Chorus Blossom also both realized that you forgot the vasectomy. That is an option. Just wanted to add that. Don't leave these men hanging. That is an option.
But Stephen Day understood exactly what I was saying. But I wanted to ask Island Girl Q this.
New option.
Island Girl
Part
Q.
of it. No more.
Do you
Don't kill me.
do you on an average step to men, or do men step to you when it comes down to if you guys are trying to sleep with each other? Or do
Well,
you usually step?
I don't do casual sex, so it would have to be in a relationship. But I actually bring up the conversation first when it comes to that. Um, I'm not a man that I've dated. My past exes, they've never brought it up to me first.
No, you misunderstood what I'm saying. When it comes down to who gonna holler at who, do you holler at men, or do most men step to you and try to holler at you? You mute. You on mute.
I
You just lost sound. We
believe
can't
No,
hear you.
I believe
you.
no contest.
1 2 1 2.
That's Q. I'm not sure.
Freezy, are you willing to accept the plea bargain? You're killing
Nah,
it.
they ain't no
Go
plea
ahead, Sam.
bargain.
Go ahead.
Hey,
Killing it, bro.
men are so afraid to be called simps or whatever that they even try to derail the discipline comment like it don't exist. It
Right.
does exist because when you got stuff to lose, you're not gonna play them type of games. Because right now, when you move like that to where, oh, I'm gonna trust her for this or trust this person for that, you fumbling the bag. Like, why would you put your life, and why would you even put your life on the line?
But
And
how is
like
that
now
being a
you
simp
know.
though? That's not being a simp.
No. If you tell somebody like me, I don't have casual sex. Like, and it wasn't always
I
like
won't
that.
call you
But
a
when I
simp.
got to the
I
point
won't
to
call you a
understand
simp.
life,
Yeah, you're not
I
being a
can't put
simp
that
because
risk
of
up.
that. But
Huh?
how wait, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you now?
41.
Okay, when did you start practicing that type of dick discipline?
But I was married before, but probably like 30.
Okay, so bro, you had down there about 12 years of sex. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You know what
It
could
was protected
what
sex.
I'm saying is, you know what could have happened. See, what I'm trying to say is, let's stop the cap. Okay,
No,
yeah,
risk mitigation. Risk mitigation is the key. Not necessary. You can't control everything, but that part you can. People
bro.
will even laugh if you say, even if you got a condom on, don't stay inside when it's time to go. You even with protection on,
Mhm.
it sounds dumb, but
So
I mean
y'all,
it
so
works.
so y'all still believing in the pullout game and
Oh, absolutely.
No, with protection on,
Yeah,
you
if you
Lube,
still
had the
pull out.
condom on, I've done it.
but you
You
know what,
still pull
Freezy?
out.
Freezy, I think let me say this to you, because I think you're giving yourself a fit for no reason. We believe everything that you say and actually agree with it, but you know better now, so you got to tell somebody else something.
Exactly.
You just gave him as an example. He's 41 now, so he had 12 years of careless, senseless sex where he could have really messed up his whole entire life.
right.
You're
But guess
exactly.
what?
He
Guess
knows
what?
it, though. He knows it, and you know it too. So why don't you go back and tell these 20-year-olds? Because they don't have to go through that, and they could have and live a more meaningful life that don't consist of child support and baby mama drama.
What
Um,
what
Hey,
what the
what you
reason
want
why
to hear, man?
I
What do you
speak
want
to
to
the
hear?
women. Go ahead, scam. Go
No,
ahead.
what do you want to hear, bro? What do you want to
What
hear?
I want to hear.
Yeah, I'm gonna go raw tonight. We good?
Yeah, yeah, go ahead, go
I'm
ahead.
gonna go to the streets and just go raw.
Pause.
Oh, you are okay. We didn't
No,
have to
man.
discuss.
Pause.
You
No.
meant hardcore truth.
30 minutes of
I,
black.
I get
Man,
I hope you still be around.
your face, Auntie Bros.
turning into
You be around by the end of the year.
Damn,
Yo,
that's the
behind the
problem.
video,
You keep
pause it.
going wrong, bro. That's
Yo,
the
put
problem.
screenshot that look on you,
no.
boss.
Hey, I
This
didn't know
is
he
a
was going with
conversation
this.
that
Let
don't
me
have
get.
to be
no,
raw.
let me something
No,
real
the
quick.
No, go ahead.
conversation
No, I
don't
want to hear what
have
Scam got to say. Go ahead, Scam. We
to
talking
be
over
raw.
you.
No, here's the deal. If you don't, like, I'm 41, I'm single, I have no kids because of decisions that I've made. Most of my friends are single with no kids. Now, if you
Right.
want to be raw dog Ronnie, go out there and do what you do. There's going to be kids, or your meat's going to catch on fire. That's how this works. You can cry about the woman, man, she birth control, but you knew you stuck your meat somewhere it wasn't supposed to be. The woman bent over and let you stick your meat in there, and you were raw dog
She
Ronnie.
did what? What she did?
She bent over and let you stick your meat in there.
What was that L word you just said? She bent over and what?
Allowed you to have sex with her. You
Thank
heard
you.
she,
Thank you.
he also said he went over there.
Freezy, here's my point.
He also said he
You
went
don't
over
wanna be in that. You can go in that courtroom. Y'all can argue it out. But man, it was his fault. But the controls and the condoms. I don't want to be over there. I
No,
don't
you don't.
have any
Well,
kids.
I'm just like you though, Scam.
No, but what are you trying to beat into our veins?
Scam. I'm just like you. I have no kids. Wait, Scam. Listen, I have no kids as well. Okay, I'm just like you. I was very responsible up until this point. Okay, I get what you're saying, but what I'm telling you is this: throughout history, right?
Whoa.
Men have had multiple wives. The sexual appetite for men is way different than women. We're trying to compare men. Listen, bro, listen. We're trying to say men and women are equal when it comes to sex, and we're not.
No,
No,
it's
we're
not
not.
even about that. That's not even the
Listen,
conversation.
You're
but
saying
you,
that sounds like
Don't put your meat in there and
Yeah.
you're
tell
trying to
her
say
to
that the
bend
women
over.
are more responsible than the men. It sounds like, Freezy.
no, what I'm saying
Let me
is this. The reason why I speak to a lot of women all the times on these panels is because after the baby is conceived, women they receive more of the stresses of conception. Somebody just asked you, security boss, if you've experienced postpartum, right?
Right. Yes.
Okay, sometimes women delete themselves because of the depression is so bad.
Right.
Okay, men do not experience these different type of changes that women go through. Okay, and then single motherhood, right? A lot of times we complain about single motherhood, but who has the most? This is okay. I don't understand how this is getting misconstrued. Back in the day, in
No, we
ancient
got to
times,
see.
back
We
in the
got to
day,
see.
in
It's
ancient
just
times, listen, and I'm trying to protect women. When I talk to women like this, I'm protecting them. Back in ancient times, who controlled whether the young woman has sex?
Freezy, check it out.
Let me
Wait,
say
wait, wait. I want security boss to answer this.
These
I'm
people
answering.
gonna do what they want to do, bro.
back in
yes.
They're
back
gonna
in
do what they want to do.
back in ancient times, there were kings. Kings took care of all their women and all their children.
Well,
They would
not just the kings, the fathers. The fathers used to control whether they
That's who she's
handle.
talking about. The kings are the fathers.
no,
Yeah,
I'm saying
No, she's talking about the actual king.
you're saying within marriage and having sex, though, right? Aren't we
well,
talking about?
I was saying who
He's
controlled
talking
young
about with the
women.
daughters when they come,
Yeah, their
they're,
daughters.
picking their mates and all that and conceiving.
Right, but when they once they picked as mates, they go to their king, the king, whoever picked them, their
Hey,
husband. They go,
this is exactly what I'm saying. What I'm saying is back then you couldn't just walk in somebody's house and mac on a honey and say and try to have sex. No, this girl was protected. You
but that's
understand
not
what I'm saying?
necessarily true though, because you know of Sodom and Gomorrah, everybody was having sex. That's not necessarily true. That's
What
not
I'm saying is
women
traditional.
also.
What I'm saying is, yes, you had anomalies like you had Sodom. What I'm saying is there was more of a tradition
Right.
for fathers to hand their daughters off when it was time for women for the young woman to embark on sexual activity, and also sexual activity in a lot of cultures was considered marriage. So what I'm saying is
You gotta remember, it was shame of the whole family back then. The same way how they practice in the Middle East now. It's not that they overprotective. It's the fact that a lot of the women not going to play with shaming their whole family.
So
Like,
listen,
exactly.
It's no repercussions these days.
so guess what?
Until it's real
Crazy.
repercussion,
Let's
we
say
can tell them all day, hey, take this pill every day and you be good. And they won't take it and still mess up. But
And
the
this is
whole
why I
thing
was
is don't even go there in the first place.
crazy. I get your argument, but here's your problem with your
just
argument.
proved my point,
Like,
bro.
no, here's the problem with your argument. The society we live in right now have a lack of accountability and responsibility. That's why we have the shenanigans that take place. When you go and live in another third world country or any other environment, you'll notice the society norm in that area has structure and order. Keyword structure and order. Which means you create responsible people and people who are accountable. In the United States, you lack it in a massive way. So you cannot compare ancient time when structure and order was still existing in the household as well into today's society and of that time compared to now. What we have here in today's society in the US is a society that lacks accountability, that lacks responsibility, that lacks structure, and that lacks order. What do you produce? A bunch of wild animals.
So we should
That's what
just
you
keep
get.
going on like that. That's what you're saying.
No,
Crazy.
what I'm
People are gonna do what they
look what I'm
want to
trying
do,
to say.
bro.
Look what I'm trying to say. To prevent that is to prevent an environment whereby you bring back structure and order. You bring back accountability and responsibility, meaning both party is responsible, both party is accountable, both party come from a household of structure and order. How you correct that? You join two parent household who understand the fundamental of raising a child properly. Like Q has said,
I'm glad you said that.
some people cannot be parents. I hate to say it. I've been saying that since I was my teenage year. Some people are not allowed to be parents. That's because they have strong father and strong mother who are not allowed just everybody come to their house and get their hand in marriage. Ancient time, what about sexual activity? Ancient time is about legacy, building family. So don't compare sexual activity to the marriage which consists of legacy and foundation. Get the history correct.
I agree.
So
Wait,
free.
wait. Hold on. So you said don't compare sexual activity to what?
Ancient time was not all about sexuality. Ancient time was all about building foundation,
No.
building
Go
legacy.
back to what you just said. You said
Can't
don't compare
compare.
sexual activity to
You can't
what?
say they were having sexuality. What they
He
were
said,
having
don't,
back then, it's about legacy.
he
Your
said, don't
culture,
compare marriage to sexuality.
Bruh, marriage.
Time.
That's why I know you don't know what you're talking about. All respect, CBN.
I'm a nice. Hold on, I'm a
Marriage and
Nigerian. I
sex
came from
was,
a cultural
bro. You're
foundation.
wrong.
What do you
You're
think I'm
wrong,
talking
bro.
about?
Listen. Marriage and sex was they was directly conjoined with one another. It's a
Yeah,
word.
marriage was sex.
Marriage was sex, bro, and also that's why they call it consummating the marriage. All of
That's
that
how
went
most men back
together,
in the
bro.
days was getting married because they wanted to have sex with the
What are you
woman they was
talking
dating.
about?
Well, the actual marriage that we do now is the worldly standard, right? But listen, let me say this before we go on. Freezy, I want to mention this one thing, and then I'm gonna do the super chat. But do you remember the story about the woman at the well that had slept with all those men?
Are you talking about the adulterous woman who they was going to throw stones at?
Right. Why do you think that Jesus didn't let that happen?
Well, he didn't let it happen because he wanted to show he wanted to show an example of grace that, the other people that was going to delete her, he wanted them to self-recollect on their own sins
Who
and
were they?
understand.
Who were those
And
men? Who were
well,
those?
the reason why Christ came was for forgiveness, right?
No. Listen, who were those people that wanted to delete her, and why?
Those were men who wanted to delete her, but they were Israelites who wanted to delete this Israelite woman who was an adulterous woman, which was at the time punishable by death. We can't forget that it was punishable by death.
It's still punishable by death.
Well, yeah, well, not in America, but what I'm saying is,
well, let me say it different. Not punishable, but that could be your outcome.
yeah, but what I'm saying is that was the law. If you back then, that was the law. If you committed adultery, it was punishable by death. But we also got to recognize that yes, Jesus did stop the people from stoning her to death. But what did he tell her after he saved her life? Basically,
go and do no more. But you're still fornicating. It's still fornication. It's still out of order. It's still the same thing. It still applies to what you're talking about. So, in other words, no party is more responsible. They're both. That's why he didn't allow it.
I disagree because women have more women have more responsibility to be more modest. Just in general, women have more responsibility to be more modest. And we're lying to ourselves and we're lying to the women. And this is why women feel like they can dress any kind of way.
We're talking about modesty. We're talking about a couple, one man and one woman. I just gave you the example of the actions that they were taking. We were talking about one man and one woman. We weren't talking about several.
Modesty has a lot to do with sexual activity.
But we were talking about, in our example we gave, we were only talking about one man and one woman. We never said she was a 304. I don't think we did. We say that? We never said that.
Hey, security boss, you mind if I?
Go ahead.
Mind if I say something real quick? I'm about to leave out of here.
Sure, go ahead.
I agree with a lot of the gentlemen. Everybody got their different perspectives, and that's why we had these open panel conversations. But in order for a woman to have a man provision over her to make sure that she isn't having sex with the wrong guys, men have to be fathers. It all come back down to the feet of men. Those men back then, they were active fathers. The fishermen were out every day on the river with their daughters. The stonemasons was with their daughters every single day. In today's society, like CBN was saying, a lot of these men aren't fathers. A lot of these women who we expect to have that provision, they don't give a fuck about their father. They don't know their father. They don't have no good relationship with him. So when it comes to having somebody look over them, it's usually some nigga that they just met or some nigga that they call them best friend who low-key want to smash. It's not a real genuine provision by somebody of her bloodline usually. That's why I say a lot of these issues, they fall at the feet of men. Even with that being said, you know what I'm saying? We just need more active fathers. Like my two daughters, I'm in both of my daughters' lives. Everybody that come in and out their life, me and my family know all about it because we are powerful, strong bonded family. Other families not like that. There's some daughters who grew up without their fathers, and then they have children who grow up without that father. So it's a complete cycle that men need to stop. That's just my opinion.
Let me ask you something, Daryl. Why you feel that some of those women don't have fathers in their lives from certain point of views, especially when
That can be a number of different circumstantial things, right? That can be mental health disorders. That can be bad communication. It can be a number of different things, not just the topic and the gender war bullshit. But if we're having a real conversation, that can be a number of issues on his part or her part. But to me, I blame it on people who quit on each other. People quit, and people refuse to like. So one of the reasons why I really fuck with Security Boss is she admits that at one point she had a child, and then she grew the fuck up. She self-reflected and made better choices. But that's the first step of mental health that most black men and black women both just, they don't self-reflect. It's the other person's fault, and it's not. I have no responsibility. That's not how the fuck
But
we
see,
move forward.
Hold on, I want to ask another question. Okay, let's say for example. This is a perfect example. Steve Harvey and his wife be married now with Laura Harvey. You know that's not his daughter. So
Yeah.
let's say her actual biological father was trying to beat her in her life. Now we only know one side of it from her mother's side. Whoever he was actually was trying to be that father, but due to the fact that she married a powerful rich man who has money and resources to keep him away the way it is. We have situations like that also too that happens that you know what stepfathers might have overpower autonomy over their own biological father because that man lacked resources and money and everything. And when the moms badmouth him so much, so badly and stuff like that, that how can he keep on fighting and everything to try to see his own child? He did all the right things, but she dealt with a guy that got actually more powerful than he is and got more say. So we got a lot of situations like that. Doesn't make him a deadbeat at all, but it's like, yo, she dealt with a guy that got more power and resources than he does, influence. He can't get access to his daughter. Let me put it in reverse. In
But wait a
situations
minute,
like
Mel.
Gabrielle Union and Dwayne Wade, and that little boy that wanted to be a girl, his biological mother.
Mel, let me ask you a question. I know you used Lori Harvey and Marjorie as an example. We don't know what's going on. I would think Steve Harvey would be more of a man to cut another man out of his life. She really may have a relationship with her dad. I mean, he may not be the television guy or maybe not even be a high value man, but they still may have a relationship because he's been there, probably about 10 years now. I think they've probably been married about 10 years or maybe longer. So that girl is just now 25, but still her dad may be there just because we don't see him and, we don't
So
know.
why do Lori has her stepfather's last name?
It could be an
I find
agreement.
that weird.
I don't
well,
know.
they adopted him on the show
If he,
1 year.
he actually is in her life like that, you as the mother, you wouldn't allow your new husband to have her last name because the father's still active.
No, the father had to sign off on it. You can't just do that like that.
I'm just using that as an example. They
Q,
also
you still muted.
Oh.
The husband got to sign off. I mean, the father, biological father, got to sign off on it. You can't just do that.
It has to be.
Not exactly. He doesn't even have to sign off on that.
Yes, he does.
No, if he was fully disappeared and everything, and she put a different last name, she could do that.
Okay, if he disappeared,
If he decides to fight, he decides to fight it later. Yeah, they could probably fight over it later. Yeah.
But that's what we're talking about, Mel. We're talking about fathers being present. If you disappear for 10 years and you come back, you get what you get. Come on. You got to, it's not saying we can't have a relationship.
You can't really say he disappeared. I mean, like you said, we don't know the full story, but
no, you disappeared. No, I was just using your example. I think
I know. Yeah.
He might be there. I don't know that. But let me do this super chat.
Okay.
Mr. Awesome. Mr. Awesome, how you doing? He says vasectomy is if you're finished having kids. Right. It's not a birth control. You're exactly right. It's a sterilization. It ideally not meant to be reversed. Men need more discipline to strap up and dismount always. You're exactly right. But an old man who's had kids, who's been married, may want to invest in having because they want additional kids.
Security boss.
Yes.
I want to ask all the men on the panel. I want to ask all the men on the panel a question.
Okay, before you do that, let's do the money line.
Okay.
I'ma run it every time. Give me mine. Go ahead and decline. Money line. I'ma run it every time. Give me mine. Going up, need no decline.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Q, we can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay.
Yeah, complete your statement after Freezy asks his question.
See, I'm just getting misunderstood all over the place. But I just want to say this. This is why I put a lot of responsibility on women when it comes to sex. But when it comes to marriage, yeah, I go in on a man's ass. Okay, pause. I'm just saying. But what I'm saying is this. Let me ask all the men a question on the panel. If you do get a woman pregnant, and let's just say you are happy and you're ready to be, and you want to be a father. I see scam, like we know you ain't ready to be a father, scam, but what I'm just saying, let's just say you're excited and you want to be a father. Whose decision and who has the freedom to whether they're going to keep the baby or delete the baby? Whether you want to keep the baby or not, is it all up to you? Do you have full control of that?
It's up to the government. How about that?
It's up to the who?
It's up to the government.
Man, okay,
really,
okay. See, that's what I'm saying. We can't be honest.
Nah,
well, okay.
Tell the women.
Okay, exactly.
It's up to the women.
Right. Court appointed now.
So this woman has full control on whether she wants to keep the baby or delete the baby, right? So it's okay then after the baby is conceived. But this man wants to be a father and he has no control on whether this baby is going to stay alive or not. But all I'm saying is before this baby is conceived, I'm getting pushback for saying that this woman has more. She also has more preventative measures as well. She has more preventative measures as well. That's all I'm saying. But see, women, what we're seeing here is that men are, no matter what, men are going to get blamed no matter what when it comes to sex. When it comes to sex, we are the leaders. We should know not to shoot up the club. We should know not to go to the club. We should have more. It's just crazy. All I'm saying is, go ahead, security boss, because I know you want to say something.
That's not true. We didn't blame. No. We agree with you that women have more ways to preventative measures. We totally agree, whether it's 38 or 32. We agree with you. Please don't say we don't agree with you, because we do.
Okay, if you agree with that, the conversation, that's all I was saying.
No, Freezy, you were saying no. We agree with you, of course. We have 33, y'all have 43, whatever.
Dude,
but it's the fact that there's no responsibility that to conceive a baby, it takes two people.
It does.
And a woman.
To make a baby, it takes two people.
To make a baby. But at first, Freezy, you would say that it's more of a woman. It's her. It's on her, which is not. It takes two people to tango. You gave that analogy of the club, and she has access to open the club. Well, he has access to stick his thing in there too. It takes two people.
The
accountability to do that action takes two people. It's a man and a woman, even if in a relationship, even if not. You're moving the goalpost by bringing that situation. Who has the right to delete or keep that baby? That has nothing to do with what you first stated.
It does take two people to have sex, right?
Yeah.
It does take two people to have sex.
Who has final say before all that happens?
Before all that happens, right? Before we have sex, before we get to sex, right?
You mean before you bring the penis over to my house?
Listen, before I even bring the penis over to your house.
Analogy of two different dudes going to the club.
No.
Right.
Before you bring the penis over.
Before I bring the penis over, right? Even if I bring, hold on, wait. Even if I bring the penis over.
Who did? Who brought the penis over? You or
no? Even if Freezy bring the penis over.
Who brought the penis over?
The man did.
Okay, he brought it over.
The who?
Right?
The man. See, I'm saying the man brought the penis over, right?
If it was a dirty looking penis and she looked at it and still allowed it to come in,
he's not going to let that penis enter into the club. That's what I'm saying.
Penis got lost in the mail, then I never could have had sex.
No, listen, security boss. What I'm saying is, even if I brought the penis to your house,
okay,
right? Not your house. I'm sorry, Mr. Boss, but I'm just saying.
Just having conversation.
I'm just saying, because what I'm saying is, even if a man brought the penis to a woman's house,
right?
The woman, they're not going to have sex until the woman gives consent.
Right. She gave consent, and then what happened next?
But we keep glossing over consent.
No, we didn't. We not have once glossed over consent, because I was saying yes when you was on the way over. That's why you came.
And what I'm saying for going in raw.
Okay.
Which
so
makes no sense.
But listen, we agree with you.
He went in raw, but she still could be assured. You don't have to go
Exactly.
raw.
How are we missing that? That's
Put that condom
crazy.
on or put a ring on my finger.
Hey, security boss.
Thank you, Mel. Thank you, Mel. That's all I'm saying.
I get what you're saying, but you cannot
I'm
negate the
before I
fact
read the
you
super
have
chat.
free will to stop halfway, take a detour, take the right turn or the left turn, avoid it. But once you put it in, it's still your responsibility because you took that free action to put it in.
But you gotta get it in first, CBN.
Still get it in. Now once she
You still gotta
agrees,
get it
once she
in first,
agrees,
CBN.
once she agrees to let you go in raw, then yes, both parties, yes.
He's
But
missing. He's missing.
all that happens, she saw and analyzed how clean that car was, how where's the car
man.
cover,
Somebody
put
understand.
in her garage and everything
Thank you.
properly.
Like,
If
how
he
old
put
are
in
you?
the car properly.
Thank you.
Used, let
But
me.
Mel,
At
super
the end of the day,
Yeah, Q,
no
yeah.
matter how much you spin it, how much you put it, it goes on both sides.
both parties is at fault.
Next generation, understand it.
Yeah, because
Both
this
Yeah,
sides
when
have
she allows him to
cannot
go
change
in,
that.
yes, it's
Oh
both
my
parties.
Listen,
God.
once he gets it in,
Stop period
listen,
when on her. Before all
hold
that
on, Mel.
happens, it still stops with her.
Once he gets it in, yes, it's the responsibility is on both parties. But she is the one who ultimately has the ultimate
What did she
decision.
allow? What did she allow,
She
Free?
allowed him to let him come in. She allowed him to stick it in.
And he stepped through the doorway.
security boss, I'm telling you,
That's my
What
point.
came first? Security boss. What came first? What came first?
Well, please agree with this man.
Him coming through the doorway. Hold on, let me. He had to come in the house. Hold on, let me do this super chat though, and we gotta get to this. So listen, yeah, thank you so much for your super chat. It says the church used to control who, when and how folks had sex back in the day. Literally, they would pick a day of the week when sex was allowed. Now, see, Freezy, this is what we need to do right here. Sex only on Fridays.
Well,
And so if you went on a Thursday, it was your fault.
All I'm saying is, I'm agreeing with Mel. I'm agreeing with Mel.
King, go ahead and tell us what you were getting ready to say, sir.
So when we talk like this, and I'm talking about all kinds of subjects. So like when it comes to taking care of ourselves as a people, when you talk about it's not our responsibility, it's this person's responsibility. When we make these sentiments, it allows the government to figure out a way to help us out because we can't help ourselves.
Because we can't agree. You're right.
As a man, I can't go in there without, you know what I'm saying, protecting myself and take care of business. And the women can't because they got all these birth controls and not using them. So how about you apply for your license to have sex? You get caught, you penalized. Like all this stuff sounds far-fetched, but in Demolition Man, when that movie came out in the 90s, it looked crazy. But based off the problems we having now, a lot of those movies, we're kind of into some of the stuff they were showing back then that look wild.
Wait, Thanos.
And hold Thanos. And at the end, the Demolition Man, who broke the rules of finally making touch kissing? Was it John Spartan? It was his female partner that grabbed him and gave me that smooch.
No, that's not my point. That's not my point.
Yeah, Thanos. We talking about
when you don't take self accountability, you make room for another entity or government person to come over and help you out.
That's how we
already helping the woman out.
But there's the point also too. Who's going to break the rules behind the back also too? That's the point where happen at the end when.
Everybody's not going to break the rules.
Whatever her name was. She grabbed Spartan and gave him a kiss.
Everybody's not going to stay you, sir.
Thanos. I just gave all these preventative ways that women have birth control, right? Do you know what's another form of birth control?
You
swallowing.
No.
No,
I'm gonna
because
tell you.
this is so ridiculous, though.
No,
because
I'm gonna tell you what's.
I need to wait a minute before Freezy. Before you tell us, and Q, you just took it. You dropped the mic on that one. So Freezy, before you tell us, let me read. This is something we need to know because this is something I mentioned earlier briefly, but I didn't know this had happened. So Gia, thank you so much for this information. Gia, and also thank you for your super chat. She says the CDC has issued a warning on the resurgence of syphilis and HIV. Black men refusing sexual accountability is a health crisis. Wear your umbrellas for the rain.
But she said she ain't have it. She said she ain't have it though.
Okay, okay. Do you know what's another form of birth control that you can't control, Thanos?
It's no birth control that I can't control.
Yes, it is.
Not having
Okay, what
sex.
is it?
Deletion.
No, it's see you skipping. You moving the
Deletion.
goalpost.
No, no. Listen what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Women still have the power of birth control. Listen what
No,
I'm
that's
saying,
not
bro.
gonna happen. It's
What are you talking
responsibility before
about?
you even get to
See,
that
he's
point. It's
he's
Thanos,
saying
talk
responsibility
about
before you even get to
You're
bullshit.
that
missing
point.
the point, bro. You just missing the point.
How
It's
did you
going all
skip?
over your head, bro.
How did you get? How did
Hey,
your
bro,
seed
I'm
get
done
inside that
with
woman?
this.
What? How did
Have
your
at
seed
it.
get inside that woman if you didn't have sex with her?
She let me have sex with her.
no, but he said a form of birth control is not to even have the sex, Freezy. He said he's not
Abstinence.
gonna even go over there. That's the best. That's the best
Okay,
form.
and this is what I mean by it's unrealistic when we try to compare men and women when it comes to sex drives.
But that's a man you talking to.
Yeah,
Okay, but
Man.
that's what I'm
listen,
surprised about. Like, okay, listen.
No,
It's
no. He's just matured to that. No. He's at that point in his life where he's put sex in its place.
he
See,
41. He
yeah,
41.
so I had
no,
like
see,
a good
listen,
20
listen.
years.
There comes a
That
time.
man had 20 years of wild style.
Listen, there
But you,
comes a time in your life when sex has a place. You've been had enough where you know exactly what to expect and how it is. It really does happen. I trust me. It's not that you don't like it. It's not that it's not good. It just
right?
has a place, and he's gotten to that place in his life where
It does. It does. I agree with Thanos right there because
that's
yeah,
all. But
because
I'm
listen,
not gonna give it to
women
him.
have
I'm
have
sorry.
they different
I'm
ways
not
of
gonna give it to
doing
him.
things.
Logically speaking, it doesn't make no damn sense. Technically
Canadian born, hold
speaking,
that
it
thought.
doesn't make
Canadian
no
born,
sense.
Canadian born, hold that thought. Freezy, hold that thought. Brittany B, thank you so much for your $9.99 super chat. She says money line while on the assembly line. All the club talk. Make sure y'all come to the fight club tonight and bring the condoms. Laugh out loud. Just stop having sex. Brittany, now listen. Now you Freezy, say that stuff to Brittany because Brittany is a woman and she wouldn't understand
Okay,
that you're
this what I'm gonna say. This what I'm gonna say.
tell Brittany
Because
about
I don't want to be long winded.
it. Okay.
But women turn men down. I don't see what's. It seems like I'm speaking foreign language, but women turn men down every day, all day, every day. So what I'm saying, women should understand because they have a lot of practice at it. Women reject men every day, all day. This is a simple act,
No, she
and
may
all
reject
them,
you.
huh?
She may reject you, but that don't mean somebody else not doing nothing.
You missing what I'm saying, bro. What I'm saying is,
That she has an opportunity to reject him while getting ready to have sex too. And if she doesn't, then that means she wants it, and she probably does. So we
right.
agree with you.
Okay, and if she does, I'm see what I'm saying is I'm going to different levels. If she does, okay, because I'm trying to get Thanos to see that the power is in the woman when it comes to sex. Women reject men every day, all day. So hold on, Thanos. So you're saying the power is not with women when it comes to sex? That's what you're saying?
No, the act of you can if you're gonna have
Bro,
sex,
just answer my
then do
question.
it
Answer my question.
responsibly.
Do women control sex?
Yeah, for consent, yes, of course.
Well, what is the damn problem? What am I saying
Because
wrong?
it's
What's
other
going
stuff
on?
involved. I mean, okay, I'm gonna put it like this: it's some guys who may have certain issues when it comes to that, to where they may not know when they're doing something or when they're releasing, or especially if they're going in raw. But most of the time, I'm gonna just speak for myself. I know when I'm about to. I'm sorry, security buzz. You know what I'm about to say. Well, I won't even say it. You know what I'm talking about. I know when that's about to happen, based off if you had it more than once. I understand, like, newcomers and virgins make those mistakes and usually get pregnant on the first time. But at the same time, even wear protection, but you still don't stay inside because that's increasing risk
But you
mitigation
keep, but
by
you
not
keep
doing
fast
it.
forwarding. But the problem is you keep fast forwarding to after they're already having sex. What I'm saying is
What part
before
of my
two,
no,
before
I'm
I
not
mean,
even having. I'm trying to help you out because I'm telling you, unless that's
I'm
a
married,
person that
bro.
you
I'm
dating to
married.
marry.
I'm
No,
married.
unless
Listen,
that's that person you dating to marry. Why is sex that important to the point where you can't even take accountability for how it's done?
bro. Listen, what I'm saying. You're talking about accountability, right? You're talking about accountability, right? What I'm telling you. before a man and a woman comes together to have sex, most of the accountability should be on the woman because she controls sex. Do you understand what I'm saying?
How come you don't give her your wallet too?
Huh?
I mean, if you trust her that much, how come you don't give her your wallet too?
Bro, did you hear what I just said? What I just said.
You sitting here telling me something important as your seed can give willingly because she said yes, but you'll protect your phone, protect your wallet, and protect the keys to your house.
What I'm telling you is, bro, is this. Before a man, most of the time, this because we're trying to play like we don't understand the scenario.
No, I got 2 sons, and so I can't. When they come to me and tell me, "Oh, son, why did you do this?" Dad, I don't know. That's what this sounds like.
No,
Danos. Let me ask you something. I'm gonna try to keep it balanced. Danos, let me ask you something.
Wait a minute.
What happens?
Okay, hold on a minute. That's not what he's saying. What he's saying, Danos, is your mama let me have sex with her. That's what he's saying. He's not saying what you're saying. But Freezy, what King is saying is you're trying to say that the woman controls the sex because of the consent. He's agreeing with you that the woman has to consent to sex, but he's taking himself out of the responsibility of that sex. And if we just stop right there, you came over, she consented, you all had sex. If we just stop right there, then you are correct, Freezy.
Right, that's all I was saying. That's all I was saying from the jump.
What he's saying is that the woman allowed you to have sex with her, so she had control. Right. That's all he's saying right there. Now, when we were talking back and forth, he added more. But Freezy, right there, we definitely agree that the woman has to.
That's all I was saying. Like,
no, farther though. We can't go any further than that.
But what I'm saying, security boss, if we don't stress that for women, right? If we don't stress that for women, how because all I'm preaching is women should practice being more modest with their bodies, with their conduct, and with their sexual activity. All throughout history, it was expected for the woman, for modesty to be put on the woman. That's historical.
Okay.
But this in this modern age, men have bought into the notion that men, when it comes to different aspects of life, men and women are equal, and that's not true. Because because what I'm saying is when it comes to sex, right?
You saying even consent that makes her more responsible.
When it comes to sex, if I have a daughter, right, and I'm just keeping it 100.
Okay.
If I have a daughter, and she winds up pregnant.
Okay, you
listen. If my daughter winds up pregnant, I'm going to put more of the blame on her.
Okay, so hold that thought. But you went somewhere different. But hold that thought. So why Anna? Thank you so much for your $5 super chat, Ms. Washington. Thank you for that. She says, "Do women need to go back to the obstinance?" Yes, for Freezy to understand. You're right. You're right. He won't make you. That's exactly what needs to happen. And that's what he's saying. But he added something else to that. And I agree that women should abstain. You are exactly right. And that's what we should be teaching. So it shouldn't be a sex talk. It should be an abstinence talk.
Okay, but in the beginning, SB, if you heard what I said, my primary message is for women not to have sex.
Right. Okay, so stop right there. We need to give Brittany the money line song because she on the assembly line. And we're going to make her night until she can get off. Money line. Give me mine. Yeah. Okay, so Freezy. You said the daughter is pregnant. And now we're sitting them down. We're sitting her down. And we are holding her responsible because she's a woman and she should have abstained.
She should have told that boy, my daughter should have told him, I'm not having sex until I get married.
Absolutely. Stop right there. But obviously that didn't happen. Okay, so now let's deal with that. It didn't happen. She's pregnant. Now, okay, next step. We don't even know who the little boy is yet. So next step, we're talking to her. Baby girl, you got this baby here. You're going to be a mom. Are you asking her what does she want to do? Or are you asking her first, who's the daddy?
No, I'm going first off, I'm going to find out who is the father of the
Okay.
child.
Okay. Now I'm just walking with you. I just because I don't want us to talk over you, and I want this is some good information because one of the
Yeah.
problems that we have is we can't agree on things. Not
Right.
us, but us as a community who don't seem like black
This
folks.
is, you know what? This is a great scenario that you're painting too. I
Well,
want to
you
go
painted
through
it.
it.
You came up with this
Yeah,
idea.
but I'm saying, well, you going through it, you walking me through it. That you're walking me through.
Right.
Yeah.
Because okay, so now instead of you saying what we're gonna do, you said, okay, as a man, you said, I'm gonna go get daddy. I'm going who's the little boy or who's the daddy? And you went and got him. And then you now did you just are we underage? You didn't tell me how old we were.
Oh, I was gonna bring that. I was gonna bring that up anyway.
Well, let's just
Yeah, teenage, yeah, like 17, 16. That's
no,
a perfect.
no, no. Just I mean, we can say 18 just to make it morally a good moral story. You know,
Okay,
whatever.
so we 18 and the young man is how old?
We can say we can say he's 22 or something.
Okay,
You
he's
know,
22. He's 22 and he's 18. Okay, so now you brought them both together. The man is 22, young man 22, she 18. Now, what is your conversation for him? Because you're talking to him first, because you done already got with her. You done said what you had to say to her. She just told you first. Now you're gonna talk to him, or what's your next role? I ain't gonna tell you what to do, but what would you do next?
Okay, my next the next thing I'm gonna say after I tell my daughter, listen, you know, you should have kept your legs closed. I preach this to you from adolescent about this. We've had sex, we had text talk about the birds and the bees. You should have known better. And then after that, I'm gonna ask her, what does she want to do? What do you want to do? And then I'm gonna ask her by that time I'm gonna already know who her boyfriend is. But this is the sad part. This is
Okay.
the sad part about it, right? This is the sad part about it. If my daughter insisted on deleting that baby, the boy that she conceived with, there's nothing he could do about it.
Okay, but see, you just interjected yourself. So I'm gonna interject myself. So once you found out the boy who did it, or the young man who did it, and you went over to him and you called him over for a meeting,
Yeah.
is it anywhere in you that would say, okay, young man, okay, you now need to marry my daughter?
I'm gonna tell him that.
Okay, well, why are we talking about deletion? Because I don't. The only reason I think that anybody would even want to delete a child is if they thought that they made a huge mistake and they would be doing it alone.
The reason why I'm talking about deletion is the same way my daughter didn't listen to me when I told her to be responsible before having sex and getting married. The same way she can make her own decision and say, I'm not keeping this baby, Dad. She can say that. She has the right to say that. Listen to what I'm saying. She has the right to say that.
Right.
So I can tell the dude all I want. Hey man, you need to marry my daughter. That doesn't mean he's going to marry my daughter as well. He could say, well, Mr. Freezy, with all due respect, I'm not ready to get married. He could say that to me.
Freezy, you set the expectation. You just said you gave an example for your child, and the example was, you should have waited for marriage. So obviously, she may think that this gonna be her husband. So why you can't stick with that example that you said? We made a mistake. Just because you tell people to do something within marriage, in women's minds, sometime in men, they be thinking this is my husband. This man love me, so we can do it anyway. We might make a mistake, but that's what happens. Believe me, that's what happens. I'm telling you the truth.
Boss, I want to, how you use TV shows and movies as an example, right?
Yeah.
I see the change to that. I see this. You remember the show My Wife and Kids?
Mm-hmm.
When the season when Junior got his girlfriend Vanessa pregnant,
and they brought her in the house, right,
exactly, and everything, and father had to prepare his son. He was upset. Him and his mother was upset at him, at both of them also too, because they was going to send him off to college to focus on the dream, and he wound up getting Vanessa pregnant. First thing they had to realize that this couple is in love with each other. They technically was no different from her, Kyle and Jay when they was in high school and everything. So he had to actually get on Junior's behind and make him grow up,
make a man up.
Exactly.
Made him sleep in the garage. You remember that? He made him sleep in the garage.
Exactly.
Right, but we live in this modern day society, man.
He did right by his Vanessa because he actually was in love with her, and they actually did get married. And but he had to prepare his son and everything. But of course, of that, for that example, we try to use now you got to get on both parties and everything. Now you got to start preparing them, for when before that child gets
Right,
there.
but what I'm trying to say, Mel, what I taught my daughter was not. I didn't teach her to have sex then get married. No, what I taught my daughter was to get married first,
I know.
then have sex.
What you taught her is to have sex with her husband or the man that she loves.
Exactly.
And ultimately, that's what she did. But listen,
No, she didn't do that. She didn't do that.
And she did, Freezy. She loved him. She loves him.
Nah, but that wasn't her husband though.
But I made a mistake right there. But why he can't be my husband? See,
Okay.
Hypothetically, we're saying we prepare them for marriage. Okay, they had sex without making official, but they still in love with each other. So you know what? Start preparing them before
to
even
be
that
married.
to be married. Or if she has
Listen, you take deletion off the table. Deletion is not an option. If that child was formed in love, you make sure that that child sees that. But what I'm saying, Freezy, please don't say what you're getting ready to say as far as this modern day time and what we do, because we can't allow the world to dictate our life.
Oh no, what I was gonna say was that what I would have taught my daughter was you make sure you become a wife before you give up your cookies to any man.
I agree.
Right? Okay, so the scenario that was painted, that didn't happen. She conceived before she got married. All of that, everything I preached to her went out the window. Right? So now we got to deal with
not everything.
No, what I'm saying is about conception and sex.
But she
that
made
went out the window.
She made a mistake. But so are you saying once we made a mistake, we got to live in it? We can't get it right. We can't make it right. See, that was what.
So if you make a mistake, you ain't got to live with it. Yeah, you got to live with it.
No, you don't got to live in it. See, that was
you
what.
You don't have to let it be a burden.
That was the thing with me and my husband. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna share a quick story, and then I'm gonna read the Blue Banabity's super chat. That was the thing with me and my husband. We both made mistakes, but we were trying to serve the Father. So we were living together, had moved in together, not yet married, having sex. Were we supposed to continue to have sex and wait till the appropriate time to get married so we could make it right? Or were we supposed to go in and make it right at that moment? So what we decided to do was make it right at that moment, despite the fact that we had only been dating for 6 months versus, oh, you don't know everything about him. He may not be the perfect one, blah, blah, this and blah, blah, that. We said, no, we're going to make it right and we're going to trust God, because guess what God does? He will bless the union.
Right.
And the attempts to us to making it right versus us to continue to live out of order. So even though you made a mistake, I got to get it right sometime in my life.
You got to get it right. But realistically, if my daughter is 18 and she gets pregnant, I can do all the preaching I want. And I am going to do all the preaching I can to her and to her boyfriend. I am going to do that because that's just the kind of man I am.
Right.
But realistically, it's her body. And if she chooses to go to Planned Parenthood, even without me knowing, she can do that.
Right.
And what I'm saying is, and her boyfriend will have to deal with that as well, even if he wants to be a father. What I've been trying to tell Thanos and CBN the whole time is this: women get too much leeway. Like, even after they conceive, they still have an option on whether to keep the baby or not. It's not up to the man. But Thanos is shaking his head.
Stop right there. Let's do this. Let's do this money. Let's do the super chat, and then we can go back into it, because I'm right. You kind of lost me a little bit right there, but let me just do this. Bloomin' Ebony, how are you doing? Thank you so much for your $9.99 super chat. She says, I agree with Freezy. Freezy, this is a young woman that agrees with you. She agrees with the modesty. I know she does. The femininity. I know she does. The power of sex is with women, and the power of relationships is with men. Exactly. Women whose DNA gets moved on to the next generation is called sexual selection.
Sexual selection, exactly. Whoever that is, she get exactly what I'm talking about.
I made too much money for that, for sex to be that powerful. At
I agree.
I don't understand it. Like, what was you doing in your young days? I think people who had this issue.
Hold on for a minute, y'all. Give me mine.
Going up, we know the climb.
Let me put you in this way and stuff like that. Why? It's true. Men ought to gatekeepers of commitment, women are gatekeepers of sex. What are we actually working hard to get from each other? I'm working more hard to try to get sex from a woman and everything. A
Thank
woman's
you.
trying to work more hard to get a commitment from me.
Thank you.
No, but why
Thank
is
you,
that your
Mel.
focus? Like it'll come
No,
anyway.
it's not about a focus here, and that's the whole point. If you that guy, and
Thank
everything,
you.
yes, she sets your attracted to, she will let you inside of her and
Just
everything.
keep it real,
Right.
man.
She wants something more. You
Keep it real.
might not want nothing more, or the fact is, you know what? If you want something out of me, actual men and everything make a woman work for his commitment. What do you all you gonna do to get me to
You
give you
know
my
what?
last name?
Wait, what? No, what side
He
are you
just brought it
talking about?
home.
Relationship
Mel
or
just
sex?
brought it home just then.
No, but that's not true. Let me tell you something. These women these days are so sexually liberated. They think that they are running you all. They're controlling you all. They think this. So if they think this, they think that they in control, which is absolutely what you're all saying. But if y'all know
Yeah.
that going in, if you know that going in, why would you trust them?
Well, but number one, boss, I agree with you the whole control part, yes, but
Yes.
also too, they still choose who to have sex with for
They
free
do.
and who are they charging and everything.
Listen,
They're
you
not
talking
making a
about
lot of men. They're not making all the men work for their sexual tension like that. Some guys
but
they make them work less, others not. But women can have sex more faster than a man can. Even the most unattractive
Exactly.
female could
This
get
is the
laid in
easiest time in
5
life.
seconds.
This is the easiest
And
time in life.
and
You
the
don't even have to
he
have
will
game
commit
no
himself
more.
to a female in 5 seconds. The opposite that
You
both
don't even
opposite
need
sex
game
can't
no
get.
more.
Okay, but I think y'all talking about two different things.
Yeah,
I
this
think
is
That's the whole scenario with the gatekeeper thing,
listen,
for both parties.
I think Blooming
Exactly.
Ebony and I think Blooming Ebony and the scenario that Freezy just gave of his daughter are talking about sexual selection. We're talking about relationship there. I think when we actually
That's
started,
both.
we were just talking about having sex. So I think that's what the difference came in. I think when we first started, we were just talking about having sex, maybe unprotected, just doing what you do. Actually, what it was is this. I was equating it to dating because I was saying dating now is just having sex, whereas back in my day, dating was when you got to know each other. But see, now it's different. But what Freezy and the sexual selection is relationship. I would think that's more of a relationship based situation where you're choosing the man. But in the example you just gave, Freezy, of course, with your daughter is she chose this man or this young boy, or whatever. But I think it's a little different when we're talking about people just hitting links and smashing and all these names that you all give.
Even when it comes to a relationship and everything too, his man first goal, he mostly wants sex.
He wants sex.
But he has to work for it.
Even the guy that's in the friend zone,
remember,
he wants sex.
There's a video I saw with Diddy and this chick, that city girl that he's dating and everything. And as much as that city girl chick is preaching all these females about juicing the dude and everything, she's not making Diddy work for that.
Exactly.
So hold on for a minute, Miss Washington, you are exactly right.
And she's still trying to get a commitment out of Diddy and everything, but
okay. All right. So yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, but what King is saying trumps everything that you're saying, because all he's saying, and I need y'all to hear this, all he's saying is, men, protect yourself. That's all he's saying.
We're saying that too.
Okay.
I said that too.
Okay.
But what Thanos is missing is, even if I'm out here having sex and protecting myself, right? My sexual activity will be cut down substantially if women like, just like what the lady said, Blooming, I forgot her name was.
Yeah. Blooming.
Yeah. If they practice more sexual selection and practice more of, hey, I'm not, if you're not looking for marriage, I'm not going to do that. I'm not having sex with you. Guess what? Even Freezy wouldn't be able to have as much sex as I would have had in the past. It's up to the woman. The woman, you know what? Mel brought up a good point. Mel said that men make women work for commitment, work for marriage. And we do, right? On the flip side, women should make men work for sex. Guess what? Guess how you make me work for sex? Marry me. Show me that you want me to be. Show me that you want me to be your wife.
Okay, but Freezy, you just added another dynamic, because the easy woman you shouldn't visit.
Yeah, like, why are you even dealing with that?
Because Okay. Even listen, even biblically, right? Even biblically, Solomon was an historic man in history in the Bible.
Man,
even this man, even David. Listen what I'm saying. These guys had 1,000, like 700 wives, 300 concubines. It's in a man's nature to have sex.
No one's
and we
saying
just
it's not.
we
No
just
one
keep
is saying it's
ignoring
not.
that.
Hold on.
Listen, Thanos is trying. Listen, Thanos is trying to paint this picture.
Freezy. You got
Yes.
keep it in mind, right?
Yes.
That man Solomon you pulled out, having all them women made him worship other gods.
It did. But
All
he
right,
was
so
not
the
out
point-
of
so the
what I'm
point-
saying is, Bolo, he
but
wasn't
the
out of
point-
order.
Right, but the point of the matter is, Freezy, is the way you're speaking about men as if men don't have no control of themselves.
I'm not saying that.
But you are saying that.
No, I'm
Because
not.
at the
I'm
end
not
of the
saying
day,
that.
listen, I'm tired of hearing people say that women control sex and men control relationships. My man, if a woman don't want to be with you, you can't force her. Period. We
I
both
just
have
said that.
control. No, what I'm saying is no one controls nothing. It's a joint venture.
But you just
It's a
said
joint
what I
venture.
said. You
No.
just said.
You said no. Someone said that men control relationships or marriage and women control sex.
Oh, that was man.
Garbage.
That's true.
It's not, brother. Because at the end of the day, jointly.
That's true, bro.
Let me finish my point, please.
Go ahead,
Jointly,
go
we
ahead.
both have to agree to have sex, unless you've taken it. So tell me give me a scenario where they're controlling one option and you're not controlling it. It's something that you both have to agree to. Right or
Okay,
wrong?
first of all.
Although that's the ending point, but who's working for more than what?
Exactly. Listen, first of all,
Who's putting more than what? Who's the rest put more the courting to at least to get laid, or at least get some type of sexual gratification from the woman? It's not the woman doing it to men.
Say it
The man
again,
doing
sir.
it to the woman.
Say
He
it
got
one
to
time
prove
again.
himself to her just to get that sexual attention.
Say it one more time. We have to prove ourselves to get that sexual attention from you, said?
Yes.
And she doesn't have to prove it to you?
No.
If men choose, listen, dogs, what you're saying is
men will have sex with
the most unattractive female could get laid in 5 seconds more fast than me.
Absolutely.
And I've seen
What are
it.
you guys talking about?
There's thousands of dudes, even thirsty dudes, that were willing to sleep with an unattractive female just to get laid.
That happens every day.
That female want a commitment and everything. Yeah, he gonna be the top tier guys that she wanted to get commitment from. He's gonna make her work twice as hard for it.
Let me ask you a question.
Let
me ask you a question. Are you, and this is for all the men on the panel, are you sleeping with any other chick or all these chicks that are for the streets?
No.
Wait. Can you read what T-Shaw said?
I'm asking you a question. Are you sleeping with these chicks that are for the streets?
I have.
I'm saying now, brother. I'm not talking about in the past.
I'm married now. Don't ask me. Hey, I'm married.
Okay, so if we're not sleeping with these women that are for the streets, why the hell are we having this conversation every day?
Because it's not. Because the reason why
they all gotta be for the streets.
Say it again.
Why they all gotta be for the streets?
I'm asking because you guys are talking about ugly chicks, this chick, that chick. Why are we not talking about
wait, Mel. Bolo, just because you're ugly doesn't mean you're for the streets, bro.
I didn't say that they were. I did not say that they were. What I'm saying to you is we're having conversations about things that are not pertaining to anyone on this panel when we should be talking about things that do pertain. You're talking about men that are flawed. You're talking about women that are flawed. So let's talk about getting them unflawed instead of throwing all these variables that just leaves a conundrum, and then we have to have this conversation again. Let's talk about solutions instead of just the problem.
Okay.
Let's stop looking at the symptoms and deal with the sickness, my G. That's all I'm saying.
Listen, what I'm telling you is.
Actually, Freezy just gave solutions, and you just ignored them.
I just gave solutions.
You gave solutions. That's
just
wrong.
all over it.
And I would say even King Pino did give a solution also too. Did you know that?
We just gave solutions, and you just glossed all over it.
And it's on both sexes. Daniel gave solutions for the men. Freezy gave solutions for the females.
See the point I'm trying to make is we keep trying to spew this narrative that men do not have large sexual appetites. And I'm not saying that just because we do, we should act recklessly. And I'm not saying that.
That wasn't a conversation at all.
Okay. But listen to what I'm saying, bro. That was the conversation. What the point I'm trying to
about, man. Now, I didn't say I didn't want sex. I said
listen to, bro. Just chill.
I'm not willing.
I'll bring it home. I'll bring it home for you, bro. I'll bring it home for you. Because you just said you was out there too, Thanos, at one point in time. You was out there in the street too.
That's what I'm saying. It was no purpose. I wasn't looking to get married. I was just having sex, but I was still protecting.
Bro, it don't matter. What I'm saying is this. We're trying to ignore men's sexual appetite. It's hot. It's weight.
Not at all.
Just let me finish. Let me finish.
I still have the appetite.
Let me finish.
Like you said before, if you go, that means you're going to take it eventually. If it's the point where your appetite that
large, bro, what are you talking about, bro?
Your appetite, you keep talking about appetite. If
bro, we're not talking about, bro, you're losing me, bro. I'm not talking about taking nothing, bro. Don't put words in my mouth.
Appetite have to do with it,
bro. Just chill. I'm not talking about taking nothing, bro.
So what does the appetite have to do with it? That's what I'm saying.
If you let me finish, I'll tell you, bro. Scientifically, bro.
We know this already. We know this already.
Men's sexual, bro. Just chill. Are you afraid about what I'm about to say or something?
No, you keep saying the same stuff over and over.
Like, what am I about to say? No, you tell me. Wait. Tell me what I'm.
Scientifically, men can procreate every day if we
want.
That's
not what I was about to say.
So why y'all having trouble conveying the message to each other? Because I already think what I think I'm hearing him say. So let me do the money line, and we're gonna come right back to it, Freezy. And let me tell you what I think you're getting ready to say, because I think you've said it. But let me do this. Miss Washington, thank you so much for your $10 super chat. And she says, Freezy is missing the point that God does not want men to fornicate, period. So it matters not that the woman consents. Let's do the money line song.
Money line, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline. Money line, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline.
Yeah. So, Freezy, let me bring you up to a point, and then I want you to take it over. King Thanos, what he's saying is that it's in a man's nature to have a higher sex drive than a woman. It's in their nature. So no matter what you say, discipline, no matter what somebody says this, men are going to naturally want to have sex. Right. So Freezy, take it from there.
Okay. Thank you, security boss. And so what I'm saying is, historically, it was permitted for men to have multiple wives, right? CBN is looking at me like I'm crazy, but obviously he doesn't know history.
What does that got to do with now?
Chill, bro.
Freezy, let me stop you.
I gotta disagree with you, Freezy. No, I would say human beings were born polyamorous that way. Yeah, I wouldn't say you want to have multiple wives in our human nature.
What I'm saying, bro, listen. Polygamy, listen.
That if you don't know the history, I understand history far more than you do.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me.
In history, only people of the 1% and the ruling class are allowed to have multiple women.
That's a lie. That's a lie, bro.
No, that's why I was trying to correcting it. I was trying to explain it differently. How Freezy?
That's not true.
Freezy speaking a point, and I agree with him. Let me explain. In our human nature, yes, we're not meant to be monogamous and everything. In our human nature, we're technically having sex with each other. The reason why we choose to be monogamous, women choose to be monogamous, because she wants to procreate with the most strongest male. She can only get pregnant once every 9 months, stuff like that. Once the pregnancy stage is stopped, she would want to have sex with multiple dudes just as much as we want to have sex with multiple women. But I get what CBN is saying. Yes, the top tier guys were allowed to have multiple wives.
Male. That's not true. That's not true. And
that is true.
That's not true.
That is true. Men and women were not born monogamous. Monogamy is a taught act.
I can see you, security boss. I no more argument for me.
Listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is,
Freezy.
I'm not leaving. I'm just saying, like, I can see, like, the
Say it differently.
Results. It's all about the
Security
results.
boss.
And that's not gonna be
Listen,
my
that's
result.
not true. What they
that's his
just said was
opinion,
not
and
true.
you're allowed to have it.
That's not true, security boss. Okay, you
No,
didn't have to be.
Freezy. What is true is this. We can say it differently. What is true is that if a man can have or should have more than one woman or more than one wife, he has to have the ability to take care of them.
Thank you.
So however you receive that he's a man of great of money or access or what have you, or versus we can say he's a 6-figure guy, however, whatever times is in, he must be able to take care of the women that he calls his wife or the women that he's responsible for.
Right.
However you say that.
So what I'm saying is they're speaking false facts in the Bible, which I read myself.
She's saying part correct what I was saying, and also you and stuff like that. Human beings will not born monogamous. That's a taught act.
Okay, what?
But like she said, just like she said, and CBT was saying, if you want multiple wives to take care of, you got to be that financial top tier 1%
Right, but
guy.
you didn't have to be a king to have multiple wives. You could be a regular dude.
That's why I was explaining also too in both concepts.
Right, but what I'm saying is I'm trying to get CBN to understand you didn't have to just be a king to have multiple wives. Polygamy.
No, he knows that. That's why I was explaining your part.
Okay.
Also too, he makes right also too, because time changes, human beings change.
Right.
When they cross certain acts, when they put in monogamy by certain people, yes, part of that was, you know what, if you want to have multiple wives, you got to have the money and finance and a certain class status to take care of all these women.
Right, but listen, monogamy, you didn't even have to have a certain class status. You just had to be willing to take care of those women. Listen, you had to be willing to, if you marry more than one wife, you have to be willing. And let me say this here, even the concubines, because we keep thinking that concubines in the Bible were 304s, no, or just meant for sex. No, you had to be able to take care of the concubines as well. Okay,
Freezy. You're making points, and men are having problems taking care of themselves, my G. But what I'm saying to you, Freezy, what I'm saying to you is this, brother. In our community, we have a hard enough time trying to deal with one. You want cats to have 4? You want cats to have 2? Men are having a hard enough time navigating through dealing with each other as brothers. How much more a woman? The reason why Bugs, what I'm saying to you is, yes, it's in a man. Hold on, listen what I'm saying to you, Freezy. I'm saying to you, it's in a man. Yes, we have high nature when it comes to sex. I get that. No one is denying that, right? But there's more to being a man than just laying rod.
I just said that, bro.
I'm not saying you didn't say. I didn't say you didn't say it. What I'm saying to you is the narrative of these conversations. The reason why SB has these conversations from the female's perspective is for us to have a peek into the window from the female's perspective, right? So that we can hear what they're saying, hear their perspective, and kind of take that in and meditate on it and become better versions of ourselves from that cheating, that cheat test that she's giving us. The point of the matter is when we're talking about men can do this, men can do that, men can do that, we're not talking about being better men, understanding what it is to be a man, understanding integrity, character, getting these things together before we even step to talking about chicks. That's our problem. Our problem is we're on third base with a hockey stick. And
okay,
it just doesn't work.
Bolo, listen, what I'm telling you is I preach that every day. I preach to, if you think I'm not out here telling men to be responsible, to be husbands, you're wrong. Okay, what I'm telling you, Bolo, I wasn't talking about polygamy as if I'm promoting polygamy, bro. Okay, all I was saying was monogamy is a fairly new concept, especially in the Western world. Okay,
it is. I know your face.
It's a fairly new concept.
I don't disagree with you.
Okay, but what I'm saying to you is,
okay, go ahead.
Let me finish what I'm saying. And being that it is a fairly new concept, this speaks to my point. that men's sexual appetite has always been large. This is why in the Bible, plenty men had multiple wives. But I do know we're living in Western society, and that's not our culture right now. I'm not saying that should be our culture.
You keep bringing up the Bible, and you're leaving out key parts when it comes to these men that had multiple wives had the understanding, they had the means, they had the character, they had the integrity.
I'm not discounting that, Bolo. I'm saying
you are. Listen to what I'm saying, Freeze.
Bolo, what I'm speaking to is why they had multiple wives.
Forget the multiple wives. We can't deal with one. That's the point.
Bolo, I know that, Bolo. What I'm saying is the only point I'm speaking to is why men had multiple wives. It's because their sexual appetite was more than just for one woman. That's why.
No one is disagreeing with you.
Okay, but listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, though. Being that we know this to be a fact, being that we know science has proven this also, even in modern day society, that this is a fact, right? I can preach to men all day long. Don't have sex. Don't have sex. Marry these women. There's still going to be a lot of men out here hollering at women irresponsibly having sex with them. But so now that I know this,
but that's the point, Freezy.
Wait, Bolo, because I'm about to go somewhere with this. So now that I know this, right? Now that we know this, right? Because guess what? If you think that every man is going to be sexually responsible, you bumped your head. If you think men are going to stop entertaining 304s, IG girls, thoughts. If you think that's going to stop happening, okay, you bumped your head. So what I'm trying to say is this. Let's get to the core of the matter. The core of the matter is just what the Blooming girl said. Women have power over sexual selection. If we're going to get to the core of the matter, women get to choose who they have sex with. Women can actually wait until they get married to have sex. It's always going to be men out here wanting to have sex with women just simply because of their sexual appetite on a macro level.
So, Freezy, you're exactly right. You're right. But guess what has happened? So, since the men are not kings and they're not men who have decided consciously to take on several wives, but they still are having the sex, then these systems that we have in place have said, okay, since you want to do this, we're now here and we're going to make you do the other half. And the other half looks like child support.
Right.
Social services or whatever it is. And they're making the men do what they're supposed to do. Would you agree with that?
The government is stepping in many cases and making the man obligated financially to take care of the child. Yes, I agree with that. Guess what? They're still not making the man finances is not everything with taking care of a child. So the government.
I agree, Freezy.
That's the point. That's the point of the matter. Finances.
We started all this with a solution about men being in their kids' life, but I'm just saying that to the point of the men having a very large sexual appetite, and the one clause to that is meaning that you got to take care of these women. That was put in place because if they did have kids by these women, or these women needed to be taken care of. Now, mind you, if the men today went into the sexual marketplace with the attitude that every woman that I'm asleep with, I'm gonna take care of, we probably wouldn't have this problem, right?
This is the thing. Now you're speaking to my point. You're speaking to what I'm saying is this. There are a lot of men. See, women in today's society have been given too much control and power, because I'm gonna tell you why. Not only do they have control when it comes to point, hold on, wait. Not only do they have control when it comes to sex, after the woman conceives and gets pregnant, it's also her choice on whether she wants to delete it as well.
Well, then don't have sex with the chick.
Oh my God!
How about having some discipline? You saying, oh man, That's
Okay,
the point.
So just tell
When we're
all men
saying,
to stop
man,
having
the
sex.
point.
We gonna tell all men to stop having sex.
No, we're not saying that. See, that's your problem. Your problem is you're just saying women, women, women. What we're trying to say is let's try to preemptive strike and give these men some type of education and understanding. That's the point. Nothing more, nothing less.
All right,
So you're telling
give
me?
a
So
solution.
hold on.
I got a solution. I got a solution. Okay, Mav, I'm using that
Oh
as
my
an example.
God.
And Miss Brittany B, my girl in the chat, I'm use that as an example, sweetheart. All right, let's say I'm interested in Brittany B. I want to date her and everything. She knows men wants to have sex with her. She's that woman. She knows. She already knows on mine when I'm stepping to her. Sex is going to be the determined factor. But she has standards and everything. So as we as I'm calling her, she's letting me know, I don't want to have sex unless I'm in a committed relationship and everything.
Thank you.
So it's up to me. Hold it. Let me finish. It's up to me to still deal with her or not. Now, if I want to still continue to date her and everything, and you know what I'm saying, so she's gonna show more interest in me, non-sexually and everything. And you know what's gonna do to me? That's gonna make me, you know what I'm saying, still deal with her. See, that's the whole
Thank
thing.
you.
When I was saying earlier,
Thank you.
men are the gatekeepers to commitment, women are the gatekeepers to sex.
Exactly.
I'm gonna put
Yo,
my
what are y'all
message
talking
on her.
about, man? That dude sound like yo, what?
Hold it. I'm gonna still deal with her non-sexually because she has a standard. But in reverse, she showed more interest in me non-sexually also too. That she wants to work for my commitment out of her. She's doing stuff for me that I like and everything, making herself more stand out against all the other women that would give me sex more easier. But she's the one that making herself stand out even more, making my interest in her more and everything. So that will further a commitment from both of us. That will technically
Do
probably
you
lead to
hear?
marriage
Do
and
you
also
hear the?
lead to sex.
Do you hear the problem? The problem is everyone is talking about sex. That's all we're talking about.
What was the
She holds
problem
the
in
gate
that
to the
language? Y'all
hold
talking
on,
about
my G,
sex?
hold on.
Where you
You
go?
just rock.
I just
Let
gave
me
you
rock.
a solution and you already
You
talking
just
about
rock.
something
Hold
else.
on, hold on,
Hold on,
hold
man.
on for a second.
Hold on,
Hold on,
Bolo.
please.
Hold on, Mel, Bolo. Hold on for 1 second. Let's just do this super chat. Y'all breathe for a minute. So what we're gonna do when we come back? We're gonna let Mel and Bolo, both of y'all need to speak, and Bloom and Ebony, you're gonna take us out of here. But what I want to happen is this. Let's please don't cut each other off. I want you all to have a thought, a complete thought, and I want you to say your complete thought. And the next person who wants to respond to it, I need y'all to respond to it because I want to hear everything that you all are saying. I need y'all to not leave your thought. Stay on that thought and complete it so then someone can respond to it. But before we do that, Gia, thank you so much for your $4.99 super chat. She said, I never want to hear this dude complaining about black men portraying image portrayal. Okay. Beings of lesser conscious driven by primal urges. So in other words, y'all hear what she's saying. Men, she doesn't want to see black men complaining about only being for utilities or, how they always say the mandingo of the group, all of that. Because we're painting a picture that's kind of like that's in us or that's in you all. And that's really, y'all gonna have to just deal with that because that's who we are. Even though it may have some truth to it and some validity, we should be moving to a different place because you see where it's gotten us. We should be moving responsibly to a different place. It shouldn't just be there and that's just how it is. That may be some reality, but why do we have to just deal with it? You know what I mean? It's time to move to a different place. So Mel, go ahead and say what you were going to say, sir.
Yeah, hello?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. As I was saying, that was the perfect solution right there because you know why? Because me, like I said, using Brittany, me and Brittany's feeding off each other. I want sex as the goal, but then again, my mind frame has shifted differently because you know why? She wants a commitment out of me. She's showing me interest in something that she's making herself stand out more than the other woman that's going to give me sex with no problem. I ain't got to
Exactly.
work for it, but she's making herself stand out more and more. Her standards, her preference, and everything, and that make me even respect her even more.
Exactly.
So interest in me that way, I'm going to show more interest in her. That might shift my mind frame. Like you know what? I'm kind of glad she made me wait for it a little bit, and she showed interest in me. Also it means I'm invested in her even more. It means you know what? She's going to get a ring out of me at the end of that. And
Thank you.
unfortunately, we lead to marriage. Was unfortunately going to lead to sex. Going to lead to having babies and a stable family. That's a king finding his queen.
Exactly.
Okay.
May I respond? May I rebut to that?
Yes. Go ahead.
That's madness, man. That's madness. So you telling me that because this chick held out and giving me sex, that helped me to build and get some type of understanding that she wants me, and that's gonna, Duke, y'all guys keep quoting biblical principles and living a carnal, man. You dudes keep doing that. I'm trying to understand why you guys do that. Why y'all do that?
Say it once more.
Say it again.
Out. Say it once more.
Say that again.
Who's had 50,000 wives and all these things, or a man find.
He keep breaking up.
A man find. Can you guys hear me now?
No, you broke up. Say it once more.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you, Bolo.
Okay. If a man finds a wife, and that's a good thing. If a man finds a wife, and that's a good thing, that means that she was a wife before he found her. That means that she was trained by the elder women to be what a man would need. Now, here's the trick side to that a lot of you men don't understand. For you to find a wife, you need to be a husband. And that was taught to him before he even injected or even approached that woman. For you to find something, it has to match your fly. Period. My finding a woman ain't locked in because she don't give me sex. That's madness right there. That's madness. So because she doesn't to me and then she still continues to talk to me, that means that she has some type of thought process and wanting to be with me. No. When I know what my worth is, when I know that I'm a man, I know what I do, I worked on my vision, my focus, my integrity, my character. When I know what my worth is, my standards will then generate my value. Period. So now when I meet these women, if they don't match my standards, if they don't match my value, because I have penis discipline, I move on. You guys keep trying to find the women that you want instead of the women that you need. And that's why we're messing up. We're messing up because we're picking the women that we want. We're picking that woman with that fat ass. We're picking that woman that talks nice, but we don't vet her. We put more breakdowns and more thought processes into buying a house than looking for a woman we're going to spend the rest of our life with. This thing don't make no sense. It doesn't. It makes none. Instead of vetting this woman, having time with her for 6, 7, 8 months, she's pregnant in 3 weeks, and now she's your wifey. And you know nothing about her. You don't know where her family is, and some of you don't even know her damn last name. The onus is on you. Look in the damn mirror. Don't blame no woman. Don't blame no man. Take accountability for your dysfunction and what you bring to the relationship. That's why black people, our black community, is in this disarray. That's all I got.
Can I speak to what
before I pass to Freezy?
Wait a minute, let Freezy speak because Mel, that you go ahead, Freezy.
Go ahead, Freezy.
I just want to say everything Bolo said was absolutely correct. And we should teach our young men and groom our young men on how to be husbands, first and foremost. But I want to say this, man. Even there's a study that even 40% of married men are having extramarital affairs. Okay? There's a reason for this. Just because you're married doesn't mean everything is all damn good. Okay? So all this husband talk and all this married talk, that sound good. But I'm living in the real world. So, and what I'm telling y'all is this. Women, even if a married man steps to you, guess what you have the choice to do? Tell him no, because it's your body. You have the power to give consent. So when I say stuff like that, why I get pushed back, I don't know. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, but Freezy, you still, I hear what you're saying, but I'm gonna defend the marriage because marriage is what you make it. So husbands, instead of you stepping out to the little young girl that has an opportunity to tell you no, you go to your wife and you pour into her every day and you make sure that you and her are on one accord and forget what the world says. You make your own situation. You make her fall in love with you or follow you wherever you need to go. You pour into the woman that you found to be your wife. And if she's not perfect, you have those conversations, and all your energy that you got belongs to her and your marriage, not the little young girl that's trying to take your money by giving you some sex first. Pour into your marriage and in your wife. And I'm going to always defend marriage. And if your marriage is not where you want it to be, you need to pour in it to make it better. You don't run away from it. You look towards it and you run to your woman. That's your covering. Your marriage is your covering. Your marriage is your protection from this HIV and this syphilis that is out here trying to take you out, amongst all the other things that are trying to take you out. Marriage is a covering. It's protection. You need to, if you in it and you found a woman to marry you, to work with you, work within that and make it all it can be. Now, until you've done that, don't give up and don't talk about anything else. That's your concentration. That's where you want to be. And you got to make sure you're doing everything for it before you ever try to leave it. Before you ever look to another direction, you got to make sure that I poured into my wife. My sex is good. I'm doing what I'm protecting, I'm providing, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. You got to go down the list before you even get to look at another woman and act like you want to entertain it. But if not, it's still within you. My whole point though, why I said that, I'm defending marriage for one, but you still going back to Bolo's point that it was on you as the man, because you're the one who said that you was looking at the little girl entertaining her, because that's reality. See, we are allowing this world to tell us how we need to be. Mm-hmm. And it's nothing wrong with being an independent thinker and having a successful marriage and being about what you want. There's nothing wrong with that. And I hate that we have to use men of yesteryears as our example, because they didn't do it right. All the secrets, I told y'all, my dad and myself got 6 illegitimate kids. He just decided to tell me about 2 or 3 months ago. He got to atone for that. There's going to be a day when God, he had a woman out there that he made solely for the streets and no good for nobody else, because she never married. He didn't take care of them kids. He was in my household. What about them? That's 6 broken kids, whether you really want to know it or not. That's 6 broken kids amongst the others, but there's 6 broken kids and a woman that's now passed away that had no husband, but tied herself to somebody else's husband. Come on, y'all. There's nothing good about that. And if he can't tell me, it was in my nature and it was just something we did. What? You didn't want no better than that? So what I'm asking all men to do, and women, want better, want more. Don't be average. Be different. Be independent. Make your life your life. Don't do what everybody else is doing. Why would you want to? It's a mess. It's a mess. Canadian born, go ahead. And then we're going to go to Mel. I'm going to let you say, and then we're going to end this show.
I'm not going to say too much. Like my name said, Canadian born. I came from a culture.
Male.
Am I going or he's going?
No, Canadian born is going. Canadian born, you got to speak a little bit, because we talk over you with no intentions. Go ahead.
Sorry. Just like my name saying, Canadian born Nigeria, I came from a culture that been long lasting, and we taught our young men to be responsible. Keyword, responsible. In our society, in our country, there's no child support system. If a girl get pregnant by another guy, get what happened, what I see on the regular. The father sent his servant, gonna look for the boy, they bring it over to the compound and says, "So you slept with this girl, you gonna be accountable, you gonna be responsible. You just fly my daughter, she was not given to you in the hand of marriage, so this is your responsibility right now." Same applying to the daughter as well. In some cases, the daughter or the son who do such thing get caught up on the inheritance because they don't play that game. That being no, I lived there for 7 freaking years and I see firsthand. They don't play that game at all because we treat our young women, our young men to be responsible and be accountable. They apply to many other Ethanite countries that practice that same fundamental that go day back for thousands of years. In my country, only the 1% and the ruling class are allowed to have multiple wives. Keyword 1%. That means you got to have the resource. I have not seen a poor ass man in my country have more than one wife. Why is that? Because he do not have the resource to take care of more than one. Talkers of one. So when people want to talk about culture and history, unless you come from a cultural background, you have no place to speak about it. So I get a kind of heated and I go African style because people do not understand true history. You want to quote the Bible? The Bible has showed you several times that people were able to do so are from the 1% class or the
Well,
ruling class.
that's
When
not
I say
true,
ruling
bro.
class, hold on, let me
It's
speak.
not
When
true.
I say
Stop.
you can do all you want, but you check the history. Those who are high society, when they call 1%, they have the money, they have the resource, they have the
It was
land.
not
If you
1%. We got to stop
hey, hey,
lying on the Bible. We got to stop that
and let
for
you live
real.
in my country, it's being practiced to this day. The same fundamental, the same mindset is practiced to this day. Either you are a king, or you are a chief, or you are a president, or you have the wealth. They're able to do such things. Anyone beside that, don't do that. What you talk about is concubine or sleep with the harlot, will sell themselves for money. Let's keep it real. Besides living in the US, I live outside this country and I understand the nature. Unless you live outside the country for more than 2 years in another nation that have a different type of concept of the US concept, then you fully understand. Let's not make up stuff that do not fully grasp nor understand, period. Because when you do that, you make yourself to be a global fool. And that is factual and that is logical. Let's stop the BS. Please. When you do that, you make a fool of yourself.
Information man show joined.
So we can clearly understand that this is a Western problem. We understand that, and
Bingo.
we need to somewhat fix it. I agree with that. But Mel,
Yeah.
you go ahead. Before I go, Mel, you're gonna go next. But before we go to Mel, I want to say something, guys. This is some really good conversation. I need you all to be sharing this, and the conversation is not over. We have not came to any agreements. I don't think we see and identify what the problems are, but I don't want to be a place or a community or a people divided. It just can't be this way. It doesn't make sense because these are such small things. You know what I mean by that? Do y'all understand what I mean by small things? These are just small things. So I'm trying to figure out how can we get to the bottom of this, because we can't fix it if we can't agree on what's actually happening. So Mel, I want you, and y'all make sure y'all sharing the video. Make sure you're sharing the video. Go ahead, Mel.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, probably my final statement. Um, Number one, Bolo just ignored a lot of stuff I was saying. Everything. In reality, number one, I'm not a Christian. Two, I wasn't quoting nothing from the Bible. Period. Everything. I was quoting human nature at all. Period. Relationships are give and take. Even in the marriage, there's compromises. What are women complaining more these days from us men? Why are we not committing to them the way we are? But yet they want the sex from us and everything. What are men complaining from women and everything? They wasting our time and our money and stuff, and waiting to the end that they're not showing interest in us. I gave a perfect solution that technically led to a marriage and building families. He ignored completely a lot of that. He who finds a good wife and everything, understand that. Well, but first of all, different men have different type of wives they see, but the fact is, and husbands they see, but the fact is, it gonna lead to a marriage and everything. That I gave to a solution. She shows more interest in that man outside of just giving him sex. He was also change his mind frame how he sees a certain girl and show more interest in her if they both mutually like each other. The point is, just like you were saying earlier, boss, do something different, right? That is the whole thing I was preaching about, doing something different when I was using me and Brittany as an example. She already laid her standards or preference on what she believes, what she wants to have. She does not want to have premarital sex when I meet her. She knows I'm probably a guy that might have other women that I'm having sex with. But the fact is, if I'm showing interest in her, she shows interest in me. But she's doing something different to make herself stand out. And unfortunately, being that she's doing something that makes herself stand out, that will eventually might have a whole different mind frame. That, you know what? Maybe I don't want to deal with these 304s no more. Maybe I'll deal with her because she's showing me interest. She's not wasting my time, which that's what a lot of men is complaining. They spend their money and time because we want to see a rate of return, and that's part of it. I feel like she's a good woman to my point of eyes, maybe a good future wife. So that, you know what I'm saying? I'm letting her know my standards of what I see in a wife. Being that she didn't give me the cookie so easily like that, that's already the big prize right there. That, you know, one of the big prizes right there. That, you know what, she's not easy. So what other standards I
Right.
see in her that she's gonna show other than, you know, just the sex? Okay, she's giving me peace. She's supporting me. She believes in my dreams and everything. She's encouraging me. Thus, I'm going to invest in myself more and more because she's also investing in me. That's what relationships are also too, is an investment on both parties. And unfortunately, just like, you know, let's say one day I become successful and she's that girl, or It doesn't have to be a millionaire, but you know what? She sees certain standards in me that she sees a potential husband. Because you know what? She's putting investment in me. I'm putting investment in her. I'm going to protect this woman with my life. With thus, you know what? Then that's what we see in each other. I want to settle down with this woman. I want to commit to this woman. I'm willing to make it work. Take a chance. Unfortunately, I do want to marry her, which unfortunately will lead to our marriage. And when that happens, of course, we're going to have sex in our honeymoon, which is probably going to lead to having kids, so we can have a family foundation.
But Mel, the only thing I don't know exactly. You and Bolo were going back and forth a little bit, and I think he was more so talking to a couple of people more so than you. But the one thing I hear that I did not hear you say, and this could be the missing link that the disagreement was from. When a man finds a wife, I mean, when a man is looking, I mean, he finds a good thing, and if you're entertaining 304s, and basically she's showing up as just another, and you're creating, or she may have created something different, that means you're not really looking for a wife. You understand? And I think that's what he made reference to. See, when a man is finding, when a husband, because see, you're saying you're entertaining, when you're saying you're entertaining women, 304s, that means you're not trying to be a husband. You're not positioning yourself to be a husband. You're just entertaining 304s. But then when another woman comes up, then to you, I would think she's just another 304. But now she's doing different things that's a standout. So now all of a sudden, you're no longer entertaining 304s. You're looking at this one because she did something different. Maybe or maybe not. But it's not likely that you're going to see her as a wife, because that's not, you wouldn't position in yourself.
I will see her as a wife, because you know what? Like I said also too, my mind frame has shifted from not wanting to deal with 304s no more.
Okay, but I'm just saying,
women will have to try to convince a guy like that also too. Sometimes when she makes her stand out, she does for him and everything. And what do most men do with women like that? They die for females like that.
Well, I'm just saying, Mel, I don't know.
I understand what you're saying. Yes, too.
Okay.
Another concept as I'm actually looking for a wife.
Right.
It could work the same way when I'm looking for a wife also too. Which means it's still the same concept.
No,
I from each other.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but as far as you're saying the same thing he's saying about relationships being 50-50. She got to want you and you got to want her. But it's just the positioning or the way you presented your story. You were involved knee deep in 304s, and a person that's in 304s are not going to recognize a wife. So
I do understand. The reason why I use that, because technically that's what most women are dealing with those type of guys and everything.
Gotcha.
That's why I had to use that, because you know what I'm saying. Because there are a lot of dudes that are looking for wives, but they get looked over. This concept, she who finds a good husband finds a good thing, and that's a lot of females go through all the time. They don't realize that man's a good husband and everything. As you know, I don't want to use that example with the nuclear physics right there, because I think I understand your part. And I'm going to debate with that myself and everything. Yeah, but no, I understand from the girl's point of view, she wasn't into it because he had a personality, but that doesn't make him a bad husband. Just not right for her.
Well, but guess what though? He never said he was looking for a wife. See me.
Also too, some guys just don't know how to express it. Also too,
could be crazy too. This is just me, and I could be crazy too. If a man that had all that together, that means he's a man and he's ready. I think his presentation should be what he wants more so than who he is, because the question was asked, tell me a little bit about yourself. He's all of that, but I'm looking for. See, men kick down doors. Did you not?
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I watched. I was like, damn, he bored me too. If I was into dudes like that, like, yeah, because he didn't tell his personality. He told his accomplishment and his title and stuff. And that's the argument I was going through with different dudes. Like, she's right what she felt like. She asked him about himself, not about his accomplishment. It's like a rich man leading with his money and stuff.
Yeah, it was about him. See, men kick down doors and be like, come here, girl, you mine. I'm gonna make you my wife. This that simple. She would have felt like, oh.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, like that.
I would have told them.
Remember, it was
only accomplishments. Tell them about yourself as a person.
But it was only 2 minutes, so we can't. You know, maybe he was nervous.
Exactly. It's a speed dating show. Also,
we gonna let Blooming Ebony and then King Thanos and Canadian Born and Freezy. I want y'all to say your final, but I want Blooming Ebony to add something to this, because girl, you put out a comment over there that just Freezy. If we could have 2 wives, you would be the second one. Look at him over there. Go ahead, Blue.
What's sad is that everyone is correct. And I think that's the problem, is that everyone is right. Men should have self-control. Women should have self-control. But the idea behind sexual selection is simply that women have control over what DNA gets to move on to the next generation, meaning when we are choosing a man to sleep with, we have a full understanding that we are putting ourselves at risk of getting pregnant, right? Growing a baby inside of us that's going to be 50% of that man. And is that man's DNA strong enough, smart enough to be a part of the next generation, to make sure that our species will live for as long as possible? Right, that's pretty much all that is. So to pull that into modern time, the way that we can think about it is a simple negotiation. Is I'm a village, right? Women are a village, men are a village, right? Women are growing corn, the men want corn. Men are growing cattle, or they have cattle, and the women want cattle. So we come together and we say, I want what you have, and you have what I want. How can we come to an agreement for the rest of our lives, where we can both exchange these things freely and fairly, right? So the idea is women kind of have a bit more control over the sex, men have a bit more control of the relationships, and we're saying, hey, I'm a woman, I want the security, I need you, I want the security. And men saying, well, I kind of like sex, so okay, I'll give you what you want if you give me what I want. And that's just the first step. There's so much more, and that goes back to what Bolo was saying, King Thanos was saying, what you were saying, Miss SB. It's that simple. It's just simply like a dance, and it's just, where is the balance? Where does it fall?
Very, very good. So, Freezy, I know you want to say something. Go ahead.
First, I want to say, Blooming Ebony, you should have been up here, and also
it wouldn't have changed anything, promise you.
And also, I want to say this.
That young girl is 23 years old. Now I'm just kidding.
Well, she has a lot of wisdom to be 23, but I want to say this. Also, I want to acknowledge that just because men want to have sex with a woman doesn't mean she's a 304 all the time. All women aren't 304s that men are sleeping with, you know. Men just want to have sex, period. She doesn't have to be a 304 in particular. But we're trying to paint this picture that only 304s have sex. No, there are plenty good moral women that have, guess what, bumped up and got pregnant. Okay? So what I'm saying is we got to stop painting this perfect picture, and it's not like that. And I also want to go back to the Bible. Samson was not married. He was not a husband. But we know he got caught up in Delilah's whims. Now, I will blame Samson for his... I'm bringing this up for a reason, is because I'm actually helping. I want to go out on a good note with you because I want to help you. I want to make you understand that I understand where you and Thanos and CBN is coming from, and Bolo. Samson made a bad choice. He did not have to sleep with Delilah, right? He didn't have to do that. But all I'm saying is this: Samson was still recognized as a righteous man in the Bible. He's till this day he's still recognized as a righteous man. So you don't, just because men are out here having sex doesn't mean this dude is just this reckless bad dude. No, it doesn't mean that. Samson right now today is recognized as a man of God. Right now today. So we're painting this picture, right? That this type of man has reckless sex. That type of man doesn't have reckless sex. No, the point I'm trying to make is men like to have sex, whether he's married or not married. It's in a man's nature. But it's also expected of the woman to practice more modesty as far as selection goes. As far as choosing who is she going to spend the rest of her life with. But now the problem is it's left more so in the woman's hands. But back then in ancient times, the father had control. The father was the one that chose who this woman was going to sleep with and who she was going to marry. But we don't have that today. We don't have that today. It's the woman's decision. Most of the time, the father is not around to even police this young woman and make the decision for her. You understand? But all I'm trying to say is, throughout history, it's always been the woman's decision. Whether the father had control of that decision, or the woman herself has control of that decision on who she is going to have sex with. That's all I was saying. The woman controls sex. So when I say, women, lessen your chances of postpartum depression, lessen your chances of laying down on the deletion table, because that man is not going to be laying down on the deletion table with you or for you. When I say stuff like that, Freezy get pushback. When the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is to protect the woman. And I digress.
All right. So hold on right there. I got just a couple things I want to say to you. But we have to say hello to Stacy Rubin, and he says, thank you for the $5 super chat. And it's always great conversation. Love you, SB Nation. Thank you so much. So Freezy, I am going to agree with you on the last statement that you made, but we never try to paint any pictures. We just basically pull from whatever scenario that you give. So I just wanted to let you know that we never said anything about any man being a bad man, or any situation being reckless, or men being bad who have sex with multiple partners. We're just basically saying that not all men choose to do that. There's a time in life where you come to the conclusions that you've had enough reckless, I'm going to say reckless sex, or I should say meaningless sex.
It's reckless.
Or release. Let's just call it a release. You come to a time when you've had enough release, and you focus on different things. And I think what we all wanted to say is that men and women both need to protect themselves. And you were exactly right. Women should be more modest and more selective to whom they sleep with. But the days and the time that we're in now, since we have these systems out there that penalize men for not being present in the homes or the children, we want men to be more selective also. So I think that in a roundabout sort of way, we kind of agree with some things you said. How about that? So King Thanos, what would you add to that?
Well, the fact of the matter is, at the end of the day, just because you're allowed to do something don't mean that you need to do it. And that goes just outside of sex. That goes to them legalizing a lot of stuff that wasn't legal before. Don't mean you have to indulge in it. Second of all, the world we live in now, and we bringing in these young men and stuff like that, we may not have time to wait for for the women to, take the chance to take all this birth control and all that, because it's not guaranteed to be here forever. Like, even though I don't know if it was real or not, when they was going to re-vote on the whole deletion cause, it could have went the other way. So a lot of these narratives get pushed, and the reason why people are so quick to want to have more sex is because they were using that as a form of birth control. So that's the part I just want people to get away from. And it just breaks my heart that it's even like a push for that type of behavior, because at the end of the day, as a man, it is my responsibility to take care of myself so I can take care of those around me. And instead of focusing on community, of course, I want community to be there. But if we focus on ourselves and take care of that household, and then the next door neighbor's taking care of that household, the community builds itself. This whole narrative of I got to build the whole city in one day doesn't make sense. We overcomplicate the simplest of things. Water flows the path of least resistance. We always want the easy way out and afraid to get uncomfortable. Men, get uncomfortable. If you 30s, 40s, and you not where you want to be, are you coming home from work and you can sit down on it and watch TV and ain't nothing, you'll have no worries, but all your bills ain't paid? No, you need to get uncomfortable. You're not working enough hours in the week. So I just want to leave it like that, not beat it to death, because we it's so many excuses these days, even in my own family. I tell people all the time, my family's not perfect before I even start talking to outsiders. So it took me years before I decided to, come to YouTube and start getting on these panels. But now it's at the point where it has to be said. I don't have to beat the horse to death. I just have to let you get the information, and then I can go on about my business. But I want all of us to win. All people, of course, but the people who look like me, it's time to wake up. And I, Thanos, I go by that moniker because we do need to snap out of it. And that's what I plan to do: snap these mindsets, these dead mindsets, and wake people up. That's all.
I just want to say I'm not pushing for men. I just want to say I'm not pushing for men to have reckless sex. I know you just said that, but I'm not pushing.
I'm not. No, I'm not saying you did. I'm saying when the narrative is, hey, let's try to abstain from it, and you come push back, even though you know what you're saying, someone on the outside is looking at, oh well, it's their, oh okay, so it's their, so let me do this because it's their responsibility. They should tell me no. So I'm in the right to be doing what I'm doing because she didn't tell me no.
No, I'm not. No, I'm saying what I'm saying is, I'm telling men to not have reckless sex, but I'm being a realist that all men are not going to do that. So women need to know that and protect their bodies. That's what I'm saying. I'm being a realist.
So maybe we should try to start a trend, because I understand that when trends start, people follow. If we put out there that it's not cool, or it's not so much it's not the cool thing to do, to have 20 partners and get syphilis and have all these diseases. It's not cool to do that. Then maybe men would say, you know what, maybe I don't need to do that.
Yeah, I was taught that coming up.
They still gonna
like
do
the whole thing about being a man was having as much women as possible. And when you get older, like I'm like, why was that's crazy that I did that. Like I'm actually surprised I'm still alive, or maybe don't have 10 kids and all that. But I just thank God that he protected me out there in them streets moving, so
you were exactly right. Men were taught to have actually, if they did, some of them were actually set up on their 18th birthday.
Mm-hmm. It was.
Wow. Canadian born. Did you want to say something before we leave here, sir?
My final thought is this. First and foremost,
stuff no more either, man.
No, don't stop right now, but I'm coming from a culture background. And I'm a Christian too. First and foremost, Santa would not consider to be a righteous man. They use procreating as the example why to not practice sexual immorality. Let's get that fact straight. Number two, if you want to prevent what we're going to right now, you gotta teach accountability and responsibility to both sides. Not just to the woman alone, but also to the men as well. Let's not forget the DNA collection you were talking about only apply within the USA society when you have arranged marriage happen outside this country. I'm a byproduct of a polygamy family, so I understand that better than most people on this panel. That's another thing people don't understand yet. But what I need to make clear is this. Let's not make no excuse for nobody. When it comes to sex and childbearing, the responsibility applies to both sides, not one side more than the other. Let's get that crystal clear. Unless you can start teaching men to be responsible and women to be responsible, that should be the conversation. Not putting blame all because women have X amount of way of preventing having a baby compared to no. Teach men to be more accountable and responsible. Same applies to the woman. Once you do that, you create a trend. When you create a trend, you create a society that can support itself. Teach men to be more responsible, whereby instead of choosing women to have sex, choose women to be married. In my country, in my culture, they do arranged marriage. When it comes to arranged marriage, the girl have no choice who she get married to. You know why I'm saying that? You can shake your hand because this is a real story. This happened in Nigeria, but you never lived there. My classmate was given over to a man.
We in America, man.
I know what I just said. If you forget my earlier statement, I say DNA selection only apply within the USA. For a guy who's seen a person who was given away at the age of 50, age of 15, a girl have no control over her parents, give away to a man who's going to be her grandfather in the hand of marriage. In society outside the US, women don't have a say to who they get married to in most cases when they have arranged marriage. Period. Understand the nature and the culture that take place outside the US. US is not the only society we have here today. So let's not get it twisted. When we do that, we confuse ourselves and make false imagery, false information I put out there. They're gonna call misinformation, we want to call it. But let's be honest, real. The Mexican society is not dictating what the whole world has to live by. That's called westernization. We have equalization as well. So let us stop it, all right? It's in your head, but it's still going on to this day. If you like it,
all right.
And the facts.
All right, Canadian born, you done dropped the mic. So listen, guys, this has been outstanding conversation. I hope all of you will be present on Sunday at 6 p.m. for the Standard. I appreciate the conversation so much. Freezy, you know you got to bring it all back. And Mel and King Thanos, welcome. And thank you for being here. And Canadian born always.
Thank you, SB.
Auntie Balls, thank you.
You know you gotta be here. But anyway, guys, thank you so much. And chat, I love it. Y'all know we do. And thank y'all. Show up on Sunday, 6 p.m. Eastern for the Standard, and we'll see you all then. Have a good night.
Good night.
You want the love, I don't got it. Got my soul on the road. You screaming, stay, please don't go. Don't think it's in me to listen to foe. It's so different with distance, we roam into zones where nothing get hurt anymore. I just wish I was home when I stepped through front door, but instead I'm alone and completely unsure. And even though you're screaming out with the best of intentions, I don't get it. Why do you always gotta ask me to stay?
Why you always gotta go? Playing house, this ain't a home with your soul on the road. Say, why you always gotta go? Playing house, this ain't a home with your soul on the road.
See, I've been lost in my thoughts, and my thoughts they too scared to usher off. Sorry, Mom, I just thought you were my world. Now you're not. And I'm just sitting, smoking, sloping in the days, cause my days ain't been the same since I drove your away. I remember the way you wrote letters in blue ink. You and me was in love. Think about what your crew think. I know your moms probably think I'm a bastard. Your pops probably want to beat my to death and take a in my casket. But I got sick of fighting, bickering, fussing over nothing, cussing. Instead of watching the death of discussions that we once had, days that we once spent in the backseat of our cars reading poets at sunset. It's funny how love can fall out the foreground, get pushed into the back of your mind. We used to twist a spliff and laugh and relax. Now you crying, and I'm trying to find the reasons. So I ask, does forever ever happen, or is it always fade to black?
I can't stay. No, I always gotta go. Playing house, this ain't a home with my soul on the road. I can't stay. No, I always gotta go. Playing house, this ain't a home with my soul on the road.